Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Sipping his tea. Yes, brother. I can read recent memories, but the further back I try to go, the harder it becomes. De replied. Can you two not talk about training for a while? He teased. They chatted about smaller things, and De was forced to eat a hearty meal since he wouldn't be back until the next morning. After breakfast, De went to the hospital, took his supplements, and treated patients. Since he wasn't charging for his services, the number of patients continued to increase. After 4:00 p.m., De returned to the fire room, dispersed the old clones, and created new ones. This was his routine for the next 3 days. Since De was focusing on ninjutsu, he didn't measure his progress, only aiming to increase his fire chakra. By the time he realized just how much it had grown, both he and everyone around him would be shocked, but that was for the future. 3 hours before the soldier pill's effect ends, one of De's clones tasked with taking missions arrived at the training area and said, "We've completed 2,000 missions. Should we continue?" "No, this is enough," De replied, dispersing all the mission clones. Then, he headed to clan headquarters to claim his contribution points. There, he learned that Fugaku had considered his idea, and after a month, the land might be included in the reward list. De was thrilled. With 3 hours remaining, he returned to the training area and created as many shadow clones as he could. For the next 2 hours, 83 clones practiced Genjutsu. One by one, they began dispersing after the training was complete. Since they had similar memories, De didn't suffer any headaches. Afterward, he returned home, ate the food prepared for him, and rested for 20 hours. The next day, De woke up at 5:00 a.m. After completing his morning routine, he meditated until it was time for morning tea. After tea and breakfast, he went to the hospital, only to find. Chapter 113, Spiritual Empowerment Tonic. After a day of rest, De went to the hospital. When he arrived at the area where he normally treated patients, which was also where the chief worked, he was shocked to see the long line of patients waiting for him. Sure, there were many professional nurses in the hospital, and De was just a new one, not as experienced as them, but since he wasn't charging much, the number of people coming to him was significant. And since he had taken a day off, the line had only grown longer. Seeing the chief smiling at him, De smiled wryly, greeted him, and then made 3 shadow clones to help treat the patients. It was easily the most hectic day De had experienced in the hospital. After treating patients until 4:00 p.m., De returned to the Uchiha compound with a question on his mind. Why haven't I tried all the spiritual medicines by now? De went to the clan headquarters and bought all the spiritual medicines available, such as the Focus Pill, Spiritual Empowerment Tonic, and Harmony Restoration Elixir. For the Focus Pill and Spiritual Empowerment Tonic, De only needed to take them before sleep, but for the Harmony Restoration Elixir, he had to take a medicinal bath after consuming the elixir. The medicines for the bath came along with the elixir. Today, he decided to use the old and trusted Focus Pill. After some light training and dinner, he took the pill, meditated for an hour, and went to bed. The next day, De woke up at 6:00 a.m. feeling great. After completing his morning routine, he went to the garden to check whether he had made any improvements. Satisfied with the results, noting that the Focus Pill's efficiency hadn't decreased and his mental capacity had increased, he went to get his tea and breakfast before heading to the hospital. With his rising popularity, the number of patients De had to treat daily kept increasing. Some of them even came just for a free checkup or for minor injuries. Without the option of free treatment, these individuals likely wouldn't have sought medical care at all. But De's main goal wasn't earning money, it was building his reputation, so he treated everyone who came to him. To save time and energy, he made a shadow clone to handle patients without major problems, while he personally treated those who needed more attention. While typical nurses handled 10 to 12 patients daily, De found himself treating over 70 each day. After treating patients until 4:00 p.m., De returned home. He found Shizue training in the garden, using the body flicker jutsu repeatedly. Seeing this, De recalled a famous saying from his past life: "I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but I fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times." De went to the garden and sat there, watching. Do you have something you want to ask? Shizue inquired after noticing the observing him. Yes, brother. I wanted to ask if you still use supplements like the Focus Pill and Spiritual Empowerment Tonic. The asked. No, they don't have any effect on me now, though there was a time when I used them weekly like many other Uchihas. However, I still use the Harmony Restoration Elixir, which helps improve the coordination between mind and body. Shizue explained. After how long did the medicines stop working for you? The asked. Maybe after about 2 years. Though their effect started to decrease after 10 uses, I think. Why do you ask? Are you starting to use them? Shizue responded. Yes, brother. So far, I've only taken a focus pill, but I plan to drink the Spiritual Empowerment Tonic tonight. Kda said. Oh. Then you'll be in for quite a surprise tomorrow. Shizue remarked with a mysterious laugh. Kda knew that Shizue wouldn't reveal anything more, so he left him to train and headed to his room to rest. On his way back, Kda made shadow clones to continue training on memory extraction. He meditated at home until nightfall. After eating dinner, Kda drank the Spiritual Empowerment Tonic and meditated for an hour before going to sleep. The next morning, Kda woke up and noticed something different just like when his Sharingan was active. Why did it activate on its own? Kda thought, then remembered Shizue's words, you'll be in for quite a surprise tomorrow. Does that mean my Sharingan activated on its own because my spiritual power increased? Well, since activating it requires increasing the spiritual power around my eyes, this does make sense. But now, how do I deactivate it? Kda wondered, as no matter how much he tried, it remained active. At last, he decided to go to Shizue's room. Since it was only 5:00 a.m., Shizue should still be in his room. Knock knock. What happened, Kda? Shizue asked with a mischievous smile. You already knew about this, right? Sigh. Can you please tell me how to deactivate my Sharingan? Kda asked. There's no special way. Just give it some time to adjust, and it will deactivate automatically. Shizue replied. Are you sure? Kda asked again. You're asking a professional. Don't question my advice. Shizue said, pretending to be angry about this doubt. Kda shook his head, thanked Shizue, and returned to his room. He began meditating to help his body adjust to the increase in spiritual power, but he was surprised once again. My chakra reserves have increased too. This medicine is amazing, Kda thought, feeling the boost in both his chakra reserves and mental capacity. After meditating for an hour, Kda's Sharingan deactivated on its own. He finished his morning routine and headed downstairs. You can stabilize your Sharingan this early. Looks like starting later has its benefits. Shizue commented. What do you mean? Kda asked, sipping his tea. Well, when I first took that medicine, I had a 1 Tomoe Sharingan, and it remained active for 4 hours. It was still active even when my eyes started hurting. You sure had it easy. Shizue sighed. Oh. Did you use the spiritual tonic? He asked, joining the conversation. Yes, Aunt. Kda replied. Then you must be quite hungry. Let me make you something nutritious. He said, heading to the kitchen early to prepare something extra. Kda knew he couldn't stop her, so he didn't even try. So, are you planning to take the Harmony Restoration Elixir today? Shizue asked. Yes, brother. I asked the receptionist about it, and he said it won't cause any problems. Kda replied. Problems? It's actually recommended to use it after the Spiritual Empowerment Tonic. It'll be most beneficial now. Shizue said. Then I'll be sure to take it after coming back from the hospital. Kda said. Great. Shizue responded. Chapter 114, Harmony Restoration Elixir. After the conversation, Kda ate the special breakfast prepared for him by he and headed toward the hospital. As usual, he ate some physical supplements, then increased the weight on his body to 150 kilograms using a weight seal, and ran to the hospital. But when he arrived, the receptionist told him, Kda, Mitsuru-sama asked you to go to her office. Oh. Did I do something wrong? Kda asked. I don't think so. Maybe it's not something bad, you might even be getting praised for your progress. The receptionist said with a smile, as Kda's progress was no secret in the hospital. Kda nodded and headed to Mitsuru's office. Knock knock. Come in. Mitsuru said. Good morning, sensei. Kda said after entering the office. Oh. You remember that you have a sensei? So why am I hearing about your progress from someone else? Mitsuru asked, smiling in a way that didn't seem very kind. Sensei, I didn't think I had made any significant progress, so I didn't report it to you. Kda explained. You and your absurd standards. So, tell me about the significant progress you've made in these past 2 weeks. Mitsuru replied. I've learned the poison removal jutsu, studied all the books you assigned me, along with some books related to a medical nurse's regular duties and common diseases. I've also begun practicing under the chief medical ninja. Kda replied. Good. If you want, I can arrange the certification exam for you. Mitsuru offered. No, sensei. The chief asked me to continue treating patients for at least a month, and I've already agreed to that. So, if possible, I'd like to stick to my word. Kda said. As you wish. I'll arrange the exam after a month. Now you can go back, just keep me updated about your progress from time to time. Mitsuru said, returning to her paperwork. Kda nodded and went to treat the patients, who were eagerly waiting for him. Seeing the growing number of patients, Kda had to make 3 shadow clones and then began treating them. After 4:00 p.m., Kda returned home. Since he had decided to use the Harmony Restoration Elixir, which required a 5-hour-long medicinal bath, Kda prepared everything so that he would be done by dinner. He quickly made 2 shadow clones whose only task was to maintain the bath's optimal temperature. After preparing the bath, Kda submerged himself and ate the Harmony Restoration Elixir. As soon as he consumed the elixir, it felt like millions of ants were crawling on his skin, biting him from time to time. Why the heck did no one tell me this was going to hurt so much? Kda thought, but he kept his body submerged. The elixir had to be taken in 5 batches, 1 each hour, and the pain gradually lessened with each dose. After 5 hours, Kda emerged from the bath, his whole body red as if someone had painted him. I don't feel like eating anything. Kda murmured, heading straight to bed for some much-needed sleep. He wanted to call him for dinner, but Shizue stopped her, reminding her about the Harmony Restoration Elixir's effects. Thus, only the 3 of them ate dinner that night, though Yami seemed a bit spaced out, thinking that she should start training in areas beyond her specialization. Kda woke up at 6:00 a.m. the next morning, feeling something he had never experienced before. It was like he had been using a rusted machine, and now someone had just oiled it. The machine was as good as new. Kda went straight to the training area and began testing various activities like running, jumping, and footwork. It feels like the lag between my thoughts and my body's movements has decreased, Kda thought. He then made 30 shadow clones, 15 of whom used the transformation jutsu to turn into different swords. Kda picked up one of the swords and activated his Sharingan. The edge of each sword was dull, so the clones didn't have to hold back, they attacked him with all they had. But the result was something even Kda hadn't anticipated. Thanks to the enhanced power of his Sharingan after taking those 2 medicines, Kda could predict all of their attacks simultaneously, and this time, he could move his body much faster than before. Even after sparring for 10 minutes, Kda's clones hadn't managed to land a single hit. Satisfied, Kda dispersed his clones and thought, joining the Uchiha clan was one of the best decisions of my life. He then returned to his house, where everyone was enjoying morning tea. Good morning, everyone. Kda said, grabbing a cup for himself. Good morning, Kda. Did you enjoy the effects of the Harmony Restoration Elixir? Shizue asked. It was definitely worth suffering through all that pain. Kda replied with an ear-to-ear smile. Pain? Are you alright? Yami asked. Nothing serious. The medicine I took yesterday just had a painful side effect, but its benefits were worth it. I feel much more in control of my body. Kda said. Oh, that's good then. Yami said. After chatting a bit more, they had breakfast, and Kda and Yami went to their respective classes. Kda reached the hospital after completing his morning training and once again treated a large number of patients. He returned home after 4:00 p.m. Brother, I've learned the memory extraction jutsu. What will you teach me tomorrow? Kda asked, finding Shizue relaxing in the hall. Are you planning to use a soldier pill again? Shizue asked. Yes, brother. It's been 4 days since I last used one. Kda said. You know you can rest sometimes too, right? Shizue remarked. The 4 days in between are rest for me, brother. Kda replied with a smile. As you wish. And for your question, since you've already learned the memory extraction jutsu, the next thing I'm going to teach you is Chapter 115, Kenjutsu Spar, Part 1, As You Wish. Since you've already learned the memory extraction jutsu, the next thing I'll teach you is memory feeding and hypnotizing your opponent using Ganjutsu. So be prepared, tomorrow's going to be fun. Shizue said with a smile. Okay, brother. Kda replied. I had something to ask you about. Recently, I heard rumors about a young doctor in Hidden Leaf Village Hospital who's treating civilians for free. Do you know about him? Shizue asked. Yes, brother, I've also heard about him. Apparently, he's super handsome and hardworking. Some people are even saying he's the best medical ninja in a hospital. Kda replied with a serious look on his face. How can someone be so self-centered? You shameless brat. Shizue said, smacking Kda's head. Now tell me, why are you doing this? Shizue asked. I don't have a big reason for it. I'm just learning medical jutsu for now, and I don't have my certification to treat civilians yet. I'm only allowed to treat them under the supervision of experienced staff. Since those people are already helping me practice my basics, why should I charge them? That's how I see it. Also, the amount wouldn't be that much, just 20,000 to 40,000 ryo per day. Da explained. 40,000 ryo isn't much for you? How? Shizue asked. Because when I complete those D-rank missions every week, I earn 600,000 to 700,000 ryo. And currently, even that's more than enough for me. Da replied. Well, it's up to you. But remember, being kind is admirable, just don't let anyone exploit your kindness. Shizue said earnestly. Da nodded, thinking, it's not like I'm doing this out of kindness. I need to increase the Uchiha clan's reputation so they don't start planning a coup like in the anime. So, what are you going to do now? Shizue asked. Nothing much. I was thinking of using the meditation room today. Da said. That's great. Shizue replied. Da nodded, then went to his room. After resting for a while, he went to the dining area when he called him for a snack. After lunch, he booked the most expensive meditation room, which only elite jonins of the Uchiha clan used, for 4 hours. Any longer, and he'd miss dinner at home. After creating some shadow clones and depleting his chakra, Da headed to the meditation room, while his clones went to complete some missions. Da decided to take a break from training for the day. After spending 4 hours in the meditation room, Da returned home. Hey, Yami, how was your day? Da asked, noticing Yami sitting in the hall, looking exhausted. Ugh, I don't know why I asked my sensei to increase my training intensity. Thanks to my foolishness, my already hard training just got harder. But at least the results were worth it. Yami replied with a sigh. We have 2 years, you don't have to push yourself so hard, you know. Da said, thinking Yami was overexerting herself. So can you kindly explain why you're using a soldier pill every week if we have plenty of time to train? Yami asked. Even though I said we have time, the reality is different. The number of events I know of where we could lose our lives is greater than you can imagine, the latest being the Uchiha massacre. But I can't tell you that, can I? Da thought, then said, hey, I'm doing it because my training isn't that hard, and I want to learn Genjutsu. Wait, are you trying to match my training rate, thinking you're doing less? No, why would you even think that? Yami asked, turning her head away. Tap. Da flicked her forehead. You silly girl. The reason I decided to train extra is because you train until 7 p.m., while I only train until 4 p.m. And even then, I'm not training that hard. Now you want to increase your training intensity? What are you trying to do, kill me? Da said. Really? Yami asked. Of course. Da replied, using the Tao of lies and shamelessness to make Yami feel better and not push herself to match his progress speed. He knew that, no matter how much she tried, the gap between them would keep increasing. Right now, Da already had almost 4 times the chakra Yami had, thanks to his bloodline and Sharingan. After persuading Yami not to increase her training intensity further, they enjoyed the meal he had prepared and headed to bed. The next day, Da followed his usual routine until 4:00 p.m. After treating many patients, he went to the training area, only to find Shizue waiting for him. I'm getting a sense of deja vu, Da thought, remembering the same thing happened last week. Da took out the soldier pill he had bought before coming and ate it. So, are you ready for Genjutsu practice? Shizue asked. I'm ready, brother, but there's something else I want to do before we start Genjutsu training. Da replied. What is it? Shizue asked. I want to have a Genjutsu spar with you. Da said. Since he had been able to hold his ground against many shadow clones easily, he wanted to know his power level against an elite Jonin. Are you sure? Shizue asked. Yes, brother. Da replied. Alright, if that's what you want. Let me get some blunt swords before we start. Shizue said. Don't worry, brother, I already have them. Da said, pointing to the swords piled in a corner. Good job. Shizue said, picking up a sword similar to his own. He then asked, do you want me to use Genjutsu during the spar? No, brother. I just want to test my level in Genjutsu, so let's not use Genjutsu during the spar. Da said, picking up a sword himself. Chapter 116, Genjutsu Spar, Part 2, No, brother, I just want to know my level in Genjutsu, so let's not use Genjutsu in our spar. Da said after picking up a sword. Okay, since you want to know your level, I'll help you with that. First, come and attack me with everything you've got. Shizue said, activating his Mangekyō Sharingan. Da nodded and went to attack Shizue, activating his Tsutomui Sharingan. His first attack was a feint toward the head, which he quickly redirected toward the ribs. However, Shizue didn't even try to stop the feint and easily deflected the actual attack without using much force. This repeated several times, but Kda couldn't land a single strike on Shizue. After 10 minutes, Kda stopped. Your attacks are at the level of a Chunin and might work against a Jonin, but now let's see about your defense. I'm going to attack you, try to defend as best you can. Kda nodded and got ready. Shizue seemed to disappear from his spot and reappear near Kda. This was his base speed without using any jutsu, though he did use chakra to strengthen his legs. Without his Sharingan activated, Kda wouldn't have been able to follow Shizue's movements. Shizue attacked Kda from various angles and positions any normal person would have failed to block those strikes. But since Kda had been practicing Kenjutsu against 15 clones at once, he was able to react. He coated his body in chakra to boost his speed and strength to match Shizue. After 10 minutes, Shizue had only landed 2 hits on Kda. Good job, brother. Your defense is at the level of an elite Jonin. I doubt anyone your age has a better defense than you. Shizue said. Thank you, brother. Kda replied. But there's one problem with your Kenjutsu style. It's very basic. While it's good to have strong fundamentals, there's a limit to what you can achieve with just the basics. Also, you're not using your Sharingan to its full capacity for your Kenjutsu. Shizue said. What do you mean by that, brother? I kept my Sharingan active the entire time and was able to follow your movements. Kda asked, confused. That's the issue. You can see your enemy's movements with the Sharingan, but you're not using that to your advantage. When we defended against each other's attacks, did you notice any difference in how we did that? Shizue asked. Yes, brother. You used much less force to defend against my attacks. Most of the time, you just deflected my strikes with a touch of your sword, while I had to use much more effort to defend against yours. Kda replied. Exactly. Since I could see your muscle movements, I could predict where to apply just enough force to deflect your attack with minimal effort. This is the Uchiha Kenjutsu technique, where we push the Sharingan to its limit. Shizue explained. I thought I was using my Sharingan skillfully, but now I realize I wasn't. Looks like I have to add this to my to-do list. Kda said. Well, since you use your shadow clones for Genjutsu practice, you have some free time during these 3 days, right? Shizue asked. Yes, brother. Kda replied. Then I can teach you some of this if you'd like. Shizue offered. You're the best brother in the world. Kda shouted, his face lighting up with a big smile. I know that, but for now, let's focus on Genjutsu. Shizue said. Kda nodded and created 80 shadow clones, each of them sent to catch a mouse for practice. After a while, they returned with over 150 mice. At this point, the mice in the Uchiha compound feared Kda more than they feared cats. With everything ready, Shizue began his explanation. As you already know how to extract memories from enemies' brains, and you've learned the basics of making them see things that don't exist, now we're going to target the area of the brain that controls conscious thought. Just like with memory extraction, but this time, you'll slow its function by covering that part with your chakra and circulating it like this. This will make them unable to think for a second, and in that moment, you'll feed the information you want into their brain. Keep in mind, this won't work on someone with equal or greater strength than you. If you're a Jonin, the best you could manage might be a Chunin. Shizue explained. Then is this even useful in real life? Kda asked. In combat, not much on its own. But if you want to gather information, make someone attack their allies to create an opening, or tame some ruffians on the street, this technique is perfect? Shizue said. Kda nodded in understanding, and Shizue continued. Now, here's how you do it. Shizue said, performing the Genjutsu on the rat. Kda watched closely. After the process was complete, Shizue said, I've implanted a memory in this rat that you've cared for it since its childhood. Now let's see how it behaves. Shizue released the rat, and it ran toward Kda, rubbing its head against his leg. See? That's the power of this Genjutsu. Now let me undo this, or you'll have to make it your pet. Shizue said, reversing the memory he had implanted. There are so many ways we could use this jutsu. Kda exclaimed, impressed. Yep. Only your imagination is the limit. Shizue said. Should I start practicing now? Kda asked. No, there's one last thing to teach you. Even though I said this won't work on someone powerful, you can still try to make them unconscious. Here, let me show you. Shizue said, using a rat to demonstrate how to knock out an enemy. This can also be done on allies if they're wounded and in too much pain, as it doesn't have any lasting effects. Now, do you have any questions? Shizue asked. No, brother. Kda replied. Good. Start practicing, and I'll come back at 4 a.m. Then I'll teach you Kenjutsu too. Shizue said. Thanks, brother. Kda said. Shizue nodded and used the body flicker jutsu to return home. Chapter 117, Uchiha Kenjutsu Jutsu. Kda was left alone in the training area. He decided to first master memory implantation and hypnotism before moving on to other tasks. All 80 shadow clones, including Kda, began training in hypnotism. During practice, many rats fainted, though not intentionally. Looks like there are many ways to make your enemy faint. The technique brother taught me must be for allies, so they won't suffer any lasting injuries to their brain, Kda thought as he continued practicing. His goal was to achieve something similar to what Shizue did, but the problem was the rats saw him as their nemesis. So, his objective was to make them believe the opposite of what they currently believed. Though difficult, this was the most practical training Kda could do, since a similar scenario would likely occur with an enemy. Kda continued training until midnight, and after 7 hours of practice, he finally achieved a single success. That took way longer than I expected. Well, now that I've grasped the basics, the only thing left is to practice this repeatedly, Kda thought. He dispersed his clones, as most of them were low on chakra by now. He then created 85 shadow clones. 10 out of the 85 continued to practice Kanjutsu, while the rest went off to complete some missions. These D-rank missions took time. When Kda first started doing missions, he chose ones that took the least time. But now that he had to complete 2,000 missions every week, nearly 70% of all D-rank missions assigned to the Uchiha clan, he couldn't be picky. He had to complete many time-consuming missions. Because of this, Kda had to constantly use at least 50 shadow clones for 3 days straight to meet the 2,000 mission quota. On the positive side, since his shadow clones used a myriad of jutsu to complete these missions as fast as possible, Kda's ninjutsu proficiency improved along with his contribution points. It was like hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. Seeing all of his clones busy with their tasks, Kda decided to use the fire room until 4 a.m., knowing he had a Kanjutsu practice session with Shizue afterward. At 4 a.m., both Kda and Shizue arrived at the training area at the same time. "Good morning, brother," Kda greeted. "Good morning, Kda. How's your training going?" Shizue asked. "I've grasped the basics of what you taught me yesterday, though the success rate of memory implantation is only 10% for now. I'm training to improve that," Kda replied. "Great. Now, are you ready for some Kanjutsu practice?" Shizue asked, drawing his sword. "Absolutely," Kda said, drawing his own sword. "First, I want you to work on your offense, as that's the weaker part of your Kanjutsu," Shizue said. "Yes, brother," Kda replied. "Okay, now try to follow me as best you can," Shizue said. Kda nodded and began copying the moves Shizue demonstrated. After completing all the stances, Shizue asked, "Were you able to find the difference between this and the basic stances you've learned?" "Yes, brother. What you just showed me is much more complex and harder to predict," Kda answered. "Correct. This is the Uchiha way of fighting on the battlefield. With our Sharingan, we can predict everything that's going to happen, while we become an unpredictable variable. For us, the battlefield is a stage where everyone moves according to our instruction. An experienced Uchiha can control the battlefield like no one else," Shizue explained. Kda nodded, having experienced the power of the Sharingan and understanding that what Shizue said was completely possible. "Now, your task is to use the various stances you've just learned in a spar," Shizue said, pointing his sword at Kda. "We're going to spar already?" Kda asked. "Yes, there's no better way to learn than through practice. Don't worry, I'll only be defending," Shizue reassured him. "Okay, brother," Kda said. He then began using the new, complex stances against Shizue. Since he had only seen them once, Kda couldn't use them perfectly, but Shizue hadn't expected him to. After practicing until 6:30 a.m., Kda was panting in a corner. "You monstrous brat, at this rate, you master this in just a month," Shizue said. "It's all thanks to you, brother," Kda replied. "Maybe I am a genius at teaching too," Shizue said with a smug expression. Kda just shook his head. "Now, let's head back before we find out just how dangerous Mom can be," Shizue joked. Kda nodded, and both returned home. After eating breakfast, Kda created a new batch of shadow clones and went to the hospital. He treated patients until 4 p.m., then returned to the training area to practice the new Kenjutsu stances with 5 shadow clones. He practiced for hours, stopping only at 11 p.m. before heading to the fire room. At 4 a.m., he returned to the training area, just in time to meet Shizue. "Brother, I think I'm getting addicted to this fire room," Kda said when he saw Shizue waiting for him. "Yeah, feeling your elemental chakra affinity grow is pretty great, but sadly, that feeling fades after a while," Shizue replied. "Right," Kda said with a hint of sadness. "Leave that aside. Are you ready to learn something new? Shizue asked. Yes, brother. The answered. Since we worked on offense yesterday, today I'm going to teach you about defense. Shizue said. Seeing the nod, he continued, your defense is already really good, but it's not efficient. You're using way too much power to block attacks. What I'm going to teach you is not to block, but to change the direction of the attack. Since you can see the muscle movements of your enemy, you can guess which direction they're putting most of their power into, right? Shizue asked. Yes, brother. De replied. Once you see that, all you need to do is apply a small amount of force at the right time to deflect the attack away from you. This will also give you an opening. How will I know where and when to apply the force? De asked. Simple. Keep practicing. With time and experience, you'll learn those things naturally. Shizue said, pointing his sword at De. Are you ready? Yes, brother. This time, it was De's turn to defend. Since he was trying something new, he took a lot of hits, but he kept improving, slowly figuring out the timing and spots to apply force. Even after 2 hours of training, De saw little improvement. Seeing his dejected expression, Shizue said, do you know why you're not making rapid progress like you usually do? No, brother. De replied. That's because your defense is already very good. It's become part of your muscle memory, and now you're trying to do the opposite, so it'll take time. Don't worry, you'll improve with time. From today onward, we'll spar every morning. I'm sure that'll help. Shizue said. Okay, brother. De replied. Chapter 118, After 1 month. Hurry up, Mom must be waiting for us. Shizue said. Both of them went back to eat breakfast, and afterward, De returned to the hospital to treat more patients, working until 4 p.m. Today marked the last day of the soldier pills effect. Fortunately, with the help of 75 shadow clones for over 50 hours, De had already completed 2,000 D rank missions. After receiving his reward for completing the missions, earning 40,000 contribution points, De decided to focus solely on Kenjutsu training. He left 10 shadow clones to practice Kenjutsu, while the remaining 75 clones began practicing Chi-style offense and defense techniques. De himself sparred with 5 of his shadow clones, focusing mainly on defense. After 12 hours of non-stop training, he began to grasp the technique Shizue had been teaching him. At 4 a.m., Shizue arrived at the training area and found De's clones engaged in intense practice. De noticed his arrival and dispersed the clones before walking over. Looks like you're taking this seriously. Shizue said, observing De. Yes, brother. This is much harder than it looks. Blocking an attack doesn't require much technique, but this form of defense is far more complex. De replied. Exactly. That's why it can be trained to a much higher level than regular blocking. Shizue said. Without further discussion, they began sparring. By the time their training ended, the soldier pills effect was nearly gone, so they returned home. There, he had prepared a massive meal for De. After eating to the point where his stomach resembled a balloon, De went to his room for some much-needed sleep, resting for 20 hours straight. With nothing new to learn, De settled into a repetitive routine, spending his mornings at the hospital from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m., then training in either Kenjutsu or Ganjutsu into the night. Every day, he consumed spiritual resources like focus pills, spiritual empowerment tonic, and harmony restoration elixirs 3 days a week. On the 4th day, he would take a soldier pill and train intensely while completing 2,000 D rank missions. This cycle continued for 3 weeks. Clank, clash, clang. The sounds of steel echoed in one of the Uchiha clan's training areas, where 2 figures darted back and forth at blinding speed, appearing in one spot for a second before vanishing to another. After 30 minutes of fighting, they finally stopped. Shizue's sword rested on De's neck. Looks like I win again. That's 92 wins for me and 0 losses. Shizue said. As if I can compete when you're using your signature body flicker jutsu. De grumbled. This gives you experience. Do you think your enemies will only use Kenjutsu in a fight? Shizue asked. Not at all. That's why I agreed to this. But can you stop counting your wins? It's getting a little embarrassing. De said. Nope. It'll motivate you to try harder. Shizue replied with a mischievous grin, clearly enjoying himself. Fine, do as you wish. We should head back now, the soldier pills effect is about to wear off. De said. Yep, let's go. I need to update Yami on our new score. Shizue said, his grin widening. De shook his head, using the wind instantaneous movement jutsu to return home. Shizue followed suit with his body flicker jutsu. Yami was waiting in the hall when they arrived. What's the score, brother? Yami asked. What do you think? Shizue teased. 92 wins and 0 losses. Yami guessed. Correct. Shizue said proudly. Can you two leave him alone? he said, coming toward them. At least dance on my side. De said, acting pitiful. Shishui, no dinner for you tonight. He said sternly. I shouldn't have taught him to act. Now he's using it against me. Shishui sighed, shaking his head. Yami wisely chose to stay quiet, not wanting to face any punishment like her brother. They ate the meal he prepared, except for Shishui, who was stuck with bread and milk for dinner. Afterward, No went to his room for more rest and slept for 18 hours. Thanks to consuming various resources, his physical and mental stamina had greatly improved, meaning he no longer needed 24 hours of sleep after using a soldier pill. Just 18 hours was enough. Kta woke up at 2 a.m. and decided to meditate until it was time for his next sparring session with Shishui. By the end of that session, the score had updated, Shishui 93, Kta 0. Why are you keeping count? Is there even a chance I'll defeat you? Kta asked in frustration. Do you realize how ridiculous you sound? Just a month ago, you didn't even know how to attack properly. Now I have to use my Sharingan just to deflect your strikes. If anyone heard you complain about your progress, they'd beat the crap out of you. Shishui said. But I still haven't managed to land a hit on you after a whole month. De said, exasperated. I don't want to brag, but do you know how many people across the 5 great ninja villages can land a hit on me in Kenjutsu alone? Shishui asked. De remained silent, unsure of the answer. Less than 10. Shishui said, ruffling Kta's hair. And you want to be at that level in just 1 month? No. But I will be someday. Kta replied with determination. I have no doubt. Now, let's go home. Shishui said. The two headed back home for breakfast. Afterward, Kta went to the hospital while an Anbu operative, who had been watching him, reported to Hiruzen with the final update. Chapter 119, Hidden Leaf Village. Higher-ups moved. Bear appeared in front of Hiruzen. Good morning, Lord Third. Bear said, bowing slightly. Oh. Good morning. Did something happen? Hiruzen asked. Lord Third, I know you asked me to keep watching him, but it's becoming increasingly difficult. Kta has been training with Shishui Uchiha for a month, and Shishui's sudden appearances have made it harder to stay hidden. A few times, I've slipped up, and Shishui spotted me. However, for some reason, he hasn't told Kta about my presence. Also, the boy hasn't shown any suspicious behavior in the entire month. I can't think of any reason to keep monitoring him. I apologize if I'm overstepping. Bear said, continuing to kneel. No, you're correct. The suspicion I had was cleared within the first week. I only asked you to keep watch as an extra precaution, but there's no need to take further risks. You don't have to follow him anymore. Anything else? Hiruzen said. Yes, Lord Third. In my previous report, I mentioned that his future potential was nearing S rank. I was wrong. After seeing his progress in just 1 month, I can confidently say he will reach S rank in the future. Bear replied. What did you see this month that leads you to say this? Hiruzen asked. He's already learned Jonin level Ganjutsu and mastered the Uchiha Kenjutsu technique, enough to spar evenly with Shishui Uchiha. He also treated hundreds of patients and completed thousands of D-rank missions daily. Bear reported. Hiruzen's eyebrows rose slightly. Impressive achievements for a 9-year-old, he thought. He's already at Jonin level. Elite Jonin might be a stretch, but he could probably take the Chunin exams this year. However, with Hidden Stones Village hosting this year, they might try something shady if they see such a talented individual. No matter. Hidden Leaf Village is not in desperate need of ninja like before. Kta should be nurtured as a future pillar of the village. That's excellent. You may go unless you have anything else to report. Hiruzen said. With that, Bear disappeared from the office, leaving Hiruzen to consider the report. At Root headquarters, sir, we've been spreading rumors about the Uchiha clan, but the impact has been minimal. We can't push further without raising suspicion among the Uchihas. Additionally, an Uchiha is treating patients freely at Hidden Leaf Village Hospital, improving their reputation among civilians. He also casually dismisses our rumors with logical counter-arguments, like, if the Uchiha wanted to attack Hidden Leaf Village, why didn't they strike when they had the perfect opportunity? Because of this, the rumors are slowly fading. The Root Ninja reported. What's the likelihood that he's doing this intentionally? Danzo asked in his heavy voice. Very low, sir. No other Uchiha seems to care about these rumors, as you predicted. He claims he's doing this because he's not yet certified. The ninja replied. Then why is he allowed to treat patients? Danzo asked. Sir, he's Mitsuru Nara's disciple. He could easily get certified whenever he wants. The ninja responded. Is he worth it? Danzo asked. Yes, sir. He already has Jonin level strength, and he's only 9 years old. The ninja confirmed. Bring me his file. Danzo ordered. The ninja handed it over. Uchiha. This name sounds familiar. Danzo said, trying to recall. Yes, sir. You attempted to recruit him when he was in the academy, but Lord Third rejected your proposal. The root ninja reminded him. Wasn't he an orphan at that time? Danzo asked rhetorically, though the ninja knew better than to respond. Danzo continued reading the file. I knew that was the perfect time to recruit him into Root. Now that he's back with the Uchiha clan, it'll be much harder. But with his potential, it's worth trying. If not, I'll have to eliminate him. I can't let him interfere with my plan to stabilize Hidden Leaf Village. Danzo muttered and left to meet Hiruzen. Hokage's office. Knock, knock. What is it? Hiruzen asked. Sir, Danzo-sama is requesting to meet you. The receptionist said. I've been expecting him. Let him in. Hiruzen replied. 2 minutes later, Danzo was seated in front of Hiruzen. Before you say anything, I'm not giving you the. Hiruzen said firmly, cutting Danzo off before he could speak. Then I'll have to eliminate him. He's interfering with my plans to stabilize the village. Danzo said, his tone calm, as though he were discussing the weather instead of someone's life. If a 9-year-old boy can understand that the Uchiha had nothing to do with the Nine Tails attack, why can't you? Hiruzen said. You know as well as I do that the Nine Tails was being controlled by an Uchiha. Danzo replied. Yes, an Uchiha. Not the entire clan. You can't accuse an entire clan based on suspicion. Stop spreading those rumors. Hiruzen said. You've become too soft, Hiruzen. We need to take action so future generations won't have to live in fear. Danzo countered. The Uchiha clan is one of Hidden Leaf Village's pillars. Eliminating them would cripple the village. Our future generations would live in fear if we destroy one of our own. Hiruzen said. Hidden Leaf Village won't be crippled as long as we have Root. Danzo snapped, anger briefly surfacing in his voice. I don't want to argue about this. You will not target the Uchiha clan again. Hiruzen said with finality. Danzo stared at Hiruzen for several minutes before standing up to leave without another word. One last thing, Danzo. If anything happens to Kda, you won't like the outcome. Hiruzen warned. Danzo paused for a second but then continued walking. He had survived an assassination attempt on Hiruzen before, a simple warning wasn't going to deter his plans. Chapter 120, General Practitioner, Part 1, Unknown to everyone, Kda went to the hospital as usual, but today he didn't go directly to treat patients. Are sensei free right now? Kda asked Mitsuru's secretary. Yes, she doesn't have any meetings scheduled for quite some time. The secretary replied. Kda nodded and headed to meet his sensei. Ever since he was scolded for not updating her on his progress, he had made it a point to report every week. Knock knock. Come in. Mitsuru said. Good morning, sensei. Kda said as he entered the office. Good morning. What's going on? You usually report your progress at the end of the day. Mitsuru observed. Sensei, I've completed my 1 month of practice. Can I take my certification exam now? Kda asked eagerly. Oh. So you're finally ready for the exam. But let me tell you something, after you get your certificate, you won't be allowed to treat patients for free like you've been doing. Do you still want to take the certification exam? I sense you have another reason for providing free treatment. Mitsuru said, resting her chin on her hand. Kda was taken aback but then chuckled. Underestimating Mitsuru Nara was a mistake he wouldn't make. You're right, sensei. I do have another reason for treating patients for free, but it's not shady. About a month ago, I noticed the Uchiha clan's reputation was unexpectedly declining. I wanted to help my new clan a little. Although those rumors won't affect the Uchiha clan much, I didn't want our name to be tarnished. Kda explained. Well, it's your money, you can decide what to do with it. But I need to know if you still want to take the certification exam or focus on improving your clan's reputation. Mitsuru said. Before I answer, I want to confirm something. Will I be prohibited from treating patients for free altogether or just in the hospital? Kda inquired. There's no rule stopping you from treating patients for free, but your actions over the past month have made many medical ninjas complain to me. They feel it's reducing their patient load and that they're being vilified for charging fees. I didn't mind, but once you're certified, you'll lose the excuse you've been using. If you try to use another one, they might complain to Lord Third. I want to avoid that escalation, that's why I don't want you treating any more patients for free in the hospital. However, you can still treat patients for free outside the hospital, then they won't have a valid reason to complain. Mitsuru explained. Then I would like to take the certification exam, sensei. Kda replied. As you wish. I will arrange it by tomorrow, so prepare yourself well. If you fail this exam, I won't consider you my disciple anymore, as my reputation will be on the line. Mitsuru warned. Trust me, sensei. I've prepared hard for this exam. There's no way I will fail it. Kida said with a confident smile. Okay, I'll send someone to inform you about the exam timing. If you don't have anything else, you can go. Also, inform your patients that their free medical service is ending soon. Mitsuru said, returning her focus to her paperwork. Thank you, sensei. Kida said before leaving to attend to his patients. As Kida informed the patients leaving his office that he would no longer be able to provide free treatment at the hospital due to his upcoming certification exam, their expressions turned somber for the first time in a month. Though the free treatment was ending, Kida assured them he would keep his fees as low as possible. Many patients were disappointed to hear that Kida would stop offering free services, but they understood there was little they could do. Knowing it was the last day for free treatment, more people than usual flocked to Kida's office, even those who were mostly healthy. He had to use many shadow clones to handle the influx, treating over 500 patients by the end of the day, of which only about 100 were genuinely ill. Afterward, he returned home, deciding to take a day of rest and prepare. While Kida was resting at home, an important meeting was happening at Hidden Lee Village Hospital. That damn brat has finally decided to take the certification exam. I can't even remember how many medical ninjas from my department have complained about him. Tetsushi, head of the nursing department, grumbled. While I'd love to see him fail the exam to show Mitsuru the difference between experience and talent, it's not worth the trouble. Let's just allow him to get the certificate. Masayuki, head of the general practitioner department, agreed. The others in attendance simply nodded, uninterested in the topic. That night, Kida received a notice that his exam was scheduled for 10 a.m. I didn't realize this was such a big deal. Kida said, looking at the official letter in his hand. Well, if you were a normal medical ninja, it wouldn't be such a big deal. But since you're the disciple of the chief medical ninja of Hidden Leaf Village Hospital, they're not going to treat this as a routine exam. Shisui explained, understanding the significance of the situation. I didn't think there was any chance I could fail this test, but according to this letter, various department heads will be present. This may be more intense than I initially thought. Kida admitted. Are you scared? Shisui asked, raising an eyebrow. Nope. I'm just excited for tomorrow. Kida replied with a grin. Chapter 121. General Practitioner, Part 2, Are you scared? Shisui asked. Nope, just excited for tomorrow. Kida said with a smile. That's the spirit. What will worrying give you? Just keep your mind calm, and you will surely pass this test. Shisui said. Okay, brother. Kida replied. Do you want us to come with you? He asked. I don't think that will be necessary, Aunt. Also, I'm sure they will not allow anyone to accompany me. Kida said. Okay then, do your best tomorrow. For now, let's eat dinner. He said. That's a good suggestion. Yami said, patting her belly. Everyone laughed and then went to eat dinner. The next day, Kida went to the training area and performed all the jutsu Mitsuru had taught him. After performing all of them, he sighed. Good, everything is ready. I don't think there should be any problem with the test. Kida said. Then, he meditated for some time. At 9:00 a.m., he went toward the hospital, and the receptionist asked him to go to a particular room that was prepared for the test. When he went to the designated room, he found that not much was arranged in the room, just some circular chairs around the stage. This is quite a letdown. I was expecting something grander than this when I learned that many department heads would be present as well, Kida thought. Since Kida arrived quite early, he had to wait for the department heads to arrive. Being professionals, they all arrived at 10:00 a.m. sharp. Good morning, sensei. Kida said, slightly bowing toward her. Then, he looked toward the others and bowed a little as well. Others replied similarly. Mitsuru took the seat in the center, and the others also took their seats. After everyone sat down, Mitsuru said, Kida, are you ready? Yes, sensei. Kida said with full confidence. Okay then, the table in front of you has all the things necessary to perform basic medical level jutsu. You can start from the left. Mitsuru continued. Kida nodded and went toward the first scroll. As expected, the elements that came out of the scroll were necessary for the first jutsu, bandage skill, and he easily made various bandages using things like leaves, grass, earth, water, etc. Everyone present nodded their heads in acknowledgement, and then Kida went toward the second scroll, from which came out a fish with a cut. Kida performed 2 jutsu, a blood coagulation jutsu and an oxygen supply jutsu at the same time. After he performed those jutsu, the fish regained consciousness and started moving around the table. After placing the fish in the fishbowl, Kida went toward the last scroll, from which came out a poisoned rat. This was the jutsu Kida had practiced the most. He carefully used poison removal to remove most of the poison from the infected part, then copied what Mitsuru had done during the demonstration of this jutsu. He moved his chakra around the mouse's body, and though it wasn't as effective as Mitsuru's, he was able to expel more poison from the rat's body. After removing as much poison as he could, Kida used healing palm jutsu to close all the wounds on the rat's body. After performing the jutsu, Kida looked toward the examiners. Apart from Mitsuru, everyone else had their mouths open, thinking the same thing. Do you expect us to believe that this individual began learning medical jutsu just a month ago? Sensing their shock, Mitsuru chuckled a little, completely understanding their feelings. When Kida had shown his improvement in the poison removal jutsu to her, she was shocked too, even though she knew Kida was extremely talented. But these guys didn't even have an idea of Kida's complete talent. Good, you passed the first round. Does anyone have any objections? Mitsuru asked. But after seeing Kida's performance, no one raised their hand. He was already at the level of an experienced general practitioner. Then we can begin the second round. Mitsuru said. This time, it was a test of theoretical knowledge. Boy, you have a great understanding of basic medical jutsus, but that alone will not be enough in this round. We will ask you some questions, and you are expected to answer at least 70% of them correctly. Tetsushi, the head of the nursing department, said. Okay, sir. Kida replied with a confident smile. Then everyone, except for Mitsuru, started asking various questions from the book Mitsuru had recommended Kida to read. Kida, who had read them more than 3 times, answered all the questions correctly. They even tried to twist the questions to make them tricky, but Kida was still able to answer them. Some of the department heads didn't want Kida to have a perfect score, so they decided to ask questions out of the norm. When Mitsuru heard those questions, she decided to intervene, but before she could say anything, Kida started answering those questions as well. Due to having an extra month, Kida was able to read many more books than he had initially been asked to. Because of this, his medical knowledge was no longer at a beginner's level, and he answered those questions as well. It was only when they asked questions so advanced that only specialized medical ninja could answer them that Kida finally said he didn't know the answer. At that point, Mitsuru didn't say anything except giving a confident smirk. By asking such a question, they had admitted that he was more than qualified to become a general practitioner. Cough. Tetsushi coughed a little and then said, "This is enough. You passed the second test as well. Since you also have enough experience, you are now promoted to the level of general practitioner." And then sat back in his seat. Kida bowed a little and thanked him. Then Mitsuru stood up and said, "The test is now over. Follow me." Kida just nodded and followed her. After reaching her office, she sat on the sofa and said, laughing a little, "Good job." Their faces were worth millions of ryo when they realized they couldn't reduce your score in any way. Why would they try to lower my score? Kida asked, bewildered. Oh. I forgot to tell you I made a bet about you. If you had failed this test, I would have had to resign from this position. Mitsuru said like it was no big deal. Why would you do that? Chapter 122, Reward? Oh. I forgot to tell you I made a bet about you. If you had failed this test, I would have had to resign from this position. Mitsuru said, as if it were no big deal. Why would you do that? Kida asked, shocked after hearing that. What do you mean, why would you do that? I knew you were going to pass, and the stakes were so good that I couldn't stop myself. Mitsuru said with a smile on her face. May I ask what you got after winning this bet? Kida asked, curious about what made Mitsuru better position. They have to do all of my paperwork for 3 months. Mitsuru said with a silly smile on her face. You think 3 months of paperwork is worth betting your position? Kida asked in bewilderment. Absolutely. Mitsuru replied without a second thought. Kida decided to leave this topic, to save his brain cells, and to change the subject. He asked, when will I get my certificate? Tomorrow. Your card has to be signed by Lord Third. It will take at least a full day before you get your general practitioner card. Mitsuru said. Lord Third has to do these types of things too? Kida asked, not understanding why Hiruzen had to handle such tasks. Normally, it would have been done by the head of the hospital, but since Tsunoda-sama is not here and no new head is designated, Lord Third became responsible for these tasks. But since it's not a common occurrence, it doesn't matter. Mitsuru explained. Kida nodded his head, understanding the reason. Since you performed much better in the test than I expected, I'll allow you to ask for one thing, any jutsu, resources, etc., and I will try to give it to you, if it is reasonable. Mitsuru said. Sensei, can I ask for time before I decide what I want? Kida asked. Okay, you can go back home for today. Use this time to think about the reward you want. By tomorrow, your card should arrive, so you can collect your card and tell me what you want. Mitsuru said. The reason Kida asked for time wasn't because he didn't know what he wanted, but because he didn't know how to explain the reason for his knowledge. Naruto and Sasuke had insane power-ups in the story, including Nine Tails, Mangekyō Sharingan, Aja and Indra Chakra, Sage Mode, and whatnot. But my least favorite character was still able to fight alongside them. Even though she wasn't at their level, just being strong enough to fight alongside them is a testament to her strength. The only reason Sakura was able to do that was mitotic regeneration, the special jutsu Tsunade taught her. There's no way in hell I'm not going to learn that jutsu, but the problem is, I don't know how. But now that sensei has given me such a good opportunity, I can't let it go to waste. First, though, I have to search the library to see if this jutsu is mentioned somewhere. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain how I know about it, Kda thought. Kda bowed his head and then left Mitsura's office. Instead of going home, Kda headed directly to the library. 2 Jonin-level ninjas were guarding the library. Kda felt that he was scanned by them even before he reached the entrance. One of them must be a sensor-type ninja, Kda thought. Hello, Kda. How was your test? One of the guards asked. Fine, I luckily passed it. Kda replied. Don't be too modest, you deserved that. Another guard said. Thank you. Can I go inside? I have something I want to look for. Kda said. You just passed the test. Don't you want to take some rest and celebrate with your family? The same guard asked. I do, but there's something I must find first. Kda said. Oh. What is it? Tell us, we may be able to help you. The guard offered. Thanks, but I don't think that will be necessary. Sensei asked me if I wanted to learn any particular jutsu, so I'm planning to look for a suitable one in the library. Kda said. Okay then, go ahead. The guard said and opened the gate of the library. Kda went directly to the librarian and said, Good morning, ma'am. How are you? Good morning, Kda. I'm fine. How was your test? She asked. You also know about that? Kda asked, not expecting it. Do you think I don't know anything other than the books in the library? She replied mockingly. Of course not. I was able to pass the test, ma'am. Kda replied, answering both of her questions. Congratulations, then. You are now a general practitioner and at the age of 9. That's an achievement to be proud of. She said with a smile. Thank you, ma'am. But I have a favor to ask. Kda said. What is it? She asked, raising an eyebrow. I'm searching for a jutsu to ask for as a reward, but I don't have much time. So, can I use shadow clones to read some of the books? Kda asked sincerely. No. You know this is not allowed. The library isn't very big, and if people started using shadow clones to read here, it would become too crowded. I told you this on the first day. She replied sternly. I know, but please take a look around. There aren't many people here at this time. Can't you make an exception just this once? Please. Kda said, using puppy eyes. Kda knew that even though the librarian appeared strict, she was soft-hearted. Okay, but just for today. Don't make this a habit. She said, sighing. Thank you, ma'am. You're the best. Kda said, then ran toward the book section. The librarian just shook her head and went back to reading the book she was holding. Kda went to a quiet corner in the library and started making shadow clones. He made around 50 clones. Even though the librarian had said the library wasn't big, it still contained thousands of books. It was impossible to read them all in months, let alone a day, but since his focus was on finding something about mitotic regeneration, the search range was quite narrowed down. All 50 of his shadow clones went to different sections to search for the book. Kda himself went to the section that contained details about various medical ninjas' discoveries. Though most of the books there detailed various diseases or difficult injuries, occasionally they contained hints about particular jutsu those medical ninjas used to treat such cases. Kda activated his Sharingan and started skimming through many books. His main goal was to find any mention of mitotic regeneration or any jutsu Tsunade had used. After searching through various books for the whole afternoon, Kda was starting to lose hope. He and his clones had read through nearly 1,000 books but still hadn't found anything about mitotic regeneration. Some clones did find books written by Tsunade herself, but she never mentioned mitotic regeneration in any of them. Kda was starting to lose hope when one of his clones approached him with a book. After giving the book to Kda, the clone dispersed. Because of this, Kda and the rest of his clones received the memory of that clone. Chapter 123, Secret. Though some of them found books written by Tsunade herself, she never mentioned mitotic regeneration in any of them. Kda was starting to lose hope when one of his clones brought him a book. After handing the book to Kda, the clone dispersed. With the clone's memory now shared, Kda and the rest of his clones smiled and began dispersing as well. Normally, with the number of books they had read, Kda would have suffered a terrible headache from receiving all the memories at once. But thanks to the various resources he'd consumed over the past month to increase his mental power, all he felt was mild discomfort. These resources are working wonders for me. Without the Uchiha clan's resources, I doubt I would have progressed this quickly, Kida thought as he took the book to the librarian and asked, "Ma'am, can I check this book out?" The librarian examined the book thoroughly, then registered it in her log under Kida's name and position, listed as Mitsuru's disciple, still a higher rank than general practitioner. Handing the book back, she asked, "So, did you find anything interesting?" Kida nodded. "Yes, but I'm not sure if I should even ask sensei. Still, it's worth a try." A bit surprised, she asked, "What did you find that makes you say that?" "This book contains information on jutsu used by various medical ninjas. The one used by Lady Tsunade is really interesting, so I want to ask sensei if I can learn it," Kida replied. The librarian nodded, understanding that a jutsu used by Tsunade herself would be important. Kida then said goodbye and headed home, but his thoughts were still uneasy. "For the past month, I've been on high alert, fully expecting Danzo to make a move. The effects of my free treatment are showing people aren't paying much attention to the rumors anymore since I gave them a reasonable explanation. But even though things seem calm, I've painted a target on my back. And for some reason, Danzo hasn't made any preventative moves against me. Sure, the complaints from the other medical ninjas could be his doing, but this is Danzo we're talking about. He wouldn't do something so simple." Sigh. "This constant vigilance is wearing me out," Kida thought as he arrived home with a smile on his face. "Welcome back. How was your test?" Shisui asked as soon as Kida stepped through the door. Smack. "At least let him come inside first," he said, smacking Shisui on the back of the head. "The test was easy, brother. I'm now a general practitioner," Kida replied, smiling. "Easy? It took 6 hours, and you're calling it easy?" Yami asked angrily. Kida blinked in shock. 6 hours. The test only took 40 minutes. Oh, they must think it took longer because I went to the library afterward. Although he could let them continue thinking that, he decided to be honest. "Actually, the test only took 40 minutes. I spent the rest of the time in the library, searching for what I could ask as a reward. Do you even know how worried Aunt was? She hasn't eaten since this morning," Yami said, clearly upset. "I'm really sorry. I got too caught up thinking about the reward," Kida said, bowing his head. "Don't worry, Kida. Yami is exaggerating. It wasn't that bad," he said, trying to lift the mood. She then glanced at Shisui. Understanding her look, Shisui said, "Yes, since you've achieved something so remarkable, let's go eat out tonight." Everyone knew why Shisui was suggesting this, and the topic wasn't brought up again. Yami, feeling guilty for yelling at Kida, snuck over to him when no one was looking, kissed his cheek, and whispered, "Congratulations on becoming a general practitioner," before running back to her room. Even though they'd kissed before, doing it with he and Shisui around felt different. Kida smiled at Yami's antics and went to his room to freshen up for dinner. After returning from the restaurant, Shisui looked at Kida and said, "Kida, since I ate a bit too much, how about we go for a walk?" Kida nodded and followed him outside. "So, why are we out here?" Kida asked after they'd walked a fair distance from home. "Aren't you going to tell me why you've been so tense this past month?" Shisui asked. "What are you talking about, brother? I'm not tense," Kida replied with a smile. "I think you're forgetting that I also have a Sharingan, and a much stronger one than yours. I can easily sense someone's mood from their movements. At first, I thought you were nervous about the test, but even after that, you've stayed tense, like you're on constant alert," Shisui said, stopping to look Kida in the eyes. Kida sighed. "Brother, may I speak?" The way Kida phrased it was odd, but Shisui understood. He activated his Sharingan and scanned the area. He spotted a shadow moving and, before it could get away, used body flicker to appear behind it. With his sword at the shadow's neck, Shisui said, "Who are you?" Chapter 124, Predicament. Suddenly, Shisui noticed a shadow move, but before the figure could get out of range, he used body flicker jutsu and appeared right behind it. With a sword at the shadow's neck, Shisui demanded, "Who are you?" Since Hiruzen had called back his Anbu, the only person bold enough to spy on Uchiha in the Uchiha compound was Danzo. The problem was that unlike Anbu ninjas, who were loyal to the village with their hearts, root ninjas were more like slaves. Though completely loyal to Danzo, unlike Anbu who could betray the Hokage to save their own lives, root ninjas had no such privileges. Their only option when captured was death. The root ninja spying on Kida was only a Chunin, with no chance of fighting Shisui. So, he did what he was trained for. He swallowed the poison pill hidden in his mouth. Foaming at the mouth, his body quickly went limp. Shisui frowned at the sight, already knowing who was behind this. Root was no secret to ninjas in higher positions. Leaving the body, Shisui flickered back in front of Kida and asked, "What did you get involved in?" His face was stern. Kida remained calm. He had already suspected someone was watching him, even back when Anbu were spying on him. But he hadn't acted because he wasn't ready to make a move yet. From the beginning, he believed it was Danzō, not Hiruzen, who had been spying on him, and didn't want Danzō to become more suspicious than he already was. So, he spent the last month focused on growing stronger. Now, both his Ganjutsu and Kenjutsu were at a Jonin level, and his ninjutsu had improved drastically due to his training in the fire room. He decided it was time to stop being so low-key. Although he wasn't strong enough to face many elite Jonin alone, handling one would not be difficult. Root might have power, but even the Uchiha clan, which had been in Hidden Leaf Village since the village's formation, only had a dozen ninjas barely considered elite Jonin. The strength of an elite Jonin couldn't be underestimated. They were just below Kage level, and ninjas like Hiruzen and Danzo, a team of well-balanced elite Jonin, could even take on a Kage level ninja. Since Ga had already reached this level of strength, he decided he could be a bit more open about his plans. Still, it wasn't time to go against Danzo. Not yet. Brother, have you left the compound in the past couple of months? Ga asked. No, but why are you changing the subject? Shizue asked. Don't worry, brother, I'm going to tell you everything. A month ago, I went back to my old orphanage. There, I met the caretaker, and during our conversation, he mentioned something interesting. Ga looked at Shizue. Go on. Shizue urged. According to him, the Uchiha clan's image has been declining in the eyes of civilians and civilian ninjas. People have been talking about how the Uchiha were behind the Nine Tails attack, and that we don't consider the village our own. Ga explained. Bullshit. If the Uchiha were behind the Nine Tails attack, why would we have helped during that time? We're the village founders. No one considers this place their home more than we do. Shizue said, clearly frustrated. I know, brother. But the civilians don't see it that way. And the attitude of some Uchiha ninjas toward civilians hasn't helped. It's only fueled the rumors. Ga said. Shizue thought about this for a moment before nodding. Okay, I understand that. But what does that have to do with this? He asked, pointing at the dead body. Brother, don't you think it's suspicious how, after so many years since the Nine Tails attack, these rumors suddenly started spreading on their own? Obviously, someone intentionally spread them. At first, I thought it was a small group dissatisfied with the Uchiha. So, I started treating patients for free at the hospital, trying to improve the Uchiha's image and dispel the rumors. It worked. The rumors started dying down. But around that time, I began to feel like someone was watching me. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find them. And it even continued when I was in the compound. Why the hell didn't you tell me? Shizue asked angrily, concerned for Ga's safety. I'm sorry, brother. I thought it was just a small group, and I wanted to handle it myself. Ga said, bowing his head slightly. Sigh. You know that was reckless, right? Shizue asked calmly. Yes, brother. Ga replied. Then go back to the house. Don't get involved in this anymore. I'll take care of it from here. Shizue said in a tone that made it clear he wouldn't take no for an answer. Ga nodded and turned to leave. As he walked away, Shizue called after him, Don't tell Mom or Yami about this. I know, brother. Ga said before using wind instantaneous movement jutsu to head back. Shizue thought for a moment, then took the body directly to Hiruzen's office. He didn't enter through the main gate and had sealed the body in a storage scroll. What's the matter, Shizue? Why did you want to see me suddenly? Hiruzen asked. Without saying a word, Shizue placed the storage scroll on the desk. Hiruzen understood that this wasn't something for others to hear. He glanced at the ceiling, and four Anbu ninjas quickly left the room. What's in it? Hiruzen asked. The dead body of a ninja who was spying on my brother. He committed suicide as soon as I caught him. Shizue said. Hiruzen's expression darkened as he realized what this meant. Who else knows about this? He asked seriously. No one but me and Ga. Shizue replied. Why didn't you go to Fugaku? Hiruzen asked, curious about Shizue's reasoning. Chapter 125, Clan and Village. Till now, no one except me and Ga. Shizue said. Why didn't you go to Fugaku? Hiruzen asked, wanting to know what was on Shizue's mind. I don't want the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village to deteriorate any further than it already has. I know the consequences would be disastrous, not just for my clan, but for the village as well. Shizue said solemnly. Don't worry, I'll see this through. You have my word. Hiruzen replied. Normally, someone in his position didn't need to be polite, but the ninja in front of him was not only an elite Jonin but also the son of his old friend, Kagami Uchiha. Shizue was also one of the few Uchiha who had inherited the will of fire rather than the curse of hatred. Shizue visibly relaxed after hearing Hiruzen's reassurance. Thanks to his father, Shizue knew a thing or two about Danzō. There was a reason he was called the Darkness of Hidden Leaf Village. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Danzō had been instrumental in keeping Hidden Leaf Village safe during 2 great ninja wars. Every time all 4 major ninja villages tried to attack Hidden Leaf Village together, it was Danzō who used his root ninjas as disposable tools, forcing those villages to fight amongst themselves and giving Hidden Leaf Village room to breathe. This was one of the reasons why Hiruzen often turned a blind eye to Danzō's darker deeds, though those deeds were now slowly weakening the village. Hiruzen looked at Shizue and said, "You can go back now. Rest assured, I'll make sure this doesn't happen again." Shizue nodded and left, but instead of going home, he headed to the Uchiha clan headquarters. "Hello, uncle. How are you?" Shizue asked as he entered Fugaku's office. "This better be important, Shizue. I'm not in the mood for jokes," Fugaku said without looking up. "Does the clan know about the rumors spreading around the village about us?" Shizue asked. Fugaku stopped working and looked at him. "What rumors, exactly?" "A rumor has been spreading that the Uchiha were involved in the Nine Tails attack, and that we don't see Hidden Leaf Village as our home," Shizue explained. Fugaku, an experienced politician, quickly grasped the implications. His expression darkened as he thought about the possible reasons behind it. Seeing this, Shizue quickly added, "Don't worry, uncle. Lord Third has assured me that he will stop this. I want to know all the details," Fugaku said in a serious tone. Shizue nodded and told him how Hyuga had discovered the rumor, how he nearly got into trouble, how a root ninja was involved, and how Hiruzen had dealt with it. "You should have come to me with that body," Fugaku said. "You know the relationship between the clan and the village isn't good right now, uncle, and much of that tension stems from our relocation to the outskirts," Shizue replied. "I can't blame them. We have every right to be angry. The village is punishing us for a crime we didn't commit. And you expect our ninjas to smile and just let them do whatever they want?" Fugaku said, a hint of anger in his voice. "Then do you want to leave the village, uncle?" "With our strength, we could," Shizue said. Even though they couldn't establish a new ninja village, there were many ways for them to survive as ninjas. "We would only have 2 options after leaving the village, either create a small ninja village or join forces with the daimyo. I'm not going to let the Uchiha clan become hunting dogs for the daimyo, and creating a small ninja village isn't an option either. We'd become targets for every other village during times of war. Plus, we can't leave Hidden Leaf Village, we've invested too much into it. The situation hasn't reached that point yet," Fugaku said. "That's why I didn't bring you the body. I don't want things to escalate. Going against the village wouldn't be a good decision. We might win, but the cost would be too high," Shizue said. "Do you think I don't understand that? Don't worry. I don't want our relationship with the village to worsen either," Fugaku said. Then he added, "Tell that brat I'll give him 5 acres of land as a reward for discovering this so early. I can only imagine what would have happened if this continued for a year. Knowing Danzō, we wouldn't have known about it until it was too late." Shizue nodded but found something odd. "Since when do you give out land as rewards, uncle? Ask your brother. He suggested we start using the unused land we have as rewards, so we put it to good use." Shizue nodded again, liking the idea. "Fine, you can go," Fugaku said. "Uncle, please don't take any action for now. Let's give Lord Third some time to handle the issue," Shizue requested. Fugaku simply nodded, and Shizue used body flicker jutsu to head back home. After Shizue left, Fugaku muttered to himself, "I just hope this situation doesn't escalate any further," before returning to his paperwork. At the Hokage's office, Hiruzen took the root ninja's body out of the scroll and examined it. He quickly found a seal on the body's head, the kind used to prevent anyone from reading a clone's memories. Hiruzen sighed. He recognized the seal immediately. It was a root ninja. "I've stopped you, Danzō, but it seems your ambitions are at their limit now that we're getting older. I was planning to let you continue for a while longer, but your actions are now putting the integrity of Hidden Leaf Village at risk. Looks like the time for us old-timers to retire is drawing near," Hiruzen thought, before calling in an Anbu ninja. Chapter 126, Taking a Step Back. "Even though I was planning to let you play for some more time, your actions are now putting the integrity of Hidden Leaf Village at risk. Looks like the time for us old-timers to retire is coming soon," Hiruzen thought, then called for an Anbu ninja. "Summon Danzō. Tell him I want him here within 15 minutes. The Anbu ninja nodded and left to call Danzō. When Danzō received the news, he was already aware that one of his ninjas had died. A seal in the brains of root ninjas sent a signal to him when it activated. However, he didn't yet know which of his subordinates had died, as many were out of the village on various missions. But being summoned by Hiruzen right after receiving that signal, he had a good idea of why. 15 minutes later, Danzo was sitting in front of Hiruzen. What happened? I was swamped. Danzo said in a frustrated tone. Huh. I know you're acting, Danzo, so drop the charade. Hiruzen said, seeing through Danzo's expression. Hearing this, Danzo's face became neutral as he looked toward Hiruzen. Are you getting old, my friend? Hiruzen asked somberly. Don't beat around the bush. I don't have time to waste. Danzo replied. I specifically told you not to target Kda and to stop your plans against the Uchiha clan. But not only did you continue, you also sent someone to spy on Kda. Hiruzen said. That boy was meddling in my affairs. I had to check if it was intentional or not. Danzo said, his expression unchanged. Do you think I don't know you? Every talent you've spied on has either ended up en route or died during training. More than 30% of them don't survive your harsh methods. The ones who do are turned into emotionless tools. Hiruzen said. Don't forget that those tools are the reason Hidden Leaf Village is still standing. Danzo replied arrogantly. I know, my friend. That's why I've turned a blind eye to so many of your deeds. But now, you're going too far. This is affecting Hidden Leaf Village internally, leaving us vulnerable to external threats. Hiruzen said. Evil deeds? Everything I did was for Hidden Leaf Village. Danzo retorted. How is killing village ninjas and using their bodies for experimentation good for Hidden Leaf Village? Hiruzen shouted angrily. Danzo thought to himself, just that? What will you do when you find out what I did with Orochimaru to strengthen my root ninjas? That was a necessary sacrifice. Danzo said as if it were nothing. Sigh, from now on, you're prohibited from using root ninjas to spy on anyone in Hidden Leaf Village. Your right to vote in the elder meetings is also revoked for 6 months. If I find out you've done something unacceptable again, I'll disband Root for good. This is your last warning. You can leave. Hiruzen said. Danzo stared at Hiruzen, anger boiling inside him, but being the crafty old man he was, he knew it wasn't the right time to act. So, he stood up to leave, but before exiting, he added, the Uchiha can't be left alone. They will destroy the village one day. And then left the office. Hiruzen sighed and looked at another report on his desk. It was about another group of children missing from slums and small villages around Hidden Leaf Village. Hiruzen sighed again and muttered, looks like I can't overlook this anymore. At Root headquarters, call back all the ninjas who were sent to spy in the village. Danzo ordered. Even from the Uchiha clan? One of Danzo's subordinates asked in shock. Since they'd started targeting the Uchiha clan, more than 20 highly skilled spies had been deployed to monitor them, with reports being analyzed daily. But now, Danzo was ordering a retreat, which confused the subordinate. Yes. We need to lay low for a while. Hiruzen will act soon, and I don't want his attention on us. Cut all ties with Orochimaru, remove all evidence of our cooperation, and make sure no clues link us. Danzo instructed. The root ninja quickly bowed and left to carry out the orders, leaving Danzo alone in his office. I wonder what kind of face you make when you discover what your favorite student has been up to, Danzo thought, taking a sip of alcohol. Unaware of the undercurrents at play, Kda was peacefully sleeping in his room. Even if he knew about the recent events, there was little he could do to benefit from them. He was nowhere near Orochimaru's level, so he had no intention of interfering, even though he knew it was coming. Event, Hiruzen and Orochimaru confrontation. Kda woke up at 5:00 a.m., feeling fully refreshed. After completing his morning routine, he headed to the training area not to train, but to see if he was still being watched. After confirming that he was safe, Kda sighed. Looks like I can move more freely now. I can finally focus on gaining real-life experience with different jutsu, Kda thought, then headed back home. After enjoying tea and breakfast with his family, Kda went to the hospital with Shizui. Naturally, they didn't talk about yesterday's events in front of Yami and he. Outside, Shizui said, you don't have to worry about being spied on anymore, but stay vigilant for a little while longer. If you ever feel like someone's watching or following you, came to me immediately. If I'm not in the village, go to the clan headquarters and report to the clan head. Even the clan head knows about this? Kda asked. Chapter 127, New Task, Part 1, Even the clan head knows about this? Kda asked. This is bigger than you think. For now, you don't need to know more. Shizui replied. Kda made an expression of deep thought, even though he knew exactly who he was going up against. After a moment, Kda said, okay, brother, I'll keep your warning in mind. But now that you're safe, try not to be tense all the time. Relax a bit. Shizui said, patting Kda's back with a smile. Okay, brother. Kda replied with a smile as well. Oh. Today's your first day as a general practitioner at the hospital, right? Shizui asked. Yes, brother. Kda confirmed. Don't be nervous. You've got such a genius brother, no doubt you've inherited some of my qualities since we're related. Shizue said with a silly grin. Right. I should be worried about this disease of overconfidence. I might catch it. Kda said with a serious expression. Exactly. You'd better watch out, or one day someone might beat you for mocking them. Shizue said, twisting Kda's ear. Ow, ow, ow. I'm sorry, brother. Kda said hurriedly. Ha ha ha, now go, or you'll be late. I'm sure your sensei won't appreciate that. Shizue said. Right. Kda responded, dashing off toward the hospital. Since Kda had spent time strolling with Shizue, he was already running late. With only 5 minutes left before the hospital opened, he decided to use the wind instantaneous movement jutsu to get there on time. Fortunately, he made it just in time. Good morning, ma'am. Kda greeted the receptionist. Good morning, Kda. Congratulations on your first day as a general practitioner. The receptionist replied. Thank you. Has sensei arrived? Kda asked. No, you know how she is. She'll take her time getting here. The receptionist replied. Then I'll wait for her. Kda said. Okay, see you later. The receptionist said before returning to her work. Kda headed to Mitsuru's office and waited silently. Normally, she would arrive 15 to 20 minutes after the regular time, typical for Anara. But by 9:00 a.m., she still hadn't arrived, and Kda was starting to get a little restless. Fortunately, she walked in at that moment. Oh. How long were you waiting? Mitsuru asked, glancing at Kda. Not long. Good morning, sensei. Kda said, standing up. Well, I was busy doing something for you, so you could wait a little longer. Mitsuru said as she entered her office, gesturing for Kda to follow. What do you mean by doing something for me, sensei? Kda asked. I was at the Hokage's office getting your certificate ready. Mitsuru said, looking tired. Why did you go there personally? Someone else could have done that. Kda asked, surprised. Since Mitsuru was the chief medical ninja at the hospital, she didn't need to handle such tasks, as she held power equal to that of a clan head. Normally, I wouldn't have to go, but the old man was busy. He didn't even look at your certificate, so the chances of you getting it today were very low. Mitsuru explained. So? Kda asked. I promised I'd give you both your card and reward today. Mitsuru said. You went to the Hokage's office just for that? Kda asked in surprise. Yes. Now, tell me what you want. Mitsuru said, placing Kda's card on the table. Thank you very much, sensei. Kda said, picking up the card. It's nothing. Now, what's your reward? Mitsuru asked, a small smile playing at the corners of her lips. Sensei, yesterday I went to the library to look for a reward, and I found out about a jutsu used by Tsunade-sama. I was fascinated by it. Kda said. What's the name of the jutsu? Mitsuru asked. Mitotic regeneration jutsu. Kda replied. Nope. Go find something else. Mitsuru said, returning to her paperwork. Kda was baffled by her sudden change in behavior. He looked confused and asked, Sensei, can you at least tell me why I can't learn it? Simple. You don't have the necessary foundation. To learn that jutsu, you need to master both medical jutsu and fu-in jutsu, not just the basics, but at a specialist level in medical jutsu and as a seal master in fu-in jutsu. Both will take time, so it's better to focus on something else for now. Mitsuru explained. Kda sighed in relief, understanding the reason. At least the jutsu wasn't forbidden, just extremely difficult to learn. Sensei, if I meet those requirements, can I learn it? Kda asked. Why are you so fixated on that jutsu? It's great, but not many people can learn it. Even I don't know it fully, just the basics. Maybe only Lord Third can teach you the full jutsu, as he knows more about it than I do. Mitsuru said. I'd be satisfied just learning the basics. Kda said. Fine, but I'm not teaching you fu-in jutsu. Mitsuru said. Thank you, sensei. Kda replied. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, Kda. It's still not guaranteed you'll be able to learn that jutsu. Mitsuru said, shaking her head. Just getting the chance to learn it is enough for me, sensei. Kda said with a broad smile. Mitsuru nodded. Sensei, why are you still doing paperwork? Didn't you say you won the bet and don't have to do paperwork for the next 3 months? Kda asked. I'm not doing paperwork. I'm just sorting the work they'll be doing. No way I'm letting them off the hook. I finally have time to refine my medical jutsu, and I'm going to make the most of it. Mitsuru said with a devilish smile. Chapter 128, Learning I'm not doing any paperwork. I'm just sorting the work they'll be doing. There's no way I'm letting them get away with this. I finally have the time to further refine my medical jutsu, and I'm going to make the most of it. Mitsuru said with a devilish smile. All the other chief medical ninjas suddenly felt a chill, a shiver running down their spines. Sensei, now that I've become a general practitioner, what should I do next? They asked. Normally, any ninja who becomes a chief medical ninja would continue treating patients for several years while training daily in their free time. After a few years of training, they'd take an exam to become a specialist or even a specialist in fields like mental trauma, limb attachment, and more. But since you only have 2 years to learn medical jutsu, let's focus on training for now. I've got 3 months of free time, so for the next 3 months, you'll be following me and learning directly from me. Mitsuru said. Okay, sensei. They agreed. Now that you've become a general practitioner, your real training begins. Follow me. Mitsuru said, leaving her office. They followed her in silence. After moving to the opposite section of the hospital, they arrived at a room adjacent to the morgue. Several human bodies lay on tables, and They was unsure why they had come here all of a sudden. Sensei, why are we here? They asked. Up until now, you've been practicing your jutsu on animals, but you're not going to be using these jutsu on animals, are you? Mitsuru replied. They understood that he was here to learn about the human body and improve his medical knowledge. It wasn't strange, considering that even in his previous world, people donated their bodies to hospitals to help new doctors learn. Are you ready? Mitsuru asked. Yes, sensei. They said, walking over to where Mitsuru stood in front of a table. Mitsuru nodded and removed the white cloth covering the body. They was shocked. The body wasn't that of a normal civilian, it bore many cuts, and its face looked especially menacing. Seeing the focus on the scars, Mitsuru explained, this was the body of a bandit. There was no way this bandit had donated his body to Hidden Leaf Village, so it seemed the bodies Team 13 brought back from missions were put to use this way. After thinking for a while, they saw nothing wrong with it. These people hadn't done any good while alive, so if their bodies could be of use after death, it wasn't a bad thing. Seeing that they was more at ease, Mitsuru smiled and said, Today, I'm just going to teach you the basics of human anatomy from the outside. It should take about an hour. Afterward, go learn as much as you can about human anatomy. Starting tomorrow, we'll go into the internal structures. Sensei, can I use shadow clones in the library? They asked. That's not a big deal. Just tell them I've given you permission. If anyone has a problem, they can come directly to me. Mitsuru said. They nodded with a smile, and then Mitsuru began teaching about various joints in the human body, how they move, which muscles are delicate and which are powerful, and where the most sensitive areas are. Injuries to those areas would require extra care. After an hour, they headed to the library. He informed the librarian that Mitsuru had given him permission to use shadow clones, and naturally, there were no issues with that. Kta went to the anatomy section of the library and created 90 shadow clones. Due to using so many resources daily, his spiritual power was growing rapidly, and with it, his chakra reserves. He could now easily make 95 shadow clones, so creating 90 was no problem. However, since he hadn't taken a soldier pill, he did feel weak after using nearly 90% of his chakra. But it was worth it. The 90 shadow clones each grabbed a book, some even choosing from other sections that were remotely related to anatomy. Even though the hospital library had many books, there weren't 90 books purely on anatomy. For hours, the clones continued reading. Once they felt they had a satisfactory understanding, they dispersed, transferring all their memories and knowledge to Kta. Thanking himself for using resources that had boosted his mental powers, Kta processed the information. When almost all his clones had dispersed, he created 5 more and went to a room in the library where medical ninja could discuss their findings. He booked the room for himself, and all 6 of them, Kta and his 5 clones, began discussing the knowledge they had gained about anatomy, even making notes. By 4 p.m., Kta had a solid understanding of anatomy. He could point to any part of the human body and explain its name and function. Satisfied with his progress, he left for the Uchiha compound. He went straight to his house and met with Shizui. Hello, brother. Kta greeted. You've got something to ask, don't you? Shizui asked, looking at Kta. Why do you say that? Kta asked, a little surprised. You've been living here for over a month. Don't you think if I didn't know you by now, I'd be unqualified to be a jonin? The only time you come straight to me after getting back from the hospital is when you have something to ask. Shizui said. Chapter 129, Deal So Smart. You're truly my brother, not some adopted brute. Kta said, nodding his head. Ow, ow, ow. I'm sorry. Kta apologized after getting another ear twist from Shizui. So, what do you want to ask? Shizui inquired. Brother, I got the list of resources we can access using contribution points. It includes Kenjutsu, Ganjutsu, and Ninjutsu we can learn through contribution points. Da explained. Shizue nodded in approval, and Da continued. Then why isn't Fuinjutsu on the list? Can't we learn Fuinjutsu using contribution points? Da asked. Haha, you think Fuinjutsu should be that accessible? Tell me, Da, how many Fuinjutsu experts do we have in our village? Shizue asked. Knowing the population of ninjas in Hidden Lee Village was over 100,000, Da guessed. 50? Only 5. Now do you understand how tricky it is to learn Fuinjutsu? You can only learn it from an expert. But it's not like you can't learn it using contribution points. Shizue said. So there is a way? Da asked. Yes, but you can't just go and learn it like other jutsu. First, you have to ask the clan head for permission. Only he can instruct Fuinjutsu masters to teach it. And let me tell you, it won't be cheap. Shizue replied. Da nodded before asking, Brother, could you ask the clan head for a favor? I want to learn Fuinjutsu, but I don't think he'll allow me to learn something so important. Why would you think that? Shizue asked, intrigued. I've only been part of the clan for a little over a month. I don't think he'll trust me that much. Da said, sounding disappointed. You're overthinking. Once you're part of the clan, you're part of the clan, no ifs or buts. Also, I forgot to tell you, since you wanted to improve the clan's image all on your own and have done so much work, the clan head asked me to inform you that you'll be given 5 acres of land in the Uchiha compound as a reward. Shizue revealed. Really? Da asked, surprised. Yup. He also told me it was your idea to offer land as a reward in exchange for contribution points. Can you tell me how you came up with that idea? Do you have any plans for the land? Shizue asked. Nothing special, brother. When I found out the Uchiha clan had a lot of unused land, I thought it was a waste. Why not use it for something useful? Da said, shrugging. Good thinking. Shizue said, patting Da on the head. But brother, I don't want the land. I just want to learn Fuinjutsu. Do you think I could ask Fugaku-sama to let me learn it in exchange for the land? Da asked. You can ask him yourself. Shizue replied. Then I'll go ask him right away. Da said, rushing toward the Uchiha clan's headquarters. Upon entering the headquarters, Da approached the receptionist and asked, Can I meet the clan head? I have something important to discuss with him. I'm sorry, Da, but you're out of luck. Fugaku-sama just left for a meeting. The receptionist replied. Due to completing an impressive number of missions, he and the receptionist had become quite friendly. Any idea when he'll be back? Da asked, debating whether to wait or return tomorrow. He should be back in about half an hour. The receptionist replied. Then I'll wait. Please let me know when he returns. Da said, heading to the waiting area. Since this was the Uchiha headquarters, it naturally had a room for ninjas to rest while waiting. Da sat in the resting area, thinking, looks like all the higher-ups are busy with something. This morning I heard that Hiruzen was busy, and now Fugaku-sama is in a meeting. It could be a coincidence, but since it's almost time for Hiruzen to find out about Orochimaru's experiments, it must be related to that. Too bad I'm still too weak to get involved in this. I'll have to sit on the sidelines for now. While Da was lost in thought, the receptionist came over and said, Da, the clan head is back. You can meet him now. Thanks, bro. Da said, heading to Fugaku's office. Knock, knock. Come in. Fugaku's authoritative voice called out. Good evening, Fugaku-sama. Da greeted, bowing slightly. Good evening, Da. Why are you here? I don't think you've completed another 2,000 missions. Fugaku said. No, sir. I wanted to ask you about something important. Da replied. Go ahead. Brother told me you've given me 5 acres of land as a reward. Da said. Fugaku nodded. Can I exchange that for something else? Da asked. That depends on what you want. Fugaku replied. I want to learn Fuinjutsu and need your permission to do so. Da said. Fugaku raised an eyebrow at Da's request. Why do you want to learn Fuinjutsu? Fugaku asked, growing more serious. Sir, I want to learn a medical jutsu, but the requirement is that I must be at least a seal master in Fuinjutsu, as well as a specialist in medical ninjutsu. Da explained. What's the name of the jutsu you want to learn? Fugaku asked, although he had a good idea. Mitotic regeneration jutsu. Da said. Fugaku was surprised. He knew the power of that jutsu well. It was Tsuneda's signature technique, making her not only the greatest medical ninja in the world but also one of the most powerful kunoichi. If the Uchiha clan could acquire this jutsu, their power would skyrocket. However, Fugaku knew Hiruzen wouldn't allow Da to learn such a powerful technique easily. Still, even just having a ninja who knew that jutsu would significantly boost the Uchiha clan's influence. Despite this, Fugaku couldn't let Kda learn Fu Injutsu for free, it was too important. He looked at Kda and said. Chapter 134, Things are getting expensive, but just having our ninja know that jutsu will increase the Uchiha's power by a huge margin. Even knowing all that, he can't let Kda learn Fu Injutsu for free. Fu Injutsu is too important for that, so he looked toward Kda and said, you can keep that land, it is your reward. Now, about the Fu Injutsu, I can allow you to learn that, but I am not going to reduce its price, okay? Thank you, Fugaku-sama. Kda said. You don't want to know about the price? Fugaku asked with a slight smile on his face. Yes, sir. 200,000 contribution points for the basics, 500,000 contribution points for Seal Master level, and 1 million contribution points for Grandmaster level. Fugaku said, maintaining that smile on his face. Are you trying to rip me off? Even S-rank jutsu doesn't cost that much. Just the Seal Master level is equal to an S-rank jutsu. How does it even make sense? Kda said. Do you even know what it means to be a Seal Master? You will be able to earn millions of ryo a month by doing almost next to nothing if you compare it to ninjas who have to complete various missions to earn that amount. Also, you will be a valuable resource to the clan, so you will get better treatment too, and if by chance you become a Grandmaster, even the Hokage can't take you lightly and will have to listen to your opinion about various topics. No amount of S-rank jutsu can give you these privileges. Fugaku said, with a facial expression like he was giving that valuable knowledge for free. Also, the thing he said about S-rank jutsu was completely wrong. If a ninja learned more than 2 or 3 S-rank jutsu, he would become a Kage-level ninja. Obviously, that ninja would have more respect than a Grandmaster-level Fu Injutsu master, but even he would not have such an easy life that a Grandmaster has. But Kda had no way of knowing that, as this information was not shown in the anime. But there was one thing he was sure about, Fu Injutsu was really overpowered in this world. The Uzumaki clan were proficient in Fu Injutsu, and they were so powerful that the 4 great ninja villages had to attack together to eliminate them. But the problem was this was still too expensive. Even after completing so many D-rank missions and getting 2.5 times the reward for completing those missions, Kda only had 250,000 contribution points. I only have a little more than 200,000 contribution points left after paying for all those resources. I can barely pay for the basics, even though I have such a huge advantage of getting contribution points easily. No wonder the village doesn't have many Fu Injutsu experts. This is too costly to learn, Kda thought, then looked toward Fugaku and asked, Sir, can I pay with money instead of contribution points? I don't think I will be able to earn 500,000 contribution points anytime soon. Don't worry, even the basics are going to take time. With your speed, you will be able to earn that much by the time you learn the basics of Fu Injutsu. Fugaku said. I understand, sir, but what if I can learn the basics quite early? Can I pay with money then? Kda asked. Haha, you think you can learn Fu Injutsu so easily? Okay, let's do it this way. If you can completely learn the basics in under 1 month, you can exchange 100,000 contribution points for 600,000 ryo. If you take 2 months, then 100,000 contribution points will be exchanged for 1 million ryo, okay? Fugaku said. How could I prove that I have completely mastered the basics? Kda asked. Once you can make basic seals without your surroundings blowing up, and you get your master's approval, then I will consider them mastered. Fugaku said while thinking, kids these days, they think they can do anything. Even a genius takes at least 6 months to master the basics of Fu Injutsu completely, and this kid thinks he can do it in 1 month. Well, there is nothing wrong with having big dreams. He will understand how difficult it is once he tries to learn it. Okay, sir, I will try to learn it as fast as I can. When can I start? Kda asked. Fugaku took out a file and checked something, then said, after 1 week. I have to assign at least a seal master to teach you, and all of them are busy with different missions. So you have to wait for 1 week at the very least. Thank you, Fugaku-sama. Kda said. Then you can go back. Kda nodded and went toward the door, but suddenly turned and asked, Sir, who do I have to pay those contribution points to? Just give them to your sensei. Fugaku said and then went back to complete some paperwork. Kda went out of the clan headquarters and went to the clan's library, where he had to pay 2,000 contribution points to book a large room for himself to study. The reason he did that was so that he could use shadow clones to read many books in a limited time, and the reason he wanted to read many books was simple, he didn't have much time. After 1 week, he had to start learning Fu Injutsu, and if he wanted to learn that within 1 week, he had to make some preparations beforehand so that he would not be an absolute beginner when training started. Kda went and picked all the books he could about Fu Injutsu and took them to his room. After leaving 15 shadow clones to study those books, which was the limit of the room, He had used enough chakra in making those clones so that they could maintain themselves for 3 days, the time limit of that room, to get the most out of this week. After that was done, he went back to his house. Since it was around 6:30 p.m., Yami had also come back from her training. She was particularly happy today. "Welcome back," Yami said with a smile. "Did something good happen?" Ba asked after entering the house. "Yes, I got tomorrow off from training." He said he had something important to do. Yami said. Da understood why she was happy. Yami hadn't had any day off in the 5 weeks they had started training. No matter how motivated one is, if they work continuously like that, they will burn out sooner or later. No wonder she was happy after getting her first day off, Da thought. "So what are you going to do tomorrow?" Da asked while sitting on the sofa. "Nothing, absolutely nothing. Tomorrow I am just going to take a rest," Yami said. "That's a good plan," Da said with a smile. "Yup, but why are you so late? Did something happen?" Yami asked. Chapter 135, Business Plan. I went to the clan headquarters after coming back from the hospital. Da said. "Why?" "I want to learn a jutsu used by Lady Tsunade as a reward. Sensei had promised me, but to learn that jutsu, I have to be at the level of a seal master in Fuin Jutsu first." Da said. "So you went to the headquarters to learn that?" Yami asked. "Yes and no, actually it's not that simple. Learning Fuin Jutsu is both difficult and expensive, not everyone can learn that. I had to ask the clan for permission and then had to pay a huge amount to learn just the basics." Da said after sighing. "Now you're even learning Fuin Jutsu, is there anything left that you're not going to learn?" Yami said after rolling her eyes. "I can't do anything about it, I have to learn this." Da said. "Well, best of luck. From the looks of it, you have to try really hard to learn this Fuin Jutsu if it's that expensive." Yami said. "Yes, but I will try my best." Da said. "I'm sure you will," he said after coming to the hall with some snacks in her hand, followed by Shishui, who was also carrying some snacks. "So you succeeded in convincing him to allow you to learn Fuin Jutsu?" Shishui said. "Actually, it wasn't even hard to convince him. I just asked him once, and he agreed." Da said. "That's nice," Shishui said while eating some snacks. "Go wash your hands and then come back," he said to Da. "Okay, Auntie," Da said. After eating the snacks and chatting with each other, everyone went to do different things, while Da and Shishui went out for a simple Kenjutsu spar. Since Da was improving rapidly, Shishui started to enjoy those spars as well, as they were helping him to refine his skills too, so Da and Shishui now sparred regularly. "How much is he charging you?" Shishui asked. 200,000 for the basics, 500,000 for Seal Master level, 1 million for Grandmaster level," Da said. "That scammer, he's such a shrewd man." Shishui cursed Fugaku. "I know this is expensive, brother, but it's not to the point that you have to curse him." Da said. "Expensive? This is nothing. When I asked him if I could learn Fuin Jutsu or not, he allowed me to learn that, but the price he told me was more than twice what he told you." Shishui roared. "This doesn't make sense. Why would a newcomer like me get a better offer than you?" Da said. "Well, you have a better reason to learn this. I just wanted to learn it because I somehow got to know how much a seal master earns a month, ha ha ha," Shishui said with an awkward laugh. Da just shook his head at that. After a simple spar, they went back to their house, ate dinner, and went back to their rooms. In his room, Da was thinking, until now, I didn't have to worry about money since I was getting more than enough from just completing those D-rank missions, but now that I'm learning so many things, I don't think I will have much time to do missions to earn money other than those 2000 D-rank missions I have to complete weekly. And in the future, the need for money will keep increasing. I have to start thinking about making money. This should be easy since I know quite a few things about the future, but at first, let's put this land I got to some good use." While he was opening the land deed he got from Fugaku, the land he got was at quite a good location, not only for a ninja but for a businessman. The land was near the civilian area. Even though it was very far from the market, it was not a problem for Kda since he was not planning on opening a shop or something. The best use for this land will be opening a hot steam bathhouse. There are only 2 in the whole of Hidden Leaf Village. Also, it will be perfect to come into contact with one of the most powerful ninja in Hidden Leaf Village, who is also a pervert. I should talk about this with brother, Kda thought with a mischievous smile on his face. After that, he went to sleep. The next morning, he went downstairs after completing his morning routine. Shishui and he were already sitting in the main hall, enjoying morning tea. Da also joined them. "Good morning, Aunt." "Good morning, brother." "Good morning." Both of them replied. "Yami isn't joining us?" Da asked. "No, She said that today she is going to sleep until afternoon to fully enjoy her holiday. He said. Both Kda and Shishui left at that. Brother, I wanted to ask you something. Kda said while taking a sip of his coffee. What is it? Do we own a business? No, but we do own 3 shops. Shishui said. Oh. What do we sell in those shops? Kda asked. Weapons in one, clothes in the other 2, but why are you asking? This time, he replied. And, I was planning to put my reward to some good use. Kda said. Which reward? He asked. I just got 5 acres of land, near the border, just where the civilian area starts. Kda replied. Why would you get 5 acres of land as a reward? He asked since it was not common to get such a reward. I simply asked for it. Kda lied without batting an eye, since telling her about the Danzō incident would just make her worry unnecessarily. He nodded her head and then asked, Can you show me exactly where you got that land? Yes, Auntie. Kda said and then showed her the land on the map. He thought for some time and then said, This land is really worthless if you want to open a shop there. Both the Uchiha shopping district and the civilian shopping district are quite far away from that position. Kda understood that he was the one responsible for operating the shops in this house, so he decided to discuss his plan with her rather than Shishui. And, I'm not planning on opening a shop, but a hot steam bathhouse. Kda said. His eyebrows went up a little, then she went silent for some time, thinking about various aspects of this business plan. After some time, she looked toward Kda and said, There are already 2 bathhouses in Hidden Leaf Village. Why do you think people will come to your bathhouse? Kda had a feeling that he was sitting in front of a sponsor and pitching an idea for a startup. With the same seriousness he replied, And, I'm planning to open both a regular bathhouse and a luxurious bathhouse. Also, both of them will have medicinal properties. I've explored the benefits of certain herbs and plants renowned for their dual abilities to aid in bodily recovery and enhance skin texture, as well as adding a glow to the skin. His eyes shined for a moment, and Kda was sure he saw Yo symbols in her eyes. This is a great idea. If we promote those beauty effects, then I'm sure that the bathhouse will be a super hit, at least in the female population of Hidden Leaf Village. But others could steal this idea. Not only do you have competition with 2 other bathhouses, but others may also open similar bathhouses in the future. He said. She is definitely a businesswoman, as she is already thinking about future problems which may arise, Kda thought. Chapter 136, Business Plan, Part 2, She is definitely a businesswoman, as she is already thinking about future problems which may arise, Kda thought. And then said, Don't worry, Auntie. I don't think the other 2 bathhouses will be able to copy this idea because the herbs and plants I'm talking about are found in the land of rice. Also, not many merchants are into that business, so acquiring those herbs will be quite difficult for them. But we can do that easily. With me and brother, we can easily get those herbs within a day. Also, by the time others find out about the success of this idea, we would already have established our bathhouse firmly, and I don't think other major clans will copy this idea, so there won't be much competition to begin with. Kda said. He nodded her head and then said, Good, but the bathhouse you're talking about is going to need a very big initial investment. He said. Andy, do you have any idea how much it's going to cost me? Kda asked. Just building that bathhouse is going to cost you roughly around 2 to 3 million ryo, then employing seal masters to make those seals for keeping the water warm and cold, as well as keeping the air clean and other seals, will cost you another 1 million. After adding other miscellaneous costs like promotion, initial free deals, and staff salaries, it will cost you around another 500,000 ryo. In total, it will cost 5 million ryo at the very least. Do you think you can afford it? He asked. Since each D-rank mission gave around 5 to 6,000 ryo, and Kda had completed more than 10,000 D-rank missions, he should now have had 50 million ryo, but sadly, he was not that lucky. Since not all the missions he completed paid such a high amount, the Uchiha clan was mostly getting those missions which didn't pay much, like removing grass from the lawn, cleaning cattle, fixing leaking roofs, and other small tasks. No one is going to pay 5,000 ryo for such tasks. Sometimes, Kda only got 200 ryo for some missions. But still, those amounts stacked up, and now he had 3.5 million in his pocket. Kda looked into his eyes and said, I only have 3.5 million ryo, Andy, but I will earn the rest of the amount in 1 to 2 months. That will be enough. With that much amount, we can start the construction work very soon, since construction will at least take 1 month even with the best workers. You will have more than enough time. And if you are unable to earn that much within that time frame, we can invest in your business. Don't worry, I will not take any share from you. He said with a smile. Why would you need a share in your own business, Auntie? Kda asked. Haha, right, since it is my own business, Just 3.5 million ryo will be enough. I will make it ready within 2 months. He said. Thank you, Auntie. All that money is in this account. De gave his card to he. He also accepted that card without any hesitation, and then asked, before we begin construction, we have to register this. Whose name do you want to be on the papers? After thinking for some seconds, De said, yours. Okay, then I will get the paperwork done within 3 days. He said. After that, they enjoyed the food and discussed some more things about the business. During the discussion, De found out that Shishui, though powerful, had no idea how to handle a business. Heck, this guy just knows how to handle things which require power, and no idea about things that require politics and plans. No wonder he went to Danzō, saying he was going to use his ability to stop the coup and fucked his whole plan up. Well, this time I have to stop him from doing so, De thought. After that, they ate breakfast. De left for the hospital, while he went to start the paperwork for the bathhouse. It looks like I'm the only one who doesn't have anything to do now. Shishui thought. De went to the hospital and was going toward Mitsuru's office when the receptionist called him. De, Mitsuru-sama is not in her office. She has asked you to go back to the previous room where she was teaching you. Okay, thanks. De said and ran toward the same room which had the dead body of the bandits. Good morning, sensei. De said after entering the room. Mitsuru was sitting on a chair next to the dead body. Normal people would have a problem sitting next to a dead body, but medical ninjas had to deal with them on a daily basis, so any aversion they had toward dead bodies got removed over time. Good morning. Did you read enough about human anatomy? Mitsuru asked. Yes, sensei. I have read all the books in the libraries related to the topic of human anatomy. De said. Good, then tell me about this. These primary muscle groups that support the shoulder joint are the rotator cuff muscles. The 4 rotator cuff muscles are the supraspinatus, infraspinatus, teres minor, and subscapularis. Together, the rotator cuff muscles form a musculotendinous cuff as they insert on the proximal humerus. De explained about various parts Mitsuru pointed out. Good, this much is enough. Now I'm going to teach you how these muscles actually work. Mitsuru said and started cutting open the skin of the dead body. See, these muscles are responsible for your leg movement, though these are present at the hip. If someone gets a tear here, it will be next to impossible for them to move their legs. Also, this part is connected to the spine, so you have to be careful here. Mitsuru started teaching about every muscle once again, but this time it was practical knowledge, much more important than the theoretical knowledge he got from the library. After teaching for 2 hours, Mitsuru gave De the knives and asked, now it's your turn. Cut that body, cut open every muscle I had shown you, and stitch them back just like me. De nodded his head and went into business, but obviously, he failed at the first attempt. Killing someone is actually not difficult, just a matter of seconds, but such operations are actually way more difficult, not only physically but mentally too. De had to get used to all that goo and slippery feeling. It took him a full day to complete the task perfectly. After he was done with the operation, the dead body looked more dead than before, if that makes sense. Chapter 137, Soruchiha not bad for your first day. For next week, we are going to focus on this only, so that you can get used to these operations. Mitsuru said. But sensei, can't we just use the healing palm jutsu to heal these injuries? Why do we have to learn to do these operations? De asked. The healing palm jutsu is actually not omnipotent, De. It just increases the natural recovery of your body, but if someone has an injury like torn muscles, and those muscles get folded at unnatural angles inside the body, then the healing palm will do more harm than good. In such cases, you first have to operate on the patient and then use the healing palm to increase the recovery speed to increase the operation's chances of success. Mitsuru said. De nodded his head in understanding. Right, I should not completely believe the scenes in the anime. This is real life, not some fictional anime, De thought, remembering various scenes from the anime where characters just used a healing palm jutsu to treat their teammates. Sakura. Now you can go back. Mitsuru said and then went out of the room. De also followed her and went out of the room. Before leaving, he looked toward Mitsuru and said, thank you for teaching me, sensei. And then went back to the Uchiha compound. By this time, all of the shadow clones De had left in the Uchiha library had dispersed themselves, not because they were out of chakra but because they had already learned all the books present in the library. And every book they read had an instruction, don't try this on your own, the reason being that even a simple seal may blow up in your face and can even kill you if the explosion is big enough. Due to this, De decided not to try it until before meeting with his new sensei, so now he didn't have much to do. So De decided to use this time more effectively, completing missions using his clones and spending his time in the fire room to increase his fire chakra's effectiveness. After using the fire room for more than 1 month, he had already increased the temperature of his flames in fire jutsu by twice the amount. And even the range of his jutsu was increasing day by day, so Kda decided to only focus on the fire room for 1 more week. But this plan had to shift by 1 more day, as when he went back to his house to tell them about his plan to use the fire room, Yami and he were waiting for him. "Welcome back, Kda," he said. Kda smiled toward her, but just as he was about to tell them that he was planning to use the fire room for the rest of the day, he suddenly felt cold, and his instinct stopped him from saying those words. "It's good that you're on time, since Yami finally got a free day. Don't you two want to go out for a little outing?" he said, and Yami smiled after hearing that. Kda understood why he felt that he should not tell them about his plan for today. He thanked his instinct. "Okay, just let me get freshened up a little, then we can go out." After taking a bath and changing his clothes, Kda and Yami went on their first outing after coming to the Uchiha compound. Yami was super happy to do that after so long. They tried various restaurants in the Uchiha district, though all of them were great, but none of them were better than Okairaku ramen. So after trying various restaurants, they went to Okairaku to eat ramen, and they visited various parks in Hidden Leaf Village, only returning to their house after 10 p.m. After 1 week, for the whole week, Kda had spent his mornings in the hospital, learning about the anatomy of the human body from Mitsuru, then the rest of his day in the fire room, only going back to his house after 10 p.m. The only major incident that happened in that week was that he and Kda planned the basic layout of the bathhouse, and then the detailing was left to the experts. They would get the complete plan in the next 2 days. After waiting for a full 1 week, Kda finally got a summon from Fugaku. "Knock knock, come in," Fugaku said in his usual authoritative tone. "Good morning, Fugaku-sama," Kda said as soon as he went inside the office, but this time, Fugaku was not alone in the office. There was another young person in the office. He should be around the age of 24 to 26 years, had a youthful face without any sign of a beard, had a decent height of 5 feet 9 inches, and was more on the handsome side. And most importantly, he didn't have the arrogant look on his face like other ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Seeing Kda was looking toward him, he smiled back. Just then, Fugaku said, "Kda, meet your new sensei. He is going to teach you Fu-in-jutsu from now on." Fugaku said. "Hi, Kda. My name is Sora Uchiha. Nice to meet you," Sora said with a cheerful smile on his face. "Good morning, sensei. My name is Kda Uchiha. I will be in your care from now on," Kda said while bowing a little. "So you want to learn Fu-in-jutsu? Do you know the basic knowledge of Fu-in-jutsu?" Sora asked. "Yes, sensei. I had read most of the books about Fu-in-jutsu in the library, but I don't have any practical knowledge as it was strictly written in all of the books that we should not try that on our own," Kda said. "Yes, this can be very dangerous if done without any guidance," Sora said. "Okay, you guys can discuss out of my office," Fugaku said to both of them who were ignoring him in his own office. "Also, here is your reward for this week," Fugaku said as he gave Kda his 30,000 contribution points for completing 2,000 D-rank missions. "Thank you, Fugaku-sama," Kda said, and then he and Sora went out of the office. After leaving the clan headquarters, Sora said, "Uncle is always so cranky. If he keeps on maintaining this, he will get old way before he reaches that age." "Ha ha ha." Kda laughed a little. "Okay, let's go to my house. I have the perfect training area to train Fu-in-jutsu," Sora said. Kda nodded his head and followed Sora. Chapter 138, A Little Impossible Goal. "Okay, let's go to my house. I have the perfect training area to train Fu-in-jutsu," Sora said. Kda nodded his head and followed Sora. After walking for some time, Sora asked, "I forgot to ask before, Kda, why do you want to learn Fu-in-jutsu?" "Sensei, I am currently learning medical jutsu under Mitsuru-sama, the chief medical ninja." "Yes, sensei, and I was recently promoted to general practitioner. At that time, sensei told me that I could ask for any reward. So, I searched for some special jutsu in the library. At that time, I was really fascinated by a jutsu, but to learn that jutsu, one has to be at least a seal master, as well as a specialist in medical jutsu. That's why I need to learn Fu-in-jutsu," Kda said. "Oh. Such a high requirement. Can you tell me the name of the jutsu?" Sora asked. "Yes, sensei, the jutsu used by Lady Tsunade herself, mitotic regeneration jutsu." "I've never heard of that, but if this was used by Lady Tsunade herself, then this jutsu must be really good. Anyway, that means you are serious about learning Fu-in-jutsu, right?" "Yes, sensei," Kda said. Sora smiled, listening to his reply. While they were talking, they reached a very big house. Sora entered that building. You live in this house? Kda said with a shocked expression. Yup, a seal master earns quite a lot, you know. Sora said with a smug face, but then continued, but this house was built by my father. He was a grandmaster in Fuinjutsu, so he was quite reputed not only in our clan but in the full village as well. When we were shifted here, Lord Third specially arranged the transfer of our house to this place. We were even allowed to live where we were living, but my father decided to live where his clan is. Sora said. From the sadness on Sora's face, Kda understood that his father is no longer with him, so he didn't ask any further questions on this topic. Leave that aside, are you surprised by just the outside appearance of my house? Then you may get a bigger surprise when you will see it from inside. Sora said, going inside. Kda followed him inside the house, but as soon as he entered inside the building, he lost control over his chakra. When he felt that, he tried to move his chakra but was unable to do that. Seeing the expression on Kda's face, Sora chuckled and said, don't worry, that is because you are not registered in the arrays protecting this house. Just give me a minute. He went to the gate and applied his chakra to seal present there, then went inside and did the same at 2 more seals which were present at different locations. After he did that, Kda felt that someone or something had just scanned him from head to toe. After which he was once again able to control his chakra. What was that? Kda asked as soon as he started to feel normal. A seal array designed by my father. If someone who is not registered in this array gets inside my house, their chakra will be sealed, and they will be partially paralyzed. Awesome, right? Totally. Will I be learning this too? Kda asked with starry eyes. Even I don't know this until now. How can I teach it to you? You have to be at the level of a grandmaster to understand and make arrays. Oh, okay. Kda said. Now follow me. Sora said and took Kda to the back of his house. They passed through a very large garden which had various aesthetic and herbal plants in it. After that, they went to a platform which had various seals overlapping each other. This is the platform designed by my father, so that I can learn Fuinjutsu. It helps in preventing damaged seals from exploding. I don't even remember how many times this had saved my life. Sora said. So, I am also going to practice here? Kda asked. Yes, now tell me when are you free, since you are learning under Mitsuru-sama. I don't think you have much free time, do you? Sora asked. Yes, I have to go to the hospital from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., but I can come here after 4 p.m. Okay, I will teach you 6 hours daily, since for some reason Fugaku-sama said not to slack off while teaching you for 2 months. Otherwise, I would have only taught you 2 hours daily. Alas, we can't do everything we want. Sensei, you don't have to worry about that. Fugaku-sama sort of challenged me that if I can learn the basics in 1 month, I can pay a little less for the teaching of seal master level knowledge. Maybe that's why he told you to do that, but you don't have to. I can pay a little extra. Kda said. What? You actually challenged that old man? Good job, he is always so strict. I didn't think he would even do something like that. But sadly, you were fooled by him. It is next to impossible to learn the basics in 1 month. Even I took 5 months to learn them when I had so many resources and my father teaching me. I can at least try. Of course, you can, and don't worry, I will also work hard in teaching you. Sora said while patting his chest. Thank you, Sensei. Now since you already know the basics, I am not going to teach you boring stuff. We are directly going to start with something interesting. Sora said while both he and Kda went to the platform. The platform didn't contain much, just a large table and some chairs. The rest of it was empty. Sora took out a yellow paper and a bottle of ink, then he took out some brushes with various brush sizes. The first thing you have to know to make seals is how to use the perfect amount of chakra and ink during various strokes while writing. After you learn that, we will start with making actual seals. Sora said. Kda nodded his head. This is the brush you are going to use. The stuff I am giving you now is the cheapest. First, practice your strokes using these, then we can gradually increase the quality. Now let me show you some basic strokes. Sora said. And he started making various strokes on that yellow paper, some straight, some curved, some bent at various angles. Each stroke he made contained a specific amount of chakra, which Kda could see using his Sharingan. After making 113 such strokes, he turned to Kda and said. Chapter 139, Stepping into the Emergency Room. These strokes will maintain their chakra for 3 days. Try to copy these strokes within that time limit. Sensei, can I get some more of these papers and brushes? Kda asked. No, it means I only bought one since I am only going to teach 1 student. Oh. Then can I get these things from the headquarters? Kda asked. Yes, they are actually cheap, but why do you want more supplies? Sora asked. I am planning on using shadow clones to learn these strokes a little more easily. Oh. That's a good idea, but there is a problem with that idea. Even though I had said that this stuff is cheap, it still cost 1,000 contribution points, so using shadow clones will cost you quite a lot. Sora said. No problem, sensei. Da said and made a shadow clone and sent it to the clan headquarters to buy the supplies, since he had just gotten another 50,000 contribution points. Da could easily afford those supplies. But he still decided to only use 10 shadow clones to learn these strokes. After half an hour, the clone came back with 10 sets of the same supplies. Da slowly made 10 shadow clones, each with 10% of his chakra. After that, he had to take a rest for 1 hour since he had used too much of his chakra. After 1 hour, he stood up and went to Sora. Sensei, I have to go to the hospital now. Okay, make sure to come back by 4:30, because even though shadow clones can help you learn it, you still require performing it yourself to get the experience. Don't worry, Sensei, I am not going to slack off. Da said. Good. Then Da went to the hospital. Similarly, 1 more week passed with monotonous days, learning about anatomy and operations from Mitsuru from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., then learning Fuinjutsu from Sora from 4:30 p.m. to 10:00 p.m. During 1 week, Da not only learned how to make simple strokes but also learned how to combine various strokes together without reducing the efficiency of each stroke. Apparently, this was the most difficult part of making a seal, and it should have taken him 1 month at the very least. But since he used 10 shadow clones daily for practice, as well as used a soldier pill to train for 3 full days, Da was easily able to learn it. After taking a sleep for 16 hours when the effect of the soldier pill ended, Da woke up at 6:15 a.m. He completed his morning routine and then went down to enjoy his morning tea with his family. Good morning, everyone. Da said, and everyone except him was already sitting in the hall enjoying their tea. Good morning, Da. Did you sleep well? He asked. Yes, Auntie. Good. I have prepared a good meal for you. Do you want to drink tea or directly eat the breakfast? No, I will eat with you guys. Da said, taking a teacup for himself. So how is your training going? Shishui asked. Fuinjutsu is way harder than it looks, brother. Even a little mistake may blow the seal in your face. But thanks to Sora-sensei, I am doing quite well in it. Da said. Good, but don't neglect your Genjutsu training. It is very important for a new Uchiha. Shishui said. Yes, brother. Da said while taking a sip. Da, the designer we hired for the bathhouse had sent a message yesterday that the design is ready, so come a little early today. I will call him at 4 p.m. with the design. Okay, Auntie. Da said. After enjoying their tea, all of them went to eat breakfast and then went out, each heading towards their own destinations. At Hidden Leaf Village Hospital. Good morning, Sensei. Da said, entering Mitsuru's office. Good morning. Mitsuru replied. Sensei, why did you call me here? Are we not going to continue anatomy training? Da asked. You have already learned what you should know. Now all you need is practice, so from today onward, you will take part in actual operations. Mitsuru said. Da became a little tense after hearing that. Don't worry, I will also be present there. So for now, keep practicing the healing palm jutsu. It will play an important role in the treatments. Also, always be on alert. You will be called as soon as any case which requires an operation arrives in the hospital. Mitsuru said. Okay, Sensei. Da said. Okay, I have arranged room number 402 for you. You can use that as your office. Mitsuru said. The room next to this office? Da asked. Yes, do you want to waste your time finding me whenever you have any doubt during your training? Mitsuru said frustratedly, even though she was acting like that, Da knew she was really serious about teaching him, that's why she was doing this much. Thank you very much, Sensei. Da said while bowing a little. No problem. Now you can go now. Mitsuru said. Okay, Sensei. Da said and went to his room. It already had a bookshelf which contained some books related to further medical knowledge Da needed. At another corner, there was a chair and table placed, then a training place which contained some scrolls for practicing medical jutsu. Since I have nothing much to do, let's just focus on the healing palm jutsu, Da thought and started practicing the healing palm jutsu on the fishes from the scroll. After 4 hours, a nurse came to Da's office and said, Sir, Mitsuru-sama is calling you in the emergency room. There is an emergency case. Okay, I will be there in 2 minutes. Da said, quickly changing his clothes and going to the emergency room. That room contained a person lying on the bed. Mitsuru was standing near him, and 2 other nurses were preparing for the operation. What happened to him? Da asked. Clash between ninjas, bones in his legs are broken, a slash on his back, and high amount of blood loss. Kda nodded his head quickly, turned the ninja to check his back. There was a big cut mark on his back. Give me a 60% alcohol solution, Kda said to a nurse. Listening to this, she swiftly gave him the cleaner. After cleaning the wound, Kda checked if there was any foreign material in the wound, then used a healing palm jutsu to heal the wound. Then he turned to the nurse and asked, "Give me the blood pill." After getting the pill, he quickly mixed it with water and gave it to that ninja. After that, he waited for some time so that the pill could show its effect. While he was waiting, Kda checked the injuries in the legs. When the ninja gained his complexion back, Kda turned to the nurse and asked, "Give him a huge dose of anesthesia." After the ninja was given anesthesia, Kda sliced the legs and removed the broken shards of the bones, and then aligned the leg bones back. After that, he used a healing palm jutsu to heal them. Sigh. After doing all that, Kda sighed in relief while thinking, "Now I feel like a real doctor. Good job, you didn't even require my help. Keep this up for 1 month, then I will teach you the next set of medical jutsu." Mitsuru said, "Thank you, sensei," Kda said, panting from the fatigue. "You can go back for now. From tomorrow, you will handle many more operations." Mitsuru said. "Okay, sensei," Kda said and went out of the emergency room and went back to his house. Chapter 140, Finalizing the Bathhouse Blueprint. Welcome back, Kda. You are quite early today, he said. Thanks, Auntie. Since you had said to come early, I completed my work early today, Kda said, as if he had specially made arrangements to come home early. You are learning quite a lot from your brother, huh? Well, it's good that you are back this early. I will call the designer now, he said, easily seeing through Kda's words. Okay, Auntie. I will wait in my room, Kda said. No, go wash your hands and come eat lunch with us. I am sure you wouldn't have eaten by now, he said. Okay, Auntie, Kda said and went to wash his hands. While he sent someone to call the designer, by the time they had eaten lunch, the designer came with a model of a hot steam bathhouse. Apparently, the designer was also a ninja who had a very high earth affinity but was only at a gain in level in strength. When he was unable to increase his strength even after training for years, he dropped his ninja career altogether and started a small business on his own. With the help of his earth chakra affinity, he could easily make small models for the infrastructure he designed. This, combined with his artistic mind, had made him quite a famous designer in Hidden Leaf Village. Hello, Lady He. Hello, Shizue-san. Hello, Kda-san, he said. Hello, Gi-san. Thank you for coming here, he said, while the other two nodded their heads. It's my pleasure. I have already made the model. Do you want to take a look now? Gi asked. Yes, but first, please make yourself comfortable. I will make some tea for you, he said. No, ma'am. I would really appreciate if we can get this done before anything else, Gi said pleadingly, since this was a commission from a member of the Uchiha clan. Gi had given his best to make it as best as he could. Okay, Gi-san, since you are in such a hurry, let's first check the design, Kda said. Thank you, sir, Gi said, looking toward Kda. He knew that even though Kda looked young, he was one of the owners of this project. Being a professional, he knew how to talk to his client. Gi took out a miniature model of the bathhouse from the storage seal. Seeing the miniature model, both he and Kda smiled. From the looks of the model, the bathhouse was looking extremely luxurious and traditional at the same time. Seeing their smile, Gi sighed in relief and started explaining, as we had discussed earlier, I have included a group steam bath, a hot spring bath, a normal bath, 3 medicine bath chambers, and a medicine steam bath chamber. On the second floor, there is a massage center, a small restaurant, and some small waiting rooms for people to wait. This is awesome, Gi-san. You did a great job. I will increase the pay by an extra 10%, he said with a smile. Kda too agreed with her. If the bathhouse came out the same as this model, then without a doubt, it would become a money-making machine in the future. Thank you, Hisama, Gi said while bowing a little. Andy, with this, we can start the construction now, right? Kda asked. Yes, Kda. Gi-san, please explain this design to Kojiro-san. Also, make sure there is no misunderstanding. I want the bathhouse to look exactly the same as this model, he said. Don't worry, Hisama. I will make sure that everything is correct, Gi said and left the house. Andy, are you sure this can be built under 5 million ryo? Kda asked, because the model Gi presented was looking quite luxurious. Honestly speaking, no. Just the construction cost of this building will take around 5 million ryo, and the total cost to make the business ready to open will be around 8 million ryo. But don't worry, we can sell one of the shops if the need arises. I can see quite a potential in this business. If everything is right, this will be much more productive than those 3 shops combined. He said. This is becoming quite a big project, but from the looks of it, I am sure it will be worth it. Shizue said. No, Andy, please don't sell the shop. I will try to arrange the money somehow. Kda said. Didn't you listen clearly, Kda? I said if the need arises. Don't forget your brother is also a jonin. He earns quite a lot too, and the income from those shops is also not something you can scoff at. I just have to check if we have that much liquid fund or not, and I am pretty sure we should be able to manage 8 million ryo somehow. He said. Also, if the need arises, earning 8 million in 2 months is not that much difficult for me. Shizue said. I would also have an extra 2.5 million ryo after next month. Kda said. That's great. Let's finish the construction first. From the new estimation, it may take 2 months at the very least. By then, we should be able to arrange all the money somehow. He said. Yes, we will definitely be able to arrange the money by then. Kda said calmly. Okay, now don't you have to go for your Fuinjutsu lesson? He asked. Oh. Yes, Auntie. I will be back by dinner time. Kda said and went towards Sora's house. After Kda left, Shizue turned to his mother and said, Mom, I am also just getting bored sitting all day long. I think I should start taking some missions now. I was just telling you a possibility, Shizue. We actually don't have any need to sell the shop. If we take out the emergency fund, we alone can fund this whole construction. He said. I know, Mom, but I am really getting bored doing nothing all day. Shizue said. Okay, as you wish, but still take missions in moderation. I don't want to see the face of my child once a week, okay? He said. Yes, Mom. Shizue said and then went to his room. Since it was already so late, he decided to take a mission tomorrow morning. At Sora's house, Kda was sitting outside for half an hour, since he came there at 3:30 p.m., whereas normally he came there at 4:30 p.m. Since he was quite early, Sora was not at home, so Kda decided to wait for him. At 4 p.m., Kda, you are quite early today. Sora asked as soon as he saw Kda standing next to his house. Deja vu. Yes, I finished my work early today, that's why I am here this early. Kda said. Well, it's good that you are early because we are going to start the topic of seals from today. Sora said. Chapter 141, The Sealing Jutsus, Basic Seals. Well, it's good that you are early because we are going to start the topic of seals from today. Sora said while opening the gate of his house. Come in. Sora said to Kda. They both went to the practice area. So, Kda, tell me what you know about Fuinjutsu. Sora asked. This was the first time Sora had asked a question. Until now, he had just been teaching Kda how to make strokes on paper perfectly. Fuinjutsu, or sealing jutsus, is a specialized category of jutsu that focuses on the use of seals to manipulate objects, living beings, or chakra. These seals are intricate patterns or symbols that are applied to surfaces or objects using chakra. Fuinjutsu practitioners can create seals for a variety of purposes, including containment, transportation, protection, and restriction. The fundamental concept of Fuinjutsu involves imbuing these seals with specific instructions or effects, which are activated when certain conditions are met. This is basically the summary of what I read about Fuinjutsu from various books in the library. Well, it is still better than nothing. Now let me tell you the basics from the beginning. As you have said, Fuinjutsu is also known as sealing techniques. In this, we seal some things to get the desired effect. For example, if you want to produce heat, then simply seal every other chakra nature from the surrounding around the seal except fire chakra. Since only fire chakra will be remaining in the environment, it will automatically become hot. Sora said. Kda nodded his head in understanding. Now, can you tell me various uses of Fuinjutsu you have actually seen till now? Sora asked. Yes, sensei, the storage seal we use, the weight seal I have, and the heat seal in the hall of our house. But if I have to tell the most impressive one, it will be the security seal of your house. Kda said. Yup, I also think that this seal is the best one I had seen in my life too. Sora said with a smile. But sensei, I have a question, since this seal is so effective, do we have this seal around the whole of Hidden Leaf Village? No. Why not, sensei? This seal will be so effective in increasing the security of our village by many times. Kda asked. This seal is not so simple. It not only requires chakra but also the maker's life force too. Just covering the area of this house, my father had to take a rest of 1 month, and then also, he looked like he had aged a few months from just doing this much. That's why covering the whole of Hidden Leaf Village in this seal is simply impossible. Sora explained. I see. Kda said. We have once again deviated from our topic. We were talking about seals you have seen, right? Luckily, you know every type of seal you have to learn. The heat seal in your house is the basics of Fuinjutsu and can be built by beginners. Then the storage seal you use is an application of space-time jutsu and can only be made by a seal master. Then comes the last seal, this security array made by my father. This can only be made by a grandmaster. For now, you will focus on the beginner part only. Okay, sensei. Kida said. Then we will start with the hardening seal, heat seal, cool seal, concealment seal. All of them are easy to learn, though the concealment seal may be a little tricky one, but nothing you can't do. First, the hardening seal. Sora started explaining all of these seals to Kida. From 4 to 10 p.m., Kida just listened and memorized how to make those seals. Then at 10 p.m., Sora said, "That's it for today. From tomorrow, you can start practicing these seals on your own. Now you can go back." "Thank you, sensei," Kida said and went back to his house, where others were waiting for him to eat dinner. "I have said so many times, please don't wait for me. You guys should eat your dinner at the usual time," Kida said. "And we have also said that it is our choice. We don't have any problem in waiting for you. Now go and wash your hands before the food gets cold," he said. Kida just smiled and then joined them after washing his hands. "Now that everyone is here, let me tell you that I am going to once again take missions. I think I have taken enough breaks," Shizue said. "Why did you decide to do this so suddenly?" Yami asked, apparently the most shocked out of the three. "It is not that sudden. I am the only one who is sitting at home doing nothing all day. All of you guys are doing something," Shizue said. Yami couldn't say anything against that, not that she wanted Shizue to stay home all the time. It was just that due to the last mission, the escort mission, she came to realize the truth of the missions a ninja takes. Nothing is fixed in those missions, you can die without even knowing how. Not that Shizue was weak, it was just a simple worry for the well-being of your family members. The same worry he was feeling, but Kida was actually not feeling anything, maybe because he knew Shizue's power, or maybe because he had knowledge from the anime in which Shizue was alive until the Uchiha massacre. Anyhow, Shizue was going to start taking various missions from now on, which is the duty of every ninja, so there was not much they could say. "Just be safe, bro," Kida said. "Who do you think has the power to hurt your brother?" Shizue boasted. "Do you want me to read the list in alphabetical order, or on the basis of their age?" Kida asked. "You brat," Shizue said while twisting Kida's ear. "Ow, ow, ow. That's enough. Now everyone, focus on your food," he said. After that, everyone just ate their food and went to their rooms. The next morning, everyone went to their respective destinations after eating breakfast. Yami went for her sensor training, Kida went to the hospital, he went to the construction company to supervise the bathhouse construction, and Shizue went to the clan headquarters to take a mission. Chapter 142, Orochimaru's betrayal and the aftermath. The next few weeks were busy for everyone. Kida spent most of his time after the hospital at Sora's house, practicing various sealing techniques under his guidance. The hardening seal was the first one he mastered, allowing him to increase the hardness of an object. Like making paper as hard as wood or making wood as hard as steel, doing things like making wool as hard as stone was still not possible for him. The heat and cool seals followed, enabling him to manipulate temperatures in a localized area. Also, Kida found that if he applied those seals on a living person, their body temperature would be altered. Due to this, the mouse population in the Uchiha clan once again reduced in numbers. At last, the concealment seal proved to be the trickiest, as Sora had warned. It required precise chakra control and a deep understanding of the seal's intricacies. Kida struggled with it initially, but after weeks of practice and help from many shadow clones, he was finally able to learn the concealment seal as well, though it was not as effective as he had guessed. The smell and noise of a person were not masked by this seal. The concealment seal just masked the chakra of the person or persons present in a specific area. According to Sora, that really helped in hiding from a censor. Meanwhile, Yami's sensor training was progressing well under her mentor's tutelage. After more than 2 months of rigorous training, she could now detect chakra signatures from impressive distances and differentiate between various types of chakra natures. Her ability to pinpoint the exact location of multiple targets simultaneously was also improving steadily. According to her sensei, she was ready for the next part of the training, and she could finally move to the next part. The first stage of her training was finally over. As for her involvement with the bathhouse construction kept her occupied. She meticulously supervised every aspect, ensuring the work was up to her high standards. This was a really big project for her family, so she was really serious and strict about everything related to the construction. As for Shishui, he had taken on several missions ranging from escort duties to reconnaissance tasks and much more. In just 3 weeks, he had completed more than 10 missions, which included 3 A-rank missions as well. Due to this, he himself was able to earn more than 1.5 million ryo. This is one of the reasons why high-ranking ninjas never had to care about money. They could earn quite a bit of money in such a little time. This, combined with the money Kda earned, was enough to fund the construction of the bathhouse fully. Everything was going perfectly in Hidden Leaf Village, especially for Kda and his family, until news circulated in Hidden Leaf Village. Enemy of the village alert by decree of the Hokage and Hidden Leaf Village Council, Orochimaru of the legendary Sannin is hereby declared a rogue ninja and enemy of the Hidden Leaf Village. Orochimaru has committed grave crimes against Hidden Leaf Village and its people through unethical and inhumane experimentation on residents, including children. His betrayal and violation of the ninja code cannot be tolerated. Therefore, a bounty of 50 million ryo is placed on Orochimaru's head, effective immediately. All Jonin, Anbu, and Hunter Nin are authorized to use any means necessary to subdue or eliminate this S-rank threat on sight. Civilians are strongly cautioned to avoid any contact with Orochimaru, as he is considered extremely dangerous. Any information leading to his capture must be reported directly to Hidden Leaf Village security forces. Orochimaru's unforgivable actions against the Leaf have severed all ties. He is an enemy to the village's values and way of life. Bringing this traitorous criminal to justice is of the highest priority to preserve the safety of the people. Issued by order of the 3rd Hokage threat level, S-Class do not attempt to engage alone while civilians are only aware of the basic facts. Clan heads and village officials have been briefed on the horrific extent of Orochimaru's acts against Hidden Leaf Village and its people. The former Sannin conducted depraved genetic experiments and tortured human trials on dozens of subjects, many of them vulnerable children and infants abducted from orphanages. His twisted goal was to pervert the human genome to induce accelerated evolution and manifest Kage Genkai abilities through unnatural means. Interrogation of Orochimaru's accomplices revealed his obsession with achieving immortality and learning every ninja technique, no matter how unethical the methods. During the investigation, Root Ninja also tried to benefit from this situation. They shifted the blame of many of their own acts against various clans of Hidden Leaf Village onto Orochimaru. Obviously, that was Danzo's plan, due to which many clans had generated an intense hatred against Orochimaru. However, the man himself didn't have any problem taking those blames since he didn't have to be in the good books of those clans. Now that the whole of Hidden Leaf Village was his enemy, he didn't care if someone was a little more thirsty for his blood. And the person who knew most about this incident didn't have anything to do with the incident itself other than getting a day off. Since every high-level ninja had to search for traces of Orochimaru's bases in Hidden Leaf Village, due to which both Kda's and Yami's teachers were busy for one day, even though both of them got a day off, they couldn't enjoy it because the environment of the village was not suitable for an outing at that time. After one day, when most of Orochimaru's bases had been found out, Kda and Yami could once again continue their training. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office. You were also responsible for these experiments, right? Hiruzen asked the only other person in the office. No. Danzo replied without any delay. You want me to believe that? So many children got abducted from the orphanages and slums, and Root didn't even have an idea about this? Hiruzen asked. Just like how Root didn't have any idea how the Sarutobi clan developed so much in the last decade and how the businesses of so many smaller clans have been absorbed by them. Or how the bandits have increased in our surrounding when our village needed funds. Danzo said. Are you trying to blackmail me? Hiruzen asked angrily. Of course not. Listen, Hiruzen, ideals and reality didn't go hand in hand. Like you, I also had to do things which are important for the village but can be morally wrong. Danzo said. Sai, I have already told you once, and I am telling you once again, don't lay your hands on Hidden Leaf Village's citizens once again. Even though you have deviated the clan's anger onto Orochimaru for now, they are not fools. If you keep on these morally wrong acts, the internal condition of Hidden Leaf Village may get similar to that of Hidden Mist Village. Hiruzen said. Don't worry, I am not planning to do anything anytime soon. Danzo said while standing up and leaving the office. Hiruzen just shook his head and took out his smoking pipe and started smoking. Chapter 143, the next stage of medical training. The next day, Kda went to the hospital and was heading toward his office when the receptionist stopped him and said, Kda, Mitsuru-sama asked you to go and meet her in her office. Thanks for letting me know. Kda said and went toward Mitsuru's office. Knock knock, come in. Mitsuru said. Good morning, sensei. Kda said. Good morning. Mitsuru said while she was checking a file. After some time, she looked up and said, in the previous month, you have completed more than 50 operations and treated many patients too. Good job, I think you are ready to learn the next part of the jutsus. Here is the list of jutsus you are going to learn. Read about these jutsus today, and I will start to teach you these jutsus from tomorrow. To check the book he was given. The first page contained the name and a small description of each jutsu he had to learn, followed by detailed information on each jutsu on the following pages. The first page was, Temperature Control, restores normal body temperature by infusing or siphoning off heat using chakra. Medicine Creation, combines naturally occurring compounds to create medicines for various purposes like antidotes, ointments, etc. Blood Transfusion Skill, transfers blood from a donor to a recipient while matching their blood types using chakra. Advanced Healing Palm Jutsu, an advanced version that allows healing of deep, serious injuries using concentrated healing chakra. Chakra Scalpel, creates a chakra blade for field surgery or combat by concentrating chakra around the hand. Poison Creation, uses knowledge of plants and minerals to mix various disabling or deadly poisons. Even though all of these jutsus looked great, one caught his attention the most, the chakra scalpel, the one Kabuto used. Kida thanked Mitsuru and went to his office to read the book. Obviously, he first checked the detailed description of the chakra scalpel. This medical technique forms one's chakra into a small, sharp blade. This can then be used for highly accurate incisions necessary for surgeries and anatomical dissections. Unlike regular scalpels, the chakra scalpel can make cuts inside the body without actually creating an open wound, limiting the risks of infection. The chakra scalpel can also be used offensively to inflict internal damage, although it requires great precision to be effective. Because of this requirement, using the chakra scalpel offensively is highly unusual. In heated combat, even the greatest medical nin won't be able to exert the precision needed to target the vital spots, but it can still effectively cut muscle tissues and tendons, rendering the target immobile. Yup, this jutsu is the same one Kabuto used during his fight against Tsunade and Naruto. This will be a really fine addition to my ninjutsu rank. With this jutsu, we can cut the chakra pathways of Jinchuriki, due to which they will be unable to harness the near-unlimited chakra reserves of the tailed beasts. And since those Jinchuriki are disgustingly powerful, a jutsu that can work against them is quite rare. Luckily, I know how great this jutsu is, otherwise, I may have just learned it for medical purposes. But now I have to focus on its application in normal fights too, Kida thought, and then he read the descriptions of the other jutsus as well. While Kida was reading about the jutsus, the day went by, and all of a sudden, it was 4:00 p.m. These are some interesting jutsus. If I learn these jutsus completely, then they will not only help in the medical field but will also make my fighting style more versatile, Kida thought while he was going towards Sora's house. Good evening, sensei. Kida said. Good evening, let's go to the clan headquarters now. Sora said without even letting Kida inside the house. Why, sensei? Did something happen? Kida asked. Did you forget? You had made a bet against the clan head, and you fucking learned the basics of Fuinjutsu in 1 month. You know how jealous I am. The only good thing about this is that I can brag about being a good teacher. Well, leave that aside, we first have to go to the clan headquarters. I want to see his face once we tell him that you were able to completely learn the basics of Fuinjutsu in 1 month, and he lost the bet. Sora said excitedly. This person is only serious when Fuinjutsu is discussed. Other than that, he always acts like a child. Sometimes, even more childish than a child itself. Maybe because no one discriminated against him and gave him the proper respect which a Fuinjutsu master should get, that he was able to maintain his good personality. While other ninjas of the Uchiha clan were constantly subjected to the questioning gaze of Hidden Leaf village residents and were discriminated against, that they developed the mean personality to cope up with the discrimination, Kida thought. What are you thinking so hard about? Don't worry, he will not get angry. He may seem very strict on the outside, but inside, he is actually a very nice person. Sora said. But, sensei, are you sure that only that much is enough for the basics? Kida asked since he had only learned 4 seals in total, which should not be enough for the complete basics of Fuinjutsu, right? Of course not, you have to learn many more seals to be considered to have mastered the basics. Sora said. Then why do you want to go to the clan headquarters when I had only learned the basics? Kida asked. Kida, do you really think that just by paying 200,000 contribution points, you will employ a Fuinjutsu master to teach you all the basic seals? Sora asked. Right, even though I first thought that the price the clan head gave me was too high, but now that I am learning it, 200,000 is nowhere near enough to learn the basics, Kida thought. Seeing Kida thinking hard, Sora laughed and said, money and contribution points don't matter much to a seal master or grandmaster of Fuinjutsu since we can earn so much more than any beginner can provide in a way much less effort and time. The only reason we teach youngsters is to pass our knowledge and help the clan in getting more talent. With the seals I taught you, You should be able to learn more basic seals on your own. This is how any Fuinjutsu master normally teaches their students. Thank you, sensei. I am really thankful to you for teaching me the basics. Da said, bowing a little as if this was his last day of learning from Sora. Chapter 144, Surprising Fugaku. Thank you, sensei. I am really thankful to you for teaching me the basics. Da said, bowing a little as if this was his last day of learning from Sora. Ha ha ha, Sora laughed, seeing Da acting like that. Do you think I am going to stop teaching you or something? I was just saying that since normally a beginner only learns this much, it should be enough to complete the condition of your bet. Don't worry, since you are such a quick learner, I am planning on teaching you some more things before letting you go. Think of it as a favor from the great me. Sora said while raising his chin up. Thank you, sensei. I am honored that you would continue teaching me further. Kta shook his head and went with the flow. Of course, Sora said with a wave of his hand. Now let's go. I can't wait to see another expression on that old man's face other than that serious expression he always makes. Sora said. Okay, sensei. Kta said and followed Sora to the clan headquarters. I want to meet the clan head. Is he free? Sora went to the receptionist and asked. Yes, Sora-sama, the clan head is in his office. Let me just confirm if he is free or not. The receptionist said and went to Fugaku's office. After 5 minutes, he came back with a smile on his face. Fugaku-sama is free and asking you to come to his office. The receptionist said. Okay. Sora said and gestured for Kta to follow him. Knock knock, come in. Fugaku said in his characteristic serious and authoritative voice. Good evening, Fugaku-sama. Sora said as soon as he went inside the office, followed by Kta, who also said the same thing. Good evening, both of you. Did something happen? Why are you guys here? Fugaku asked. Nothing special. My student told me that you had made a bet with him about whether he could learn the basics in 1 month or not. Sora said. It was not a bet. We just had a simple deal that if he could master it in 1 month, the price of his next training would be reduced. Fugaku said, maintaining his serious expression, but deep down, he had a thought, there is no way in hell that this boy had actually learned the basics in 1 month, right? Guess what? He was actually able to do that. Sora said with a smile, not minding the details. According to what he knew about Fugaku, he would never make a direct bet against someone like Kta, who was the same age as his child. So that deal was the closest thing possible to a bet between Kta and Fugaku. Are you here to do another prank? Then this time, I am not going to end it with a simple warning. You will be under house arrest for 1 month this time. Fugaku said with a hint of anger in his voice. Another? Kta asked. Long story, I'll tell you some other time. Sora winked toward Kta after saying that. Kta just shook his head. Fugaku-sama, I am not here for that reason at all. My student had actually learned the basics of Fuinjutsu. If you have any doubts, you can check yourself. Sora said with a smug smile on his face. Fugaku looked towards Sora for some time and then sighed. Fine, let's just check directly. He said and rang a bell on his desk. Yes, sir? Fugaku's secretary asked. Bring a complete set of Fuinjutsu equipment. Fugaku said. Okay, sir. The secretary replied and went to bring the set. After 5 minutes, a set of papers, a brush, and ink was placed on Fugaku's desk. Now, Kta, show me all the seals you can make. Fugaku said. Okay, Fugaku-sama. Kta said and picked up the brush. One by one, he made 4 seals, the hardening seal, the heat seal, the cold seal, and the concealment seal. After making the last seal, he looked toward Fugaku and said, Sir, till now, I only know these 4 seals. Fugaku was really shocked this time. His eyes also went wide a little after seeing Kta making a concealment seal. Seeing this, Sora was really happy, as it was not easy to surprise someone who was the head of one of the most powerful clans in the world. The amount of talent he had seen was not small. The only reason he was shocked was that Uchihas were not very talented in Fuinjutsu, and to be exact, no one was more talented in Fuinjutsu than the Uzumaki clan. The most talented person in Hidden Lee Village who was not an Uzumaki took 4 to 5 months to learn the basics of Fuinjutsu. But the catch was he didn't have as much chakra as Kta had, so he was not able to spam shadow clones to increase his speed of learning, which Kta did. Though it didn't change the fact that Kta was able to learn the basics in 1 month. Good job. As I had promised, the price of your next lesson is reduced. If you want, I will arrange for someone to teach you the knowledge to the seal master level of Fuinjutsu. Fugaku said after recomposing himself just after a few seconds. What do you mean finding someone to teach him? The person is sitting right in front of you, Fugaku-sama. Sora said, pointing toward himself. I am planning on arranging a grandmaster to teach him, Sora. Fugaku said. And I am almost a grandmaster. Sora said. Yes, you are almost a grandmaster. Fugaku said. Fugaku-sama, I would really like it if I can continue learning under Sora-sensei. Kida said. Sai okay, you can directly pay the amount to him just like before, and Sora, you can take the rest of your payment from the office afterward. Fugaku said and then went back to do his paperwork. What are you guys waiting for? If you don't have anything more to say, then you guys can leave. Fugaku said. Thank you, Fugaku-sama. Both of them said and went out of the office. Ha 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 ha, that hard work was totally worth it. He was really surprised after seeing you making that concealment seal. Sora said. You are enjoying it too much, sensei. Kida said while shaking his head. Of course, I am. Do you even know how much my father used to scold me when he complained about my pranks to him? Sora said with a pout. I am sure you will get along with a particular boy in the future, Kida thought with a smile on his face. Chapter 145, Back to Missions, Part 1. After leaving Fugaku's office, Sora was in an exceptionally good mood. He couldn't stop grinning at the memory of the clan head's shocked expression upon seeing Kida's sealing prowess. You should have seen the look on his face. Sora exclaimed gleefully as they walked back home. I don't think I've ever seen Fugaku-sama so surprised before. Kida chuckled, amused by his teacher's childlike enthusiasm. I'm just glad I could meet his expectations. Though I have to admit, I wouldn't have been able to learn so quickly without your guidance, sensei. Sora waved a dismissive hand. Nonsense, you're a prodigy. With or without me, you would have mastered the basics eventually. He shot Kida's sly grin. But I certainly helped speed things along, didn't I? Yes, but sensei, I don't have the contribution points or the money to pay you right now, so can I start my next part of the training after 2 to 3 months? By then, I should be able to get that amount. Kida asked. Normally, he should have been able to pay the amount until the Seal Master level by now, but since he had invested all of his money, including what they had saved from completing all those missions with Yukihiro, Kida was penniless at the moment. He only had 200,000 contribution points for now due to completing so many D-rank missions for the last month. Even though he could have chosen to start the business after some time, there were 2 reasons why he didn't. Firstly, he himself didn't think that he would be able to complete the basics class within a month. Secondly, there was actually no hurry for him to rush things too much, even though he needed to increase his strength. The Uchiha massacre would take 3 to 4 more years according to the normal timeline. If his strength keeps on increasing at the same rate, then Kida will be at Kage level by then. So, there was no actual need to focus too much on training, especially when he could invest his money in something much more important. Huh? Are you dumb or something? I already told you the amount of money or contribution points you give to a Fuinjutsu master is not much for him. You are going to give me 3 million ryo or something, right? Sora asked after listening to Kida's request. Yes, sensei. I can easily earn that amount in 3 to 4 days, so you don't have to worry about paying me. Just give me the amount whenever you have it. We can continue our training as is. Sora said, thank you, sensei. Kida said, bowing a little. Sora just waved his hand dismissively. After some time, they reached Sora's house. Since you have to learn many more seals to start learning the next level of Fuinjutsu, we can't directly start your training. Just wait here, I have just the right thing for you. Sora said and went inside the house. Okay, sensei. Kida replied and just sat at the chair on the training platform. After some time, Sora came out of the house with a book in his hand. This is the book written by my father. It contains many seals perfect for beginners. You can continue learning seals from this book, and you can always come to me whenever you have any doubts. Sora said while giving that book to Kida. This is the second book of the day. Is it my lucky day or something? Kida thought and then said, thank you, sensei. I will take good care of it. Okay, since there is nothing more for me to do, I am going back to my study. You can practice on your own. If you encounter any doubts or problems, come and find me in the study. Sora said. Okay, sensei. Kida said and made 10 shadow clones to start training on different seals each. Sora saw this and went back to his house. After training until 10 p.m., Kida went back to his house, ate dinner with his family, and then went to sleep. From the next day, Mitsuru started teaching Kida various advanced medical jutsu. This time, they were a little trickier, especially the chakra scalpel. Cutting someone from the inside without damaging their skin or chakra pathway was extremely difficult for Kida, but knowing the importance of the jutsu, Kida paid special attention to learning it while also learning many seals at the same time. Doing this, 2 more months passed. At Hidden Leaf Village Hospital, sensei, I have finally learned the chakra scalpel jutsu completely. Kda said. I have said this before too, there was no need to use that jutsu while moving. Your training was futile as it is not like you are going to use this jutsu for fighting. Since it is used during operations, why would you train for using it while moving? I am still saying, don't use this jutsu during a fight, the level of precise control of chakra it will need is too high for you. Heck, even I could barely do it. Mitsuru said. This means Kabuto was already at the level of chief medical ninja during the Tsunade retrieval arc, Kda thought, but since he couldn't tell that he knew more about this jutsu's potential than Mitsuru herself, he just made up an excuse. This was the reason I was training for using the chakra scalpel while moving, since that will also improve my chakra control too. Well, it is your choice. With this, you could take the exam to become a specialist, but there is another condition to become a specialist which you have not fulfilled until now, so you will have to wait for a little more time before taking the exam. Which condition, sensei? Kda asked. Before taking the exam for a specialist, a medical ninja should have a minimum of 6 months of experience as a general practitioner. Since you only have experience of 3 months, you have to continue treating patients for 3 more months before you can apply to take the specialist exam. That's great. According to Sora-sensei, I should be able to learn Fuinjutsu to be barely considered a seal master. Then you can teach me the mitotic regeneration jutsu, right? Kda asked. Kda, it is not possible for you to become a seal master in just 6 months. That shit takes time. Mitsuru stopped when she remembered how to learn the basics of Fuinjutsu in just a month. Sigh okay, if you become a seal master by then we can definitely start your training in that jutsu, but I will say it once again. I don't know the complete jutsu, only Tsunade-sama does. Mitsuru said. Not even Grandpa knows that jutsu? Kda asked. No, he also only knows as much as I do. Since we don't have the complete version of that jutsu, we can only use it at 30% of its full efficiency. Mitsuru said. It makes sense. If Hiruzen knew about such a powerful jutsu, there should have been some ninja trained in this jutsu. This jutsu is way too useful to be forgotten in history, Kda thought and then said, then I would be happy to just learn that much, sensei. Mitsuru saw the smile on Kda's face and sighed, this boy is way too dedicated and talented. I really hope he didn't die on some stupid missions he is so obsessed with, Mitsuru thought, remembering how many geniuses she saw or heard dying on the battlefield. Okay, but be careful and don't bite more than you can chew. Mitsuru said. Thank you, sensei. Kda said and went out of the hospital. Since it was already 4 p.m., after leaving the hospital, he directly went toward Sora's house. Chapter 146, Promotional Plan. Thank you, sensei. Kda said and went out of the hospital. Since it was already 4 p.m., after leaving the hospital, he directly went toward Sora's house. Good evening, sensei. Kda said to Sora as soon as he entered his house. Good evening, so how is your training going? Sora asked, as in the last 2 months, Kda had rarely asked any doubts, he was mainly focusing on figuring things out by himself. The training is coming along well, sensei. I have more or less mastered the seals from the book you have given me. I just need 1 more week to completely master some of those seals because there is too much loss of chakra when I am making those seals. Kda replied. You know you can always come to me whenever you have any doubts or problems, right? Sora said. Yes, sensei, but sensei, I want to take next week off. Kda asked. Why? Sensei, I have been focusing on medical jutsu and Fuinjutsu for more than 4 months now, so I am planning to take some missions out of the village for a change. Kda replied. As you wish, just be safe and don't do anything reckless. Sora repeated the same things as Mitsuru, as he also felt that Kda was not made for such types of missions, he was too talented in Fuinjutsu and medical jutsu. I will be careful, sensei. Kda replied with a smile and went back towards his house, while Sora also got back to his training. You are home quite early. Shizue said, looking toward Kda. Brother, you are back. Yup, but why are you home so early? I asked both of my senses for 1 week off. I want to focus on the inauguration of our bathhouse as well as complete some missions out of the village. Anyways, did you bring back those herbs I talked about? Kda asked. Here. Shizue said, tossing a storage scroll toward Kda. Kda caught the scroll and took out the herbs from that. After checking that all the herbs were present and his brother was not tricked by some merchant, Kda sighed in relief. He did that because even though Shizue was powerful and kind-natured, he was not shrewd like a businessman, and people could use him for their advantage. Though he is not a complete moron either, and to really use him, you have to be a manipulator close to the level of Hiruzen and Danzo. But there is no risk in being extra cautious, but that was actually unnecessary. There were no merchants in the ninja world who would do something as stupid as making an enemy out of a jonin, and that too someone from Hidden Leaf Village for some extra money. With this, we can finally start the bathhouse, Hyuga said. Not really, we have invested way too much to just do things randomly. I had already sent various letters to many important people. When we get back all the replies, we will finalize a date on which we will open the bathhouse, he said, entering the hall. Till when do you think you will get the answers, Mom? Shizue asked. Well, most of them had already answered. Only some higher-ups are remaining, but I think we should get their reply by this evening as well. For now, Hyuga, go wash your hands, I will prepare some small snacks for you, he said. Mom, I am also back, Shizue said, like he is the forgotten child of the house. Who? Oh wait, you are back? Sorry, it totally slipped my mind that we had another child. My bad. I will prepare something for you as well, honey, he said and went toward the kitchen. And is getting better at this, Hyuga said. Nope, she was always this good, she just doesn't give many savage replies nowadays, Shizue said, shaking his head. We always discover something new every day, Hyuga said. Yup. Then they went to wash their hands and had some snacks and discussed various strategies to promote the bathhouse. I think that giving a day of free trial is the best idea, Hyuga said. Why do you think that? He asked. And, our main target customers are going to be the ladies of our village who will visit the bathhouse for its beauty-enhancing quality, but the problem is it is difficult to tell them that the bathhouse has such quality. So I have been thinking that we give a day of free trial after the inauguration ceremony and pay some ladies to spread the effects of the bathhouse. When those ladies will hear those details after actually experiencing them, they will be fully convinced about the effects of our bathhouse, Hyuga said. Yup, and the only loss we are going to make is just 40,000 ryo, which will be the operational cost excluding the salary of the staff. The investment far outweighs the result, let's do it, he said. Are we only going to focus on women? I think we also made a medicinal bath for ninjas for their physical recovery and stuff, right? What about that? Shizue asked. Son, we are currently focusing on the part which will bring a steady stream of income really soon. As for the medicinal bath, which is for ninjas, that will also be free, and we will also promote that one too. But from what we are estimating, the amount we will get from that bath will be less than 20% of what we will get from the bath focused on the beauty aspect, he said. He had personally experienced the effect of that bath. Hyuga had especially secured a batch of medicines for the trial, and after experiencing the effect of the bath, he was 100% sure that this bath would be a super hit among the ladies. The only downside is that the effect is not permanent and will slowly wear off in 2 to 3 days, but this downside is from the customer's side. For Hyuga and family, this is excellent as when the effect wears off, the ladies will have to come back to get their natural glow back. Okay, Shizue said, understanding why they were focusing on women more than men. Is it just me, or are they becoming more and more money-minded day by day? Shizue thought. After that, he and Hyuga discussed some more tricks to promote the bathhouse and specified firsthand that the effects are not permanent so that no Karen would come to their door, blaming them for being scammers. At 7:00 p.m., Yami also came back from her training. Welcome back, Yami, Shizue said. Thank you, brother. What are they discussing? Yami asked, pointing towards Hyuga and he, who were still discussing the bathhouse. Business and stuff, Shizue said, as this was enough to remove Yami's interest from the topic, as just like Shizue, she also didn't have any interest in money. Even when she and Hyuga were not part of the Uchiha clan, Hyuga was the only one who used to manage all the expenses, not Yami. So tell me, Yami, how was your training? Shizue said, pointing toward the sofa. My sensor training is over today, brother. I had successfully made my chakra field today, Yami said. Oh. That's very great, I knew you were very talented, Shizue said. Me too, Hyuga said, coming toward them, followed by he, who had a glass of juice in her hand. Good job, honey, now is your training over? He asked, handing the glass to Yami. No, Andy, only my sensing training is over. From tomorrow, we are going to start my tracking training, but according to what my sensei told me, that is going to be easier and way less time consuming. So my training should be over in 2 to 3 months, Yami said. Oh. That's great. Since you had already made your chakra field, let's have a celebration, let's eat today's dinner at a restaurant, Shizue said. Chapter 147, already yeah, that's a good idea. He was saying when knock knock I'll check, Shizue said and went to the door. Sir, I am here to deliver these letters, the boy in front of the door said as he presented few letters to Shizue. Oh. Thanks, buddy, here, Shizue said as he took the letters and gave the delivery boy a 1,000 ryo bill. Thank you, Sir. The delivery boy bowed, and then left. Mom, the letters you were waiting for are here. Shishui said as he gave those letters to He. He took the letters and read them one by one. As expected, Lord Third will be unable to attend the ceremony, he is busy, but luckily, many council members are attending the ceremony. Mom, how much did you give them? Shishui asked. Not much, just a 100,000 ryo worth of gifts each, it is quite cheap, you know. He replied, smiling. I still don't understand why we have to call those people. Can't we do these things normally? Shishui asked. We had invested more than 10 million ryo in this bathhouse. That is too much to do things normally. Also, we just have to bear them for some minutes with the amount I have spent on their gifts. I am sure they will leave a few minutes after the inauguration. He replied. Sigh, I understand. Shishui said and went back to his seat. So, and, can we finalize the dates when we are going to open the bathhouse now? Ba asked. Yes, just give me a second. He said and picked up a calendar which was marked at various dates. She once again checked the new letters and marked new dates on the calendar. We have two options, either Wednesday or Friday. Which one do you want to choose? He asked all three of them. Wednesday. Kda and Shishui replied, while Yami also nodded her head. Guessed it, then I will start the promotion work now. The bathhouse inauguration ceremony will be on Wednesday, right after 4 days. So make sure all of you will be at home on that day, okay? He said, especially looking toward Kda and Shishui. Don't worry, Aunt. I am planning to take some small missions around the village only. I should be back within 2 or 3 days easily. Kda said. You are going on missions? Yami asked. Yup, I will tell you later. Kda said. I am not even planning on going on any mission this week, so relax, Mom. Shishui said. Well, I can't go even if I want to, so you don't have to worry about me either. Yami said with a smile. Good, everyone go and get some rest. We will go out for dinner after some time. He said. Okay, Auntie. Kda and Yami said and went towards their room. Mom, do you need any help about any council member? I can talk to Uncle about that if you want. Shishui said, the thing on his mind which he didn't want to discuss in front of Kda and Yami. Don't worry, just your and your father's name was enough to remove any wicked plan they might have. We now have each and every document, and even the patent of this bathhouse, though it is for just 6 months. But that is enough, in 6 months, that bathhouse will be well established, and even if someone wants to copy us, it will be too late. He said. That's good. Shishui said with a smile. While going toward their room, Yami asked, so when are you going to tell me? I am planning on taking some bandits' extermination missions to train a little. Kda said. You are already training under 2 senses who are literally super famous in the village for their expertise, and you think that is not enough? Yami asked. This time, there was no jealousy in her voice, just a genuine doubt. I didn't mean it that way. The training I meant was something practical, like I learned Ganjutsu quite well in the past 3 months, but I haven't tried it even once. As for medical jutsu, there are some jutsu ideas I have which I can't try on patients without actually testing them, as well as I have not been in an actual fight over the past 3 months. That's why I want to take those missions. Kda said. Do you want to use bandits for human experimentation? Yami asked with a shocked expression. Hey, if you put it that way, people will think I am some evil scientist. I am not doing anything similar to human experimentation, well, maybe a little bit, but those bandits don't even deserve to live, so if there is no loss in using them as test subjects for medical jutsu which may save many lives in the future, right? Kda said. I also didn't mean it that way. I know you, so who are your team members? Yami asked, since she didn't know about these missions until now, she was not part of the team for sure, though a little sad, she still wanted to know who the new team members were. Team? I am going on solo missions. Kda said. Are you mad? What are you going to do if something happens during the mission? Yami asked angrily. Yami, I am only taking some bandit extermination missions, and that too in areas near the village. There is no way anything is going to happen to me. Kda said. Still, you should not go alone. At least take Big Brother with you. Yami said. Hearing that, Kda thought, this is actually a nice idea, even though Danzō is silent for now. There is no guarantee that he will not take this opportunity to eliminate me, since I was one of the major reasons why his plan had to be stopped. But taking Big Brother directly will just be a one-time thing. I can't take Big Brother with me every time I want to take some missions. But we can do it this way. Kda thought, and there was a slight smile on his face. What's so funny? Yami asked, seeing the smile on Kda's face. Nothing, I was just thinking that it was a great idea. I will ask brother about this. Kda said. So when are you going? Yami asked. Tomorrow morning. Kida said. Smooch, best of luck then. With a kiss on the cheeks, Yami said this and went toward her room. She is getting cuter day by day, Kida thought. After some time, they went out for dinner, though at that time, Kida didn't talk to Shizue about his missions. After they ate dinner and were going back to their home, Kida asked Shizue if he wanted to take a walk. So what do you want to talk about? Shizue asked. Chapter 148, Backup. So what do you want to talk about? Shizue asked. Brother, I am going to take a mission tomorrow. I don't have a bad memory, Kida. I remember that you just told me this in the evening. Brother, do you remember that time someone was spying on me around 2.5 months ago? Kida asked. Shizue became more alert after hearing that and activated his Sharingan to look all around. He even spread his chakra field to sense if someone was spying on them right now, like the last time. I don't think someone is here, brother. I am just telling you this because this is the first time I am going out of the village after that incident. So if they want to do something, this will be the perfect time. Kida said. So, you want me to go with you? Shizue asked directly. Yes, but no. What do you mean? Shizue asked. Brother, if you directly come with me on the mission, those people will not do anything because of you, which may be a good thing for now, but you can't be with me all the time. So I want you to secretly follow me. So that if there was someone who is planning to attack me, they will do it, and I will be safe since you will be there to protect me. That's quite a risky plan you have there. What will happen if I am late? Shizue asked. Brother, I may not be as strong as you are, but I am not some small child anyone can bully. You even agreed that my strength had reached the level of a jonin, right? Huh, you are right. Fine, I will follow along with your plan, but be alert all the time. Shizue said. Sure, brother. Kida said, and then they went back to their house. The next day, Kida woke up, completed his morning routine, and they went to the clan headquarters after eating breakfast. After selecting some bandit extermination missions which were close to each other, Kida went to the counter to take those missions. So you have finally decided to take C-rank missions, huh? The receptionist said. Yes, but I am still going to continue doing those D-rank missions as well, these are just for some change in pace. Kida said. Even though what you are doing is also great for the clan as well, but I will advise you to reduce the number of D-rank missions you are doing. Your reputation is taking a hit due to that. What do you mean? Kida asked. Well, you got a nickname due to completing so many D-rank missions, Servant Ninja and Uchiha's dog, the receptionist replied. Kida thought, since I am from the Uchiha clan now, there is no way some normal civilian will be this brave to come up with such a nickname for me. It must be the work of someone to stop the person who is completing the D-rank missions from the Uchiha, which were assigned to them, so that they will have to pay a fine for not completing those missions. Well, it's not like it affects me in any way. Well, they can call me anything they want, but the amount I am making for just doing D-rank missions is not something a servant will make, and I am not going to lose it just because some jobless person who doesn't have something more productive to do than making fun of someone. Kida said. You have quite a nice attitude, kid. The receptionist said while he was registering new missions in Kida's name at his register. Good, now you are good to go. The deadline for these missions is 1 week. If you are unable to complete these missions within that time limit, you would have to pay 10 times the reward money and will be unable to take any missions for the next 1 month, okay? The receptionist said. Yes. Kida said, as he already knew these rules were made so that the loss of innocent lives will be minimal. He nodded and went back to his house to say goodbye. While Kida was finally planning on leaving the village, a report was sent to the root headquarters. Danzo read the report and said in his grumpy, menacing voice, finally, that rat decided to come out of his hole. Send 1 Jonin and 6 Chunin after him. Their main priority will be to capture him alive. I want to interrogate him, and if everything is correct, then we can recruit him into our organization as well. Yes, sir. The root ninja replied. Do you have any doubt? Danzo asked. Sir, why are you sending so many ninjas to just capture a genin? I am sure just 2 Chunin should be enough for this task. The ninja replied. Ha ha ha, you think that he is just some normal genin? Then why would I want to recruit him into root? From the report I got about one of their missions, that boy was able to hold his own against an Hidden Stones village Jonin in one-on-one combat, and he was without a scratch after the fight. Even though he was not able to kill that Jonin, just this much is enough to show that he is at least at the level of an elite Chunin, and that too at the age of 9 years. Though sending a Jonin is really overkill, but I don't want to take any risks this time. Hiruzen is unusually protective about this child. Now go and make sure no one makes any mistakes. Danzo said. Yes, sir. That ninja said and vanished from the room. At Kida's house, Be safe. Bye. He and Yami said. Bye, Auntie. Bye, Yami. Kda said and went toward the village gate. Bye. Shizue said and followed Kda. After moving some distance away, Shizue said, Kda, you are sure that this paper will work, right? Shizue said, taking out a Fu Injutsu paper from his storage seal. Don't worry, brother. This was made by Sensei himself, and we had already tried it once. Kda said. Fine, make sure to send a signal as soon as things get even a little dangerous. Shizue said. Okay, brother. Kda said, and then used the body wind instantaneous movement jutsu to go towards the direction of his missions, which was near the villages situated near the sea. Chapter 149, Exciting? Okay, brother. Kda said and then used the body wind instantaneous movement jutsu to go towards the direction of his missions, which was near the villages situated near the sea. Shizue didn't go out of the village from the main gate but from a different location. With the seal Kda had given him, Shizue could easily track him in a radius of 3 kilometers. This way, they could maintain a safe distance from each other and not alert the ninjas. Using that seal, Shizue was following Kda when suddenly the seal glowed green, which was the sign for someone actually following. Shizue became completely alert, ready to go in the direction of Kda as soon as he could, but the second signal didn't come. This boy is trying to take on root ninjas by himself. I should have told him about Danzō sooner, Shizue said while going towards the location of Kda at full speed. Kda was going towards his location while constantly maintaining a state of alertness, activating his Sharingan from time to time. But even when he was doing that, he was unable to find anyone following him. The reason for this was simple. Root ninjas were specially trained for stealth and assassination missions, and this time they knew that their target had a Sharingan, so they were especially careful during the mission. When Kda had traveled more than 80 kilometers, he thought, I am not feeling well about this, like I am missing something. He made a shadow clone with the least amount of chakra and left it in his path while continuing his journey. Normally, the root ninjas could sense Kda, but during the last 2 months, Kda had learned how to hide his chakra signature from Shizue. That, along with the lesser chakra of the clone, made it easier for it to hide from the root ninjas. When they passed from the area where the clone was hiding, the shadow clone saw 7 ninjas running towards Kda. When they reached some distance, the clone dispersed itself, and Kda got its memories. As expected, 7 of them are following me. Now, should I call brother, as this situation is quite dangerous? But why am I suddenly feeling so excited? Maybe I am becoming more of a battle maniac as my strength is increasing, Kda thought, then a wicked smile appeared on his face. Let's try to handle this alone first. If by any chance I am unable to handle them myself, I can just directly run towards brother. Kda thought, then he made 2 more shadow clones with 30% of his chakra each, since he had eaten a soldier pill before coming out of the village. This 60% could be recovered in 1 hour easily. But Kda was not so patient. He just slowed down for 10 minutes before he and his shadow clones went in 3 different directions. The root ninjas were following Kda's trail stealthily when suddenly the trail got divided into 3 different directions. Did he notice us? One of the Chunin asked. No, the chances of that are low. Maybe he is planning on using shadow clones for completing those missions. The Jonin said. But what should we do now? Another Chunin asked. Simple, we will also divide into 3 groups and follow him. The Jonin said. But Lord Shadow said that we would need all of us to capture him. The Chunin countered. Yes, but we don't have a choice now. So we will divide into 3 teams. 2 teams will have 3 Chunin each, and I will go alone. Now our priority changes from capturing him alive to bringing his body back. Also, make sure not to damage his eyes. The Jonin said. Even though the other Chunin had doubts about whether they would be able to capture Kda or not, they didn't have an ounce of doubt that they would be able to kill him, as this was what they specialized in. After listening to the order, the Chunin teams went on the left and right trails, while the Jonin went straight. Team 1 was following the trail when suddenly they heard a loud blast from their left side. All of them looked towards that direction. But the last thing they saw was 2 red eyes with 2 Tomui rotating in them, then their world went black. It was way easier than I initially thought. Now I can see why Danzō is so afraid of the Uchihas, Kda thought. Yup, this was the real Kda. He went on the left side and hid himself in a corner while sending a shadow clone on the straight path to keep the trail going, then he hid his chakra as much as he could. Then he sent a signal to Shizue that someone was following. He knew Shizue would rush to him as soon as he saw this signal, that's why he did it at the last moment. After that, he started looking towards the path he was taking. When he saw 3 ninjas running towards his clone's direction, he quickly used the fireball jutsu to make the ninjas look towards him, and he successfully cast a Ganjutsu on them. Though he didn't actually make them see any illusion, Kda just directly severed the connection between mind and body for some time. Let's bind them first, Kda said to himself and took out a rope from his storage seal. He had just tied one person when Shizue arrived near him. Smack, you are way too reckless, you know that, Shizue said, and then sighed in relief that Kda was safe. I am sorry, brother. I just wanted to check my progress, Kda said while rubbing his head where Shizue had hit him. Well, it's alright since you are safe. So there were only 3 of them? Shizue asked while helping to bind the other 2 ninjas. No, there were 7 of them. I divided them using shadow clones. Since I didn't get their memories back, they must be fighting against those ninjas, Kda said. Smack, you should have said this sooner, Shizue said while giving Kda another smack on his head. Now let's go, otherwise, the other ninjas may run and hide after dealing with your clone, Shizue said. Kda nodded and got ready to go towards the direction of his clones. Boom boom bam, just as they heard these sounds, Kda got the memory of his clone back. Brother, let's hurry. One of my clones just got dispersed because the ninja used poison on it, Kda said while using the body flicker jutsu to go towards the place his clone and the Jonin were fighting. Shizue didn't say anything and just followed Kda. When they reached the location, Shizue was a little shocked seeing the result of the fight between Kda's clone and the Jonin. Chapter 150, When the Hunters Become the Hunted. When the Jonin was following the trails, he suddenly sensed that someone was hiding near the path. Apparently, Kda's clone was also planning on using the same trick as him, but the problem was his enemy was not some inexperienced Chunin but a Jonin. As soon as he sensed that someone was hiding, he used Earth Bullet Jutsu in that direction. Though Kda's clone was easily able to dodge that using Body Flicker Jutsu and then used Fireball Jutsu he had prepared on the Jonin, which he also dodged using Body Flicker Jutsu. Fireball is not fast enough to hit him, and Fire Breath Jutsu is going to take time for preparation. I don't think I can use that either. Well, let's use the second one, the clone thought, and used Wind Blade Jutsu at the Jonin. The Jonin was able to sense the danger of the jutsu even though he didn't know which jutsu Kda used, since he only made 2 hand signs. But since his instincts were telling him that he was in danger, he used Earth-style Mud Wall Jutsu to make a dome around him. Then he kept on using the same jutsu to make the dome thicker when he saw many slash marks appear on the walls of the dome. This boy is dangerous. No wonder Danzō-sama sent us all just for him, but even if he is powerful, he doesn't have much experience. Let's see how you are going to deal with this, the ninja thought. And he took out a bottle of poison and then spread it on the ground while making another layer on the dome, which was formed from the soil and poison that was spread on the soil. Then he started sensing where Kda was, but Kda's clone maintained a safe distance from the dome. Sensing this, the Jonin made a small opening on the dome to create a false opening and lurked near the dome. Unluckily, the clone threw a kunai with many explosion tags attached to it into the dome through that opening. Fuck, the Jonin didn't have much time to use any movement jutsu. He just used Iron Skin Jutsu in hope that he could reduce the amount of damage. Boom boom, hearing the sound of the explosion, Kda's clone became a little relaxed, but unfortunately, the Jonin was not dead. Even though bones in his legs were broken, he kept on sensing Kda's position. After sensing that he was within his attack range, he used Earth Spike Jutsu on the dome wall and launched them at Kda's clone. Even though the clone was able to see the incoming attack clearly, he couldn't dodge them all since the number of projectiles exceeded 100. Though he skillfully defended against many of the spikes using his sword, at last, one of the spikes was able to penetrate his defense and made a cut on his leg. Due to the cut and poison in it, the clone got dispersed swiftly, and Kda got the memory of the clone back. As soon as that Jonin saw that the opponent he was fighting was just a shadow clone, all the plans of killing or capturing Kda got expelled from his mind. I was not a match for his clones at my full strength. Now that I have a broken leg and half-depleted chakra reserves, there is no way I will be able to match him. I need to run, he thought. Then he started using movement jutsu to run toward one of the secret bases of Harut. He had no plan of regrouping or helping his subordinates, as he knew that would be futile. Even he, a Jonin, had to run after confronting just a clone. What were the chances that some Chunin would be able to hold onto their lives till he went to their location? 0%. So he simply chose the best option and ran towards the nearest Harut base. I will take the lead from here, Shizue said while checking for the path that the Jonin took while running away. Normally, any other ninja would have problems finding that path since Harut specialized in such tasks, but with the help of the Mangekyō Sharingan's observational power, Shizue found the path within seconds. Should I check my other clone? Maybe he will need my help? Kda asked. Good idea, I will follow this person. You go for those 3. Shizue said, as from what he could guess, those 3 should also be at Chunin level and should not be able to harm Kda. Only this guy who ran away should have had any worthy strength. So there was no harm in sending Kda to capture those 3 as well. Kda was just about to leave in that direction when he got the memories of his next clone as well. Brother, I don't think I have to go there now. Kida said. Why? Shizue asked, thinking that maybe those 3 ninja may have also been successful in fleeing. My clone had already killed them. Kida said. Though Shizue wanted to hear the full details about this, for now, his priority was to catch the Jonin who was fleeing. Then just follow me. Shizue said, and then used body flicker jutsu to go towards the direction, accurately tracing the same path the Jonin had taken. Kida also followed Shizue closely. 10 minutes before, just like the other clone and Kida, this clone was also hiding on the path, waiting to ambush the root ninjas. Just as he saw the root ninja coming toward his direction, he also used fireball jutsu to turn their eyes toward him. And just like Kida, he also tried to cast a Ganjutsu on those 3 ninja. But the only difference in his case and what happened to Kida was that the clone didn't have the Sharingan. When Kida tried to cast multiple Ganjutsu at the same time, he used the Sharingan for that. Since the clone didn't have that, the chance of successful casting got reduced from 100% to 60%. Due to which, even though 2 Chunin were successfully put under Ganjutsu, one of the 3 was able to resist the Ganjutsu. As soon as Kida's clone felt that his casting had failed, it took out its sword, ready to slash. Seeing that, the Chunin jumped back, ready to defend itself. The clone took advantage of that and used body flicker jutsu to appear in front of the other 2 ninja. With a clean slash, 2 heads fell on the ground. Since the clone had also used chakra flow of fire nature, the wound was burned, and not a single drop of blood fell either from the head or the body. When the remaining Chunin saw that, he dispersed his chakra, suspecting whether he was actually in some Ganjutsu. But when the situation remained the same even after dispersing his chakra, he became ready to stall for time. He didn't even think that he would be able to win. His only chance for survival was if he could stall for enough time until their leader could come to their rescue. Chapter 151, Not a child. He didn't even think that he would be able to win. His only chance for survival was if he could stall for enough time until their leader could come to their rescue. The only thought running in his mind was, what kind of monster? This kid is not human. The reason Kida's shadow clone quickly killed those 2 Chunin was because if they somehow came out of the Ganjutsu, then the clone would be outnumbered by those Chunin. Since the shadow clones have a very big disadvantage when it comes to taking hits, just a single successful attack is enough to disperse them. So by killing those 2, the clone had increased its winning chance by a huge margin. Are you thinking about running away? Kida's clone asked, seeing that the Chunin was looking around for a way out. Run away from whom? You are just a brat. We were just caught off guard, otherwise, it would have been impossible for a brat like you to even lay a finger on us. The Chunin said, trying to act tough. Well, how about now, since you are now fully alert? Should we try this once again? The clone said with a smile on his face. The smile which sent a shiver down the spine of that Chunin. Don't underestimate me, you brat. The Chunin said angrily. Then he ran toward Kida at full speed, holding a kunai in his hand. While running, he also sent some shuriken flying toward Kida, which were deflected without any problem. But then, out of a sudden, that Chunin took out a smoke bomb from his pocket and threw it on the ground. It was not a normal smoke bomb but one with some very corrosive chemicals which could make it impossible for anyone to see for a while once it hit their eyes. Thinking his attack was successful, the ninja went back and started making hand signs, and within seconds, the area in the smoke was bombarded with tens of fire bullets. Did you really think I would fall for that? The clone said from behind of that Chunin. At that moment, the Chunin knew that if he didn't do anything right now, he would die. As no one would lose such a good chance to attack just for a punchline. The Chunin just quickly used the iron skin jutsu, but before that jutsu could show any effect, he was slashed by a wind blade on his leg. Luckily, he had used the iron skin jutsu, which made his skin harder even though it had not activated completely. Just as he thought that he saved himself, he felt an intense amount of heat coming from his back. And before he could turn, all of his vision was engulfed in red-hot fire. After shouting for 10 seconds, he went silent. This is too brutal. I should learn some new jutsu, as winning like this didn't feel great. The clone said to himself. Then he began extinguishing the fire he had caused. Just as he was in the middle of his job, he also heard a loud sound coming from a little away. Someone got a tough one, huh? The clone thought, right after which he also got the memory of that clone. He quickly finished his work of extinguishing the fire and then dispersed itself. He knew that Kida might came to look for him as well since one of the clones had messed up, so there were chances that something might go wrong with his mission too. Shizue, who was continuously moving following the trail of the Jonin, suddenly made a hand gesture for Kida to stop. And both of them stopped all of a sudden. They were on the top of a tree, and Shizue was looking forward. No need to hide, I know you are there. Shizue said. You are Shizue Uchiha, right? The Jonin came out of the bush and then continued. Don't attack, I am also from Hidden Leaf Village. I don't know why, but all of a sudden, the boy with you attacked me. I think there must be some misunderstanding. Let's talk things out. Well, it is true that my clone was the first one to attack him, but to think he is actually so shameless that he is now using the ally card to save his neck, Kda thought. I also think there is some misunderstanding because from our perspective, you have been following my brother right from when he left the village. Shizue said. That must be a coincidence. I was going on a mission with my team. The Jonin said without an ounce of hesitation. So you want me to believe that you coincidentally followed my brother all the way from Hidden Leaf Village till here and then coincidentally divided your team to follow the same path he and his clones had taken. Shizue said this much and then suddenly appeared right behind the Jonin with his katana right at the Jonin's neck and then continued, and you are slowly building your chakra to attack us. Before the Jonin could give a reply, Shizue sliced off his neck. Right after that, Kda appeared beside Shizue and asked, why did you kill him, brother? We should have caught him alive for interrogation. Kda, from what I know, the person behind them is not someone you can mess with. Even our whole clan can't directly go against him, let alone you. For now, he doesn't know your power level, but if we took this person with us alive who had seen your true power level, then you will lose a very good trump card since if that person forced us to release his subordinate, we would have to do that. Shizue said. Brother, do you think I am some little child? Why are you not telling me the name of their leader? Kda asked. No particular reason, I just don't want you to get into the politics of Hidden Leaf Village from such a young age. Shizue said. But brother, I think I am already involved in that said politics. Kda said, pointing toward the dead body of the Jonin. Sai, you are right, but remember what I am going to tell you is a secret very few know, so don't go around telling people about this. Shizue said. Chapter 152, Reason for Everything. You are right, but remember what I am going to tell you is a secret very few know, so don't go around telling people about this. Shizue said. Don't worry, brother, I understand. Kda said. Do you know about the Anbu forces in Hidden Leaf Village? Shizue asked. Yes, they are covert operatives of capable ninja that are dispatched by the Lord Third himself. Everybody knows about them. Kda said. Yes, but there is one more organization in Hidden Leaf Village that very few people know about. That is known as Harut. The ninja in this organization work in the shadows and are responsible for tasks which are dirty but important. The leader of this organization is Danzō. He was in the same squad with the Lord Third and my dad. He is also an S-rank ninja, and from what I can guess, these ninjas are from that organization. Shizue said. Wait, if they are actually from Hidden Leaf Village, why are they targeting me or the Uchiha clan in general? Kda asked, fully serious. Did you read the history of the creation of our village? Shizue asked. Yes, brother, like how the Lord First and Madara-sama lied together and made this village and all, right? Kda asked. Yes, but before they allied together, the Uchiha and Senju were mortal enemies of each other. There was so much bloodshed that happened between our clan that it is weird how both Hashirama-sama and Madara-sama lied together. Due to that much bloodshed, even though the first Hokage never discriminated against us, the Lord Second did, but even though Tobirama-sama was still not able to forget the animosity between us, he still never openly done anything against us other than giving us the most worthless post in Hidden Leaf Village, making us handle the police department of Hidden Leaf Village. Since Danzo was his student, he also has the same ideals as him and considers all Uchiha as evil. Even our relocation to the outskirts of Hidden Leaf Village was also majorly his doing. Shizue said. But brother, don't you think we Uchiha are the perfect choice for the police force? I mean, with a Sharingan, finding evidence and reading minds to find the true story is child's play, and we are the most efficient clan for this, even according to me. Kda asked. I know, Kda, and every higher up of our clan knows about this, but this doesn't change the fact that the police department doesn't make much. If we didn't have any other ways to acquire funds, we Uchiha would have been the poorest clan in Hidden Leaf Village. Shizue said. Kda nodded his head, completely agreeing with Shizue, but Tobirama was not the main topic here. But brother, if we know that Danzo is actually showing such hostility towards us, why did we never do anything against him? Kda asked the question which was really on his mind even when he watched this anime in his previous life. Sure, Danzo was powerful and had a powerful organization full of trained killers under his nose, but the Uchihas were also not something to scoff at, and even had the power to go toe-to-toe against the most powerful ninja village alone. So why did they never do anything against him? Kda, you know many of our Uchiha coincidentally went missing even though we did a full search until we found their bodies back. Similarly, many root ninjas also get coincidentally missing time to time. Shizue replied. Kda's eyes went wide open when he heard that. Like many times, this was also not shown in the anime he watched, this is the actual world. This doesn't have those plot holes like the anime. Everything which happened here was because of a reason. Since both parties were more or less equally strong, they couldn't attack each other, otherwise both sides would have losses. So they used another way for the fight in the shadows. I understand, brother. So should we kill those 3 ninjas as well? Ba asked, remembering the 3 chunin he had put under Genjutsu. No need, since he had attacked you directly, we had to make this big so that he will not try this once again. Don't worry, no matter how much the Lord Third wants to support his old friend, even he would have to take action against him when we will present enough evidence. Shizue said. What about hiding my power level and all? Ba asked. When I first arrived at the scene, there was no sign of fighting, and neither you nor those ninjas had any injuries on their bodies. Seeing all 3 of them were unconscious, you must have used Genjutsu on them. Though casting a Genjutsu on 3 chunin at the same time is impressive, it is still doable for any competent Uchiha with the Sharingan activated, so that much information is enough for an exchange of getting an upper hand during the negotiation against Danzō. Shizue said. Even though Shizue didn't have much talent for business, when it came to fighting and combat experience and talent, very few people could claim that they were better than Shizue in that. He accurately analyzed what had happened during the fight between Kda and those 3 chunin, even when he was only at the spot for a few minutes. I understand, brother. Then let's bring them back to the clan. Kda said, taking out the storage seal to save the bodies of those deceased chunins and jonin. No, we had to hide them out of Hidden Leaf Village for some time. If we directly take them back to Hidden Leaf Village, Danzo will be alerted before we could actually do anything, and this whole thing could backfire on us. I have to inform Uncle Fugaku about this before we take them back to Hidden Leaf Village. Shizue said. Then where do you plan on taking them if not to Hidden Leaf Village? Ba asked. The Fire Country is very big, my brother, and every clan had 1 or 2 secret bases around the country. Come, let me show you the one we Uchiha have. Shizue said with a wink, and then they went and picked up the bodies of all the dead ninjas in the storage scroll. Chapter 153, The Hidden Base. Come, let me show you the one we Uchiha have. Shizue said with a wink, and then they went and picked up the bodies of all the dead ninjas in the storage scroll. They went to the place where they had tied those chunin. Since quite some time had passed, all 3 of them were wide awake by now, but they were unable to free themselves because of the Chakraras training seals placed on them. Being a disciple of a seal master comes with many privileges, one of them being the chance to buy various seals at a discount, Kda thought when he saw how effective those seals actually were. Without them, there was a chance that those ninjas may have used some jutsu to free themselves. Shizue saw that those 3 were wide awake. When they saw Shizue standing there, they knew none of them had any chance to run now, let alone complete their mission. When they understood this, there was no movement in their bodies, they had lost their will to live, and if not for the cloth in their mouths, they may have actually committed suicide by now. Shizue activated his Sharingan and once again put them under his Genjutsu. The only difference was that this time, they would be out cold for much more time than when Kda did the same. Since there were 3 chunins, Kda made a shadow clone to carry one, then 3 of them carried the 3 chunin on their shoulders and went toward the same direction Kda had the missions. Shizue was taking the lead the whole time, while Kda and his clone were following him. Due to the tense moment they had just faced, no one was in any mood for small talk. After traveling for some time and taking various turns, Shizue and Kda were standing in front of a forest. Is our hideout inside the forest? Kda asked. Ha, no. Shizue left a little and then went to a tree and peeled its bark, then placed his ring on a mark on the tree. As soon as he did that, the ground near them began shaking, the ground parted, and then something similar to a door became visible to them. That was so fucking cool, brother. Kda said. But brother, we brought them to our hideout. What if they had any tracking seals on them and route finds about this base? Kda asked. If tracking someone so far away was possible, then we would not lose a single ninja during various missions. It is almost impossible to track someone from such a long distance, so don't worry. Shizue said, and then opened a door. As Kda had expected, there were stairs leading downwards. After going down for some time, they came in front of a door. Shizue knocked and said, "Bullseye is never red." Why? Because we have those eyes. Shizue, my boy, long time no see. A middle-aged man came out of the door, then gestured for both Shizue and Kda to follow him inside. After some more walking, they went to a cozy-looking room. The middle-aged man sat on a chair and gestured for both Kda and Shizue to do the same. Kda's clone placed the chunin on the ground, just like Shizue and Kda, and then dispersed itself. Then Kda and Shizue also took a seat each. So, now do you want to tell me about these 4 little surprises you got for me? The middle-aged man asked. Yes, let me first introduce my little brother to you, Minoru-sama. He is the son of Antagonist. Shizue said. As soon as Minoru heard this, he suddenly turned toward Kda and then scanned him from head to toe. I can certainly see her image in this boy. Minoru said. Kda, he is Minoru-sama, one of the elders of the Uchiha clan and an old friend of your grandfather. After her parents passed away, he was the one who took care of your mother. Shizue said. Kda did a 90-degree bow and then said, Nice to meet you, Grandpa. Ha ha ha, even though he looks like Hueco, his personality is exactly opposite of hers. He must take this from his father. Minoru said, and then stood up from his seat and went to Kda. Kda thought that he wanted to say something to him, but Minoru just pinched his cheeks. My grandchild is so cute. Kda didn't speak anything. He also had a grandpa in his previous life who used to pinch his cheeks all the time while saying the same things. After some time, Minoru went back to his seat and asked, But I don't think you are here for a family reunion, right? Yes, Minoru-sama, actually. Shizue told the whole story to Minoru, about how Kda tried to save the Uchiha's reputation, then coming onto Danzo's radar, to the latest attack. That fucker is actually trying to put his hand on my child. It looks like we have been silent for way too much time. I think it's time for us to show him why the Uchihas were once the most feared clan in the whole world. Are these fuckers the ones that attacked him? Minoru asked, his grandfatherly aura completely gone. What remained was a fierce aura of a general who is about to go to war. It is not just the mistreatment the Uchiha got, almost all Uchihas are war-hungry people, Kda thought, easily forgetting about the excitement he had at the thought of having a good fight just some time before. Yes, Minoru-sama, but please refrain yourself from killing them. It was really hard for Kda to capture them alive. We could use them against Danzo this time. Sai, I don't want to listen about your schemes. Just come and tell me if things go south. Minoru said, and then looked toward Kda. You have grown quite well, boy, fighting and even winning against so many root ninjas at such a young age. Your future is limitless. I am sure Hueco would be very happy for you in heaven. Minoru said once again, focusing on Kda since he can't do anything to those Chunins. Chapter 154, Danzo's Dilemma. You have grown quite well, boy, fighting and even winning against so many root ninjas at such a young age. Your future is limitless. I am sure Hueco would be very happy for you in heaven. Minoru said once again, focusing on Kda since he can't do anything to those Chunins. Thanks, Grandpa. I learned it from my big brother. Kda said. Well, I was the one who taught him, so you indirectly learned from me. Minoru said. Please tell him the full detail, sir. I learned taijutsu from Minoru-sama. Shizue said. But brother, you never used taijutsu? Kda asked, a little confused. Exactly. Shizue said, nodding his head. Smack, I only taught you that because your genius father had already taught you most things. Also, why would you focus on taijutsu when kenjutsu is superior? Minoru said after giving Shizue a smack for his funny remark. Ha 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 ha, Kda, now tell me what you want me to do with these people. Minoru asked. Uncle, we will go back to Hidden Leaf Village and talk about how to proceed with the clan head. Until then, please keep them here. Shizue said. We? Am I also supposed to go back? Kda asked. Of course, or do you want to live with your grandpa now? Shizue asked. I would love to, but I have some missions to complete before that. Kda said. Are you out of your mind? One of the most deadly organizations in the world is after your life, and you want to go on some bandit extermination mission? Shizue asked, and then continued, I thought you were the intelligent one among us. Brother, Danzo send a Jonin and 6 Chunin after me. This team should be able to handle a Jonin, let alone me, so there is no chance that he would have sent a bigger team than this. Since they are dead, I should be safe for now. Also, if I go back to the village, doesn't it more or less inform them that the ninja they had sent after us are in trouble or dead? Kda asked. Well, I can now see why you think he is the smarter between you two. Minoru said with a smile. Kda, Danzo is a grandmaster in Fuinjutsu, and from what we have deduced from such a long fight against him, he has developed some type of seal from which he can get informed if any of his subordinates die. As soon as we kill them, there is a search party sent to search for them. But if we just capture them alive, Danzo waits for some time before releasing a search party. Shizue said. That means when we capture them alive, Danzo doesn't know that his subordinate is missing until he doesn't report, even when his time limit for the mission is exceeded. Kda said. Correct, so by now, Danzo should know that his subordinates are dead, and since they were sent after you, you would be their first suspect already. That's why you should come back to Hidden Leaf Village with me. Shizue said. Brother, I think you have given me more reason to remain out of the village. If they think I am after the death of their ninja and am still out of the village, they may think I may have killed most of them using some underhanded tactic, and that those 3 Chunin who are alive must be chasing after me. So we will get more time to plot a good plan. Kda said. Ha ha, are you really Aiko's child? If she was in your shoes, she wouldn't have been this cool-headed until now, but you are analyzing the situation quite skillfully. Good job. Minoru said, and then turned to Shizue and said, don't worry about the boy, his security will be my responsibility until you come back. Shizue became visibly relaxed after hearing that. Since Minoru was an elite Jonin himself and an Uchiha, there were very few people in Hidden Leaf Village who could go toe-to-toe against him in a fight. Then I will leave him in your care. Shizue said, and then turned to Kda and said, don't get carried away and make things difficult for Minoru-sama. Kda nodded his head, and then Shizue went back the way he came. So you are planning to continue your mission, right? Minoru asked. Yes, Grandpa. Since that was the main reason I came out of the village, I want to practice some of the things I learned in the last few months. Kda said. As you wish. Just wait for some time, I will quickly lock these guys up. Minoru said and picked up 2 of the Chunin, dragging them inside the hideout. Do you need any help, Grandpa? Kda asked, planning on carrying the last Chunin inside. No, boy. I can do it myself. Also, nobody is allowed to come inside this base without the clan head's permission. Minoru said. Oh. Then I will wait here. Kda said and sat back at his chair. After locking the Chunin and informing the ninjas in the base that he would be out of the base for some time, Minoru came out of the base and asked, do you want to take some more rest, or are you ready to leave? I am very much ready to leave, Grandpa, but Grandpa, can you please don't help me during my mission and only interfere if Fruit makes a move? Kda asked. Don't worry, if you want that, you will be even unable to see me during your mission. Let's go. Minoru said, and then they both left the base and went on their way. As soon as they started moving, Minoru silently vanished into the shadows, and even though Kda could feel that someone was looking at him, he couldn't sense Minoru at all. I still have a long way to go, Kda thought. Root headquarters just after the Jonin died, what? How can even hero die? I refuse to believe that a 9-year-old child can fight and win against a Jonin who was personally trained by me, Danzo thought, then it clicked to him. There was a case in which this situation would make perfect sense. He quickly called his assistant ninja and asked, does Shizue also left the village with Kda? No sir, we have been keeping an eye on the Uchiha compound as you have ordered. Shizue is still in his house, most likely sleeping. The Root ninja replied. Danzo dismissed the ninja. This doesn't make sense. How can a 9-year-old actually kill 4 Root ninja? Either they encountered someone else during their mission, or that boy used some sort of trap to kill my ninjas. But since 3 of them are alive, they must have avoided the trap. Should I send reinforcement? Danzo said to himself, then shook his head. If they want any help, they could easily get it from any nearby base. Let's wait for some time before taking any action. Danzo thought, but his day was ruined. Losing a Jonin was huge, even during wartime. No matter how many ninja Hidden Leaf Village had, Jonin were not in abundance, they were the peak of power among ninjas, just below Kage-level ninjas. And very few could reach that level in their lifetime. Chapter 155, Uchiha's Trump Card. Losing a Jonin was a huge loss, even during wartime. No matter how many ninja Hidden Leaf Village had, Jonin were not in abundance, they were the peak of power among ninjas, just below Kage-level ninjas. Very few could reach that level in their lifetime. Something doesn't feel right. I feel like I'm missing something, Danzo thought, but he still refused to believe that a 9-year-old could kill his Root ninjas. Well, it will be worth it if we can recruit that boy into Root. Though I have to hide him from both Hiruzen and the Uchihas, but when the time comes for me to make a move for the Hokage position, he will be a trump card for me, Danzo thought, as from what he had read, Kda had the potential of becoming an elite Jonin. Even becoming Kage level was not off limits for him. So, getting his hands on such a perfect tool at the cost of a Jonin was acceptable for him, but he still couldn't shake off the bad feeling he was getting. Due to that, he once again called a Root ninja and said, increase the surveillance of the Uchiha clan by 2-fold for now. But sir, we don't have many ninjas who specialize in stealth to the extent that they can be deployed to the Uchiha clan compounds. The Root ninja said. It doesn't matter if you have to call some of them back from other clan compounds, but for the next week, I want to know every detail of everything that happens in that compound, no matter how small it is. Yes, sir. The Root ninja said and went on his way to follow the order he had received. Shizue went back to Hidden Leaf Village in just 2 hours, then he stealthily went back to his house while hiding from the spy who was keeping an eye on his house. This was the reason the Uchiha had left the spies in their territory even after knowing about their identity. Since feeding wrong information to the enemy is much easier that way, after some time, Shizue went toward the clan headquarters. He went to the reception and said, "I want to talk to the clan head about my 3 shops. Can you please ask him if he is free or not?" Shizue said this with a smile on his face, like he wasn't in any hurry and had some casual business with the clan head. The receptionist nodded and went to Fugaku's office to ask him this. As soon as Fugaku heard that Shizue wanted to talk about his 3 shops, which was a code word for something important, especially related to Root, he said, "I am free right now. Ask him to come to my office." And then went back to his paperwork. The receptionist relayed the order back to Shizue, and he went to Fugaku's office. "What happened?" Fugaku asked as soon as Shizue entered the office, while he also activated the concealment seal in his office, making spying on them impossible. Kta went out to complete some bandit extermination mission, but he was attacked by Root ninjas, 1 Jonin and 6 Chunin. "I want all the details. Don't leave anything out of your report," Fugaku said. He was not worried that something had happened to Kta because he could see that Shizue, though angry, was not sad. Shizue nodded his head and told Fugaku everything that had happened, from Kta's plan to lure the attackers and Shizue following him, hiding to keep him safe, as well as him killing the Jonin and Kta killing 3 Chunin while capturing 3 more, who are now kept at one of their bases. That boy is both talented and smart. Many young ninjas will let power get to their heads if they reach the stage he has reached so early. Since he has captured 3 of them, we can easily pin the blame on Danzō. But he can easily deny our claim and say that we attacked his ninjas without any reason. That would be the case if we didn't have someone under our custody, but now we have 3 of his ninjas captured. We can just ask him to remove his seal and let us read their memory to make things clear. We tried this one more time, and he just said that those ninjas know top secrets of the village, and he can't allow anyone to know them. And if by chance we are able to use this to corner him, Lord Third will just give him some light punishment and dismiss this matter like always," Shizue said. "Then what do you want us to do, directly attack Danzō?" Fugaku said with a little annoyance and anger in his voice. "Fugaku-sama, I think we just needed to think out of the box. We always had a simple solution for our problems," Shizue said with a smile. "What do you mean?" Fugaku became confused, hearing Shizue's words. "This is the letter given to me by my 9-year-old brother for you when I told him about Danzō," Shizue said, giving Fugaku a letter. Fugaku took the letter and began reading it. "Good evening, Fugaku-sama. Even though I am not as knowledgeable as you, I came up with a basic understanding of our situation from our brother. From what I could understand, Root is trying to make us the enemy of Hidden Leaf Village, firstly by accusing us of the Nine Tails attack, then spreading bad rumors about us in the whole of Hidden Leaf Village. If things went according to their plan, they would have made the Uchiha's reputation hit rock bottom in a span of a few months or at most some years. When that would have happened, we would have been discriminated against in our own village, and no matter how powerful we are, I don't think we can go against the whole village just by ourselves. And since Lord Third is on Danzo's side, we couldn't do anything against him either. But brother said that we had a trump card up our sleeves with which we could easily change the mind of a person, their thoughts, even their personality could be changed." Reading this, Fugaku's eyes went wide open, and he asked, "You told him about Koto Mitsukami?" "Of course not. I promised not to share about my Mangekyō ability unless absolutely necessary to my father. Till this date, you are the only person who knows about my Mangekyō ability other than my father," Shizue said. Chapter 156, Uchiha's Trump Card, Part 2. "Of course not. I promised not to share about my Mangekyō ability unless absolutely necessary to my father. Till this date, you are the only person who knows about my Mangekyō ability other than my father. Just as it is written in the letter, I had just told him that we had a trump card which can do those things," Shizue said. "But you can only use that once a decade. We can't use that ability without much thinking," Fugaku said. "Please read that letter fully," Shizue said. Fugaku nodded his head and started reading the letter once again. "But brother said that we had a trump card up our sleeves with which we could easily change the mind of a person, their thoughts, even their personality. Since we have such a powerful trump card, why don't we remove the problem from its root? The reason why Danzo could be so openly offensive to many clans is that he has full support from Lord Third. So if we use our trump card and make Lord Third a little more reasonable, just enough to find Danzo's wrongdoings bad and actually punish him rather than giving him a false punishment. And since all of the clans also have problems with Danzo, we can also use the same tactic as him and turn the whole village against him, just like he tried to do with us. This is just a simple idea of mine. I am sure you have better plans to tackle the situation, but I think this is the most efficient and swift way to handle the situation." Uchiha. "You were right, Shizue. The method was so simple, but because of our big egos, we could never have thought of such a method. Allying with other clans and taking the Hokage on our side too using your Koto Mitsukami, We can easily corner Danzo. Fugaku said with a chuckle, which was a way different from his usual stern behavior. But to make preparations for this plan, we need time. I don't think Danzo will sit still when we will do that. Shizue said. Yes, that's why we have to first target the main objective for this plan to be successful. Fugaku said. Using Kodo Matsukami on the Hokage himself. Increase the Hokage's animosity and distrust toward Danzo while reducing his sense of alliance with Danzo, but ensure that the change in his personality remains barely noticeable. Even if your ability can't be traced, the change in behavior may point many fingers at us if this happens when we make our move. Fugaku said, Don't worry, Fugaku-sama, I understand. Shizue said. Also, ask Da and your family to shift to my house until everything settles down. Fugaku said. There is a slight problem in doing that. Shizue said. What is it? Da is not in the village. Shizue said. What do you mean he is not in the village? No, tell me that he didn't actually decide to continue the mission. Fugaku asked. He is one stubborn fellow. Once he decides to do something, he completes that thing. Shizue said, shrugging his shoulders. Are you insane? The whole route may go after him if they find out what happened. How can that boy be smart and dumb at the same time? Fugaku said. Well, that will only happen if Root finds out what had happened. According to them, Da left the village alone. I was in my house, and no one from the clan went with him. So even if they somehow learn about the death of those 4 ninjas, Root may think that they fell into an ambush and died, while the remaining 3 ninjas are chasing Da since they are alive. This may give us some time for the preparations. It was Da's plan. Also Minoru-sama had taken responsibility for Da's security, so there is nothing to worry about. Shizue said. Sai, just complete your task as soon as you can, then take 2 jonins with you to bring back your smart-ass brother. Even if Minoru is powerful, he will not be able to save Da if Danzo becomes serious. Fugaku said. Yes, Fugaku-sama, I will go to the Hokage's office after sending my mom and Yami to your house. Shizue said. Okay. Fugaku said. Shizue then went out of the headquarters like he had only talked about weather conditions with Fugaku. After Shizue left, Fugaku rang the bell on his desk 3 times. Suddenly, 2 ninjas with their faces hidden by masks appeared in front of him. Initiate plan illusion now. Fugaku said. To which extent, sir? One of the ninjas asked. Fugaku went silent for some time, then said, at full capacity. The ninja became shocked and then looked toward Fugaku like he wanted to ask something. Don't worry, we are not going to fight directly. I have some other plans, but make sure no mistakes are made. This is an S-level mission. Fugaku said. Yes, Fugaku-sama. The ninjas said and then disappeared from the office. Fugaku then came out of his office and went to the underground basement. After scanning his hand on the seal and placing a tag full of seals on the door afterward, if someone tried to open the door without doing this, the seals in the room would activate and remove the ability of every person in there to use chakra while paralyzing them as well. After Fugaku performed all these things, the door opened, and he went inside. Shizue went out of the clan headquarters and saw many jonin going out of the headquarters as soon as he left. Why did I bother to act? Shizue said, shaking his head, then used the body flicker jutsu to go where Yami was getting her classes. Izao, long time no see, brother. Shizue said to Izao, Yami's teacher, as soon as he went to the training area where Yami was training. Shizue, what are you doing here? Izao asked. Is that something you should say when you meet an old friend after so much time? Shizue asked as if he was hurt. I am not in the mood for jokes right now. You are disturbing my student. Izao said. Sorry, I will be serious now. I am here to take Yami back, also she will be unable to come for the classes for some time. I will tell you when she can come back afterward. Shizue said, completely serious. Did something happen? Izao asked. Just a small clan matter, nothing serious. Shizue replied, but when he said it was a clan matter, it was enough indication for Izao not to ask anything further. He turned to Yami and said. Chapter 157, Family Safety. Just a small clan matter, nothing serious. Shizue replied, but when he said it was a clan matter, it was enough indication for Izao not to ask anything further. He turned to Yami and said, it seems you will be getting your much-wanted break now, but don't slack off and keep increasing your chakra field. I want it to be at least half a kilometer wide after 2 weeks. Yes, sensei. Yami said. Let's go, Yami. Shizue said and used the body flicker jutsu to go back to his house, followed by Yami. On their way back, Yami was tense after such a turn of events. Never in the last 3 to 4 months of her training had she ever been disturbed by Shizue or Da. This tension increased after remembering that Shizue went on a mission with Da. Did something actually happen? She thought, but she couldn't ask Shizue about it because he was moving very fast, and she didn't have time to ask anything. So Yami just kept following Shizue. After reaching home, she asked, "What happened, brother? Why did you suddenly ask me to come back? Did something happen to Kda?" "No, Kda is safe. Just wait inside the house for a little bit, and while you're at it, please pack your and mom's clothes. We are changing our house for some renovations," Shizue said, and once again went out to bring his mom back too. Renovation? This was such a stupid excuse that even a kid would not believe it, let alone a gain-in. But since Kda was safe, Yami became a little more relaxed as her worst fear didn't become a reality. She simply went inside the house and started packing her luggage because no matter how carefree Shizue normally was, when he got serious, he started to release an air of seriousness around him. Shizue went to the construction site where the bathhouse was under construction. It was almost ready, with only some finishing touches being done now, which were some last-minute changes done by he herself. This will have to wait, Shizue thought, looking towards the bathhouse, as even though this was a big project for his family, it was nothing compared to their security. He silently went to his mother. "Mom, I have something important to discuss with you," Shizue said. "Wait a minute, Shizue. I am a little busy right now," he replied. She was in a meeting with the construction company's manager, discussing the maintenance charges for the future. "Mom, it's urgent," Shizue said. He looked toward Shizue and then turned toward the managers and said, "We will continue this meeting tomorrow. We will notify you about the timing of the meeting, also your payment will be done today only. Please take your workers back. We will notify you when you can start working once again," Shizue said. "Sir, did we make any mistakes? Please tell us, sir. We will try to rectify it as soon as we can," the manager said worriedly, thinking that they had made some mistake and may lose one of their very big clients. "You guys haven't made any mistakes, sir. It's just that something really important came up, and we will have to wait for some time before the inauguration of this bathhouse. But rest assured, you did a marvelous job," Shizue said, easing the stress the managers were feeling. "Thank you, sir. We will wait for your word to resume our work," the manager said and left the area to tell the workers the news. As soon as they left, he turned to Shizue and asked, "What happened?" "Nothing, Mom. Let's go back to our home first. Yami is waiting there for us." He nodded her head, and both of them went back to their house. As soon as they entered the house, he was a little shocked, seeing her luggage placed in the hall along with Yami's luggage. "What the hell is happening?" he asked. "Yami, come and sit down on the sofa with Mom. I have something important to tell both of you," Shizue said. Both Yami and he sat down on the sofa, waiting for Shizue to start. "Mom, this is about Uncle Danzo. He has crossed all lines now, and the clan has decided to make its move now. That's why the clan leader has asked you to move to his house along with his family for some time," Shizue said in one breath. "What has he done this time, and why are you so angry all of a sudden?" he asked, as this was not the first time Danzo had done something against the Uchiha clan. Even when her husband lost his legs during the Great Ninja War, it was mostly because he trusted Danzo way too much, than he should have, and left his back to him. Due to which he had to suffer heavy losses during the war and became paralyzed after that, which ultimately led to his demise. Even though he never openly criticized Danzo for his condition, deep down, he never forgave Danzo too, and he, being his wife, was fully aware of his thoughts. That's why she too didn't have any good opinion of Danzo either. Shizue decided to come clean this time, as the matter had gotten way out of his hands, and now he would be unable to hide everything from his mother. So he told both Yami and he everything, from how Kda tried to improve the clan's reputation, then being spied on by root ninjas, after which being attacked by a team of root ninjas. "That fucker, he decided to lay his hand on my nephew. I want to talk to the clan head right now. We have to take this in front of Lord Third this time. I don't want that old swine to roam around the village carefree after trying to do something like that to my nephew," he said, anger tangible in her voice. Being the wife of someone who was in the same squad with Hiruzen and Danzo, he had some great political connections around the village. That's why she wanted to see Fugaku and directly go to the Hokage's office regarding this matter. Chapter 158, Blinding Danzo's Eyes Within the Clan. "Don't worry, Mom. We are not planning to keep tolerating Danzo too. That's why I'm taking you guys to the clan head's house, as you may be in danger since we are going to use this incident to reduce Danzo's powers and influence to zero," Shizue said. "Are you going to personally make a move against him?" he asked, easily guessing the reason why she had to take refuge. "Yes, Mom, but don't worry. I will not fight anyone," Shizue said with a smile. He sighed after hearing that, though her stress level didn't come down much, as she knew about Danzo's scheming powers better than anyone in the Uchiha clan. Her own husband's demise was because of that. But being an elite jonin of a clan came with many responsibilities, which Shisui had to follow. Just be safe always. Also, bring the back before you do anything. I don't want that reckless fellow to put his life at stake when he is so young himself. He said. Yes. Yami supported her completely. I was going to do that anyway. Don't worry, Mom. He will be with me by the end of tomorrow's evening. Shisui said. You are really going to let him do those missions for one whole day, even though his life is in danger? He asked. Mom, practically, he is more safe out there than coming back to Hidden Leaf Village. He is under the protection of Minoru-sama. Even I would have to think thrice before attacking someone under his protection. Also, Hidden Leaf Village is the base of the person who sent ninjas after him, so he is safer out there than in the village. But don't worry, I will bring him back before tomorrow evening. Shisui said. Both he and Yami became visibly more relaxed after hearing that, even though they were worried about the clan. Family always came first. If all three of them were in the clan head's house, their safety would be more or less guaranteed. Also, since there were very few people in Hidden Leaf Village who could actually hold their ground against Shisui, they were not worried about him, at least not as much as Gda, who is still just a child and is trying to fight against a whole organization all alone. Mom, please take all the stuff you guys will need there. We will leave in 30 minutes. Shisui said. Okay, but where are you going now? He said, seeing Shisui leaving the house. Nowhere, I'm just going to see something funny. Shisui said with a smile and left the house. These boys. He said after shaking her head at her son's casual behavior just after having such a serious task. Come, Yami, let me help you with packing. They both went inside and started packing, while Shisui went to the roof of their house, after which he activated his Sharingan. There is one thing that most people didn't know about the Sharingan and Byakugan. If we compare the basic one Tomoe Sharingan with the Byakugan, then the Byakugan will win 10 out of 10 times, but that is the case only in the initial phase of the Sharingan. As the Sharingan continues to evolve, the power difference continues to reduce. When we compare the 3 Tomoe Sharingan with a Byakugan, it becomes almost equal. The 3 Tomoe Sharingan actually gives a similar range of vision, and an untrained Byakugan, even when range is not its best part, with an addition of extra powerful Genjutsu and the ability to copy various jutsu, makes the Sharingan very overpowered, almost at the same level as the Byakugan. Now, if we compare a Mangekyō Sharingan with a Byakugan, then the story changes completely. The Mangekyō Sharingan has nearly the same level of vision range as the Byakugan, as well as the perception and reaction speed of the user, which is increased exponentially by the Sharingan. With increasing the power of already overpowered Genjutsu to a new level and giving the user the power he really wished for, the Mangekyō Sharingan is way above the Byakugan, and Shisui possessed those eyes. When he went to the roof, Shisui quickly activated his Mangekyō Sharingan and started looking around the Uchiha clan compound. At many places, a ninja would appear and suddenly make a person fall under a Genjutsu, which would leave that person in a blank state for a minute before going back to doing what they were doing. All of those ninjas were at least jonin and possessed the 3 Tomoe Sharingan. This was a secret team of the clan head himself, consisting of 10 trained jonin, who only took his orders, just like Hanbu ninjas take only the Hokage's orders. When Fugaku said to begin the plan illusion at full force, all of those 10 jonin went out to target all the known spies in the Uchiha compound. Even though there were some normal people on that list who were suspected of being spies, they were also targeted by those jonin as well, since the only thing they were doing was making them fall under a Genjutsu that everything was alright and nothing big was happening in the Uchiha compound. It didn't matter if the person was not a spy and a normal civilian, they wouldn't be harmed in reality, so everyone was a target of this attack. This plan was used to give the Uchiha clan some precious days for planning their next move. From the day Fugaku came to know that many spies had infiltrated his clan, he began making a plan to counter those spies. Though he could easily take care of those spies, that would make the sender more alert, and they may then employ someone as a spy who is very hard to detect. That's why he let those spies roam in his compound while keeping an eye on them, though this had resulted in losing some valuable information of the clan and even costing the life of one of his chunin one time when one of those spies somehow got the information of a secret mission that the chunin had to complete. But these were some necessary sacrifices he made himself because he wanted his enemies to believe that they had successfully placed their spies in the Uchiha clan's compound. Shisui was sitting on the roof of his house, enjoying the show, when he saw that an Uchiha ninja came near his house and used a Genjutsu on a person who was a stall owner of a nearby stall. Seeing that, Shisui thought, at least he could have warned me about a spy near my house. Chapter 159, should be best, but then Shisui just shook his head since it was not a big deal. The spy must have been monitored by Fugaku's squad himself, and if by any chance he would have made any move against him or his family, they would have taken action for sure. After enjoying the show of many Jonin appearing in front of the spies all of a sudden and placing them under a Genjutsu while there was an expression of shock and fear on the faces of those spies, Shizue went inside the house. "Mom, Yami, are you guys ready?" Shizue asked. "Yes, just wait a minute," he said, and came out of her house with a suitcase full of clothes and other stuff she would need during her stay at Fugaku's house. After a second, Yami also came out with a similar suitcase. Looking at the huge suitcases both of them were carrying, Shizue sarcastically asked, "Is that all?" "Yeah, at least for now. Also, it's not like we are going very far, and if we need anything other than this, then you could always come and get it for us," he replied. "Of course, Mom. Now, can we leave for Fugaku-sama's house? Aunt must be waiting for our arrival," Shizue said while putting their bags in a storage seal. "You are the one who took his time. We were ready for half an hour," he said. "Yes." Yami also supported her. "Fine, it was my fault. Now, can we leave?" Shizue asked. "Sure," he said, taking the lead toward Fugaku's house, followed by Yami and then Shizue. After reaching Fugaku's house, Shizue said, "Yami, wait at the door for some time." Then he went inside ahead and rang the bell. "Coming," came a sweet voice from inside. After some seconds, a middle-aged lady opened the gate, with dark black hair and eyes of the same color, which were highlighted because of her extra fair skin color. She was the definition of a perfect Uchiha Kunoichi. "You are finally here." Shizue too, "Welcome," Mikoto said, opening the gate for them. Can you please let Yami enter the house too?" Shizue asked. "Oh. I am sorry, I totally forgot about that. Just give me a second," he said and went inside the house, and then an array around the house scanned Yami, who was standing at the main gate. Yes, these were the same arrays Gda had felt when he first entered Sora's house. Being the clan head's home, this house was also secured with many arrays and seals and could easily withstand a barrage of ninjutsu from a Jonin rank ninja if needed. After the array scanned Yami, Mikoto came out of her house and said, "Don't just stand there, darling. Come inside." Hearing that, Yami also came inside and then said while bowing a little, "Thanks for letting me in, Mikoto-sama. Just stand is fine. If you are his family, then you are my family too," Mikoto said with a motherly smile. "Thank you, Auntie," Yami replied with a smile. And all three of them entered the house. There were two boys sitting in the hall reading some books, though only the boy of the age of around 9 years was reading the book, and the boy who was around 4 years old was listening to his brother's recitation. "Itachi, Sasuke, see who came," he said in an excited tone. "Auntie, you are finally here. You are going to live with us now, right?" Sasuke said while jumping from the sofa. "Hey, how about we start with a greeting first?" Itachi said, catching Sasuke mid-air. Both of them bowed a little and said, "Welcome to our house, Auntie. My cute little pumpkin, how are you?" he said while picking up Sasuke and then turned to Itachi and said, "You are growing quite fast. In just a few months since I didn't see you, you have already grown this much." He said this while ruffling Itachi's hair. Itachi just smiled in return. "How about greeting me like that too?" Shizue said to Itachi. "Sure, once you start behaving like an adult, I will start treating you like one," Itachi said. "Nah, I don't wanna," Shizue said nonchalantly. He saw that Sasuke was looking towards Yami, not knowing who she was. "Sasuke, meet your big sister. Her name is Yami. Go say hi," he said. Sasuke went to Yami shyly and said, "Hello, big sister. Nice to meet you." "Same here, little brother," Yami said, ruffling Sasuke's hair. "Someone else was also going to come with you guys, right?" Itachi asked, remembering the message of 4 people coming to live with them. "You must be looking forward to meeting with Gda, huh?" Shizue said. "Well, yes. I want to meet him after listening to his praise from both your and father's mouths. My father even said that he is more talented than me. Is that right?" Itachi asked a little curiously, which was his usual attitude before he was swept into clan politics by Danzo and Hiruzen. Even though he was a little cold on the outside, he had a very warm and curious personality inside him. Shizue listened to Itachi's question and then went into some thinking. After some time, he said, "If we compare you guys based on Genjutsu, then you are more powerful than him. In Kenjutsu, he is more powerful than you. In Ninjutsu, you are more versatile than him since he doesn't know many jutsu, but those he knew, he has already mastered them and can perform them with minimum hand seals. Now, he has some extra points in versatility which you don't have, since he also knows medical jutsu and fu-in jutsu as well, which you don't. But if I have to compare you guys, you are equally talented, just that you both excel in different fields. Shizue said. Even though Shizue didn't say that Kda was better than Itachi still felt that he lost against Kda. Being the clan head son, he was supposed to be the best among his peers, and with the amount of resources he got every day, it should have been easy for him to do so. So, becoming equal to his peer was actually not a compliment for him. I want to have a spar against him, Itachi said. Chapter 160. The Bandit Purge begins. While these events were unfolding in Hidden Leaf Village, Kda was focusing on solidifying his knowledge. Just after Shizue departed for Hidden Leaf Village, let's get moving, boy, because from what I can see, you don't have much time. As soon as I make preparations for using this situation to its full potential, your brother will come back to take you to your home, Minoru said. Okay, Grandpa. Kda replied as both of them went out of the base and headed in the direction of the bandit camps. Kda had taken a total of 4 bandit extermination missions because they were all very close to each other, only 10 to 15 kilometers apart from one another. The reason for this was simple: they were near the villages which were connected to the sea, due to which they had become a hub for merchants to stop before going to different places in the Fire Country. The bandits decided to set up their bases around the various routes those merchants would take, since this was the most profitable place for bandits. There were many bases present within a small area. Hidden Leaf Village had not taken any action until now because those bandits didn't cause many problems. They were just taking some protection money from merchants before allowing them to proceed. But lately, they had been going out of control, killing the merchant caravans and looting their supplies. This may have been the work of other villages, since it would greatly affect the economy of the Fire Country if the sea route for merchants was not safe. That's why this mission was given priority, though there was a chance that those who took these missions may face some enemy ninjas. However, the chances of facing someone of Jonin rank were low, since none of the enemy villages would take the risk of sending their Jonin into the remote parts of the Fire Country from where running would be impossible. And someone of Chunin rank was no problem for Kda at all, who could easily hold his ground against a Jonin. When Kda and Minoru came out of the base, Minoru suddenly disappeared. Even when Kda tried to activate his Sharingan to find him, he was unable to sense Minoru with the help of his Sharingan. He is better at hiding his chakra even when compared to brother. I wonder how strong a 13-year-old Itachi was to kill a clan of such powerful ninjas, Kda thought. Then he continued his journey to the bandits' base, since it was his request that Minoru would not interfere in his mission. Kda was happy that he was unable to sense Minoru's presence. After traveling for 2 hours while periodically using the wind instantaneous movement jutsu, Kda reached the first bandit's base. Looking at it from a tree, Kda could easily see that there were 10 huts in this base, with the center one being the biggest, so it must be the one where the leader of those bandits lived. Kda silently waited at the tree while keeping a strict watch on the base. As soon as he saw 2 bandits leaving the base and going toward the jungle, he quickly used the body flicker jutsu and appeared in front of them. Then, with the help of his Sharingan, he placed them under a Ganjutsu. After which, he took both of them away from the base. After reaching a safe distance, Kda began to read the memories of both bandits. After confirming that there were no captives in the camp, he sighed in relief, as this would make his task much easier. Kda then used the chakra scalpel and cut off the connection between the central nervous system and the brain of those bandits. Now, even if they came out of the Ganjutsu, they would be unable to move a single part of their body, including their mouth. He then made 4 shadow clones and sent them in all 4 directions surrounding the camp, so that none of those bandits could run away from the camp. After all the preparations were done, Kda used a fireball jutsu and made it as big as he could, then threw it at a little distance from the camp. Boom! Listening to the sound, all the bandits came out of their houses, only to find a teenage boy standing in front of the main gate of the camp. Normally, they would have laughed after seeing a child daring to go against 15 bandits all alone. However, that boy was wearing a Hidden Leaf Village ninja uniform, and his hands were coated in blue chakra which was rotating just like a chainsaw. Now the story changed completely. The boy in front of them was a ninja, and even a young ninja can easily kill an adult. But since they had an advantage in numbers, the chief gave his order, "Bring that fucking boy in front of me. He should know that we are not some normal bandits any milk-sucking brat can mess with." Hearing the anger and authority in their leader's voice, all the bandits also came out of their fear and ran towards Kda with their swords and axes in their hands. Kda just stood at the gate with his chakra scalpel activated in his hands. He activated his Sharingan and sliced the spine of the first bandit. But before he could scream in agony, Kda used a Ganjutsu on him, making that bandit fall into a state of false coma. The same incident happened with all the other bandits who tried to attack him. Since Kda used the chakra scalpel, which didn't cause any external injury, and then immediately used a Ganjutsu to make them shut their mouths, The morale of the bandits was high until the last of them fell under the Genjutsu. If Kda had allowed them to scream, all 14 bandits would have been screaming their lungs out by now. After defeating them, Kda reached in front of the leader of the bandits. But he didn't use any jutsu to harm him. From the memories he read from those 2 bandits, Kda came to know the crimes this fucker had committed, ranging from killing many merchants to raping many women in those caravans. He didn't even spare small children. When the leader saw all of his subordinates falling on the ground with their eyes open and not moving, he easily guessed that he could not win against this boy in a fight. He then chose the second best option for his survival. "I am sorry, sir. I couldn't recognize you. Please spare my life. I will give you all my savings. I have more than 2 million ryo with me," the leader said while lying on the ground in front of Kda. Kda pulled his head up using his hair and looked directly into his eyes. All that bandit saw before falling unconscious was 2 red eyes with 2 tomui rotating in them. Chapter 161, Ruthless Mercy. Kda pulled the bandit leader's head up by his hair and looked directly into his eyes. All that bandit saw before falling unconscious were 2 red eyes with 2 tomui rotating in them. When the bandit woke up, he was in a hole inside the ground with lava coming up from the bottom. He tried to climb up the hole only to fall back because the walls were too steep for climbing. The lava was building up slowly, and he tried to scream for help, but when he opened his mouth to scream, he felt that someone forcefully closed it. The lava continued to rise and fill the pit as he was trying to get any help. He felt the extreme heat at his back, but the bandit leader didn't look back at all, fearing the extremely painful death that awaited him. Slowly, the lava continued to fill the hole and touched the feet of the bandit's leader. The pain of getting continuously burned and the fear of it getting only worse almost made him lose consciousness, but once again, he was not allowed to do what he wanted and was jolted awake by a sharp pain in his head. He was left alone in a hole filling up with lava, neither allowed to scream nor fall unconscious, only to feel the agony until he died. Kda was looking toward the body of the bandit leader who was spasming on the floor. Yes, he was actually not inside a hole but under Kda's Genjutsu. Genjutsu is much more useful than I initially thought. This fucker didn't deserve a peaceful death at all. Now he can actually know the consequence of his actions before he will die, Kda thought. Then he turned toward the bandits and freed them from the Genjutsu one by one, only to hypnotize them once again into believing they were good people who were injured during a bandit attack, and Kda was there to help them. After training both Genjutsu and the chakra scalpel, it was now time to perform an operation to reconnect the severed tendons. Within just 90 minutes, Kda was done with that, since he was the one who had caused those injuries. Treating them back was easier. "Grandpa, I want to ask for a little help," Kda shouted after treating those bandits. Within a second, Minoru appeared in front of Kda. "What happened, boy?" Minoru asked. Kda used a privacy barrier around them so that none of those bandits could listen to his talk, and then he asked, "Grandpa, can we put them to some good use, like working their whole life and giving their earnings to those families they had harmed until now or something? That will be a very difficult task. Keeping an eye on these many bandits and expecting them to peacefully do something good will be a dumb idea," Minoru said. "But what if we hypnotize them into believing that they are really good people and had harmed those families unintentionally? Then they will work without causing any problems," Kda said. "That may work, but boy, why do you want to go through so much work just to let them live?" Minoru asked. "I read the memories of the leader of this bandit camp. From that, I learned that those 3 bandits who are just 12 to 13 years old were abducted from a village when they were just 5 to 6 years old and were forced to become bandits because the leader wanted trusted subordinates. I want to give them another chance at life," Kda said. "This boy is much more mature for his age. Maybe living without parents for that long forced him to mature early," Minoru thought. "That's a good idea, but what will happen when they get their memories back? It's not like they will always remain hypnotized. Even if I hypnotize them, they will come out of that within 5 to 6 months. Minoru said that is because their brain will heal itself in that time frame, but what if I remove their memories, and then you use Genjutsu to make new memories?" Kda asked. "Then they will not have any suppressed memories to remember, and their brain itself will not be able to come out of hypnotism," Minoru said with a shocked expression, though this was not a new discovery. It was not public either, only a few people in the Uchiha clan knew about this, and it was not widely used since they couldn't use it on a ninja anyway. Chakra has many capabilities, one of them being healing the body with time. That's why even if they remove the memories of a ninja, even of Genin rank, they will get their memories back with time. But this changed completely if the target of this procedure was not a ninja. "Who told you about this method?" Minoru asked. "I was thinking about various ways to use Genjutsu, and I came up with this idea," Kda said. "Good job, you have quite a bright future ahead of you," Minoru said, since he had also activated his Sharingan. He could easily see the movement of his muscles and tell that he was not lying. Then I will remove their memories for you, and then you can hypnotize them to live their life working for those they had harmed until now. Kda said. I have a better idea than this. You yourself will hypnotize them, and I will periodically check them if anyone comes out of that hypnosis, since you wanted to practice your Genjutsu. This will be an excellent opportunity to do so. Minoru said. Thank you, Grandpa. Kda said, knowing that Minoru was going the extra mile for him. Kda then began to completely erase the memories of the bandits. Since it was his first time doing that, he started with those who had committed more crimes. Even though he failed in his first 2 tries and made those bandits into living vegetables, after that, he got a hang of the procedure and swiftly completed it. While Kda was doing that, Minoru went to the bandit leader, intrigued by his condition, and used his Sharingan to see what type of Genjutsu Kda had used on this man. After seeing the situation of the bandit leader, Minoru became shocked once again. Haha, he can be brutal too. Good, I was worried about him when he wanted to give these bandits a second chance because this world is not nice to good people. They often get stabbed in their back. Luckily, he is not among those people, Minoru thought. After an hour, Kda finally erased the memories of 12 bandits, and the remaining 2 were killed by him. After erasing their memories, Kda implanted new memories in which they were very good people but had harmed many families due to the fear of the bandit leader and his crew, and now they wanted to work for their whole life to support those families. Chapter 162, Rehabilitation. After an hour, Kda finally erased the memories of 12 bandits, and the remaining 2 were killed by him. After erasing their memories, Kda implanted new memories in which they were very good people but had harmed many families due to the fear of the bandit leader and his crew, and now they wanted to work for the rest of their lives to support those families. Seeing the result of Kda's hard work, Minoru nodded his head. Good job, now what do you want to do with this thing? Minoru asked, pointing towards the bandit leader. He had been under that Genjutsu for the last 2 hours, his mentality had been completely crushed due to suffering unimaginable pain for the last 2 hours. Even though his life could still be saved, Kda just looked at his body like he was looking at an unrecyclable waste which had no use on the planet. Let's just dispose of him, he doesn't deserve a second chance. Kda said. Good choice. Minoru said, and in an instant, the head of the bandit leader got separated from his body. All Kda saw was a clean, fast sword strike because his Sharingan was activated at that time. Now, what do you want to do about the money? Minoru asked. Kda understood what he was talking about. When the bandit leader offered Kda 2 million ryo in exchange for his life, Kda realized that he had purged too much money from the merchants. So, he once again searched his memories and found that he had stored a total of 3.5 million ryo in the space. Even Jonin would not have this much liquid money with them. Alas. It is true that earning money through illegal means is the fastest way, but that money will not give peace to anyone, no matter how much you have. Since this was a clan's mission, we would have to submit that money to the clan. Kda said. Good, very good. Since I am an elder in the clan, I use my authority and give the loot of this mission to you as a reward. Minoru said. Kda was a little shocked hearing that. 3.5 million ryo was by no means a small amount, but when he remembered how that money was earned, he lost any will to take that money. Kda looked toward the bandits sitting in a corner, thinking about the families they had harmed. In that case, Grandpa, can you use this money and arrange some means for them to earn a livelihood, like boats or land, etc.? So that these guys can start earning money for themselves and those families through legal means as you wish, but are you sure you want to use all that money for them? You can keep something for yourself too. Minoru asked. No thanks, I don't like the feeling of getting money painted in red. Kda said, shaking his head. Minoru nodded his head in approval. After knowing that Kda had to live a life of an orphan, he wanted to see whether he had become greedy for money like many other orphans, which is one of the main reasons a ninja becomes a rogue ninja, even at the cost of making an enemy out of an entire village. A rogue ninja can earn many times what a normal ninja of the same rank would earn. Even these bandits, with no real power, had more than 3 million ryo with them. A rogue chunin can easily earn twice as much with the least bit of effort. Seeing that Kda had maintained a solid character and had not become greedy for money, Minoru became less burdened by the fact that he was unable to become a guardian for Kda after the death of his parents, even when he considered Aiko his daughter. He looked towards the bandits and asked, are you planning on adding some more people with them? Kda understood that Minoru was talking about those 3 more missions he had to complete. Maybe that will depend on the crimes they would have committed till then. If the crimes are at the same level as this, then they will face the same punishment. Kda said, pointing towards the dead body of the bandit leader. Okay, so until then, we should leave them here. After you complete your missions and finalize the number of bandits you want to give a second chance, I will arrange their living and earning place. Minoru said. Kda found this sentence quite sarcastic, As a single person deciding whether a person would live or not was unimaginable in his previous world, but here it was considered normal. Just to satisfy his curiosity, Ba asked, "Grandpa, don't you think it is quite absurd how a teen boy can decide whether a person would live or not?" Minoru looked toward Gda for 2 seconds before he started speaking. "Gda, we live in a world where the strong get to decide the fate of the weaker person. These bandits were stronger than normal people, so they killed them and looted their belongings. Similarly, you are stronger than them, so you could do whatever you want to them. This is how our world works. There is nothing right or wrong about this, but there are still some strong people in our world who believe in things like equality and safety of the weak. That's why there is a little amount of order maintained in our world," Minoru said. Gda nodded his head in understanding, then Minoru continued, "Also, these bandits are not normal people in my eyes, they are just beasts who should be killed. So if you decide to give some of them a second chance, it is their good luck. If I had taken those missions, all of them would have lost their lives by now. Being a ninja for so long will change the mentality of a person completely, for sure. Even me, who has become a ninja for just a couple of years, had killed more than 50 people. So, Grandpa, with decades of experience, should have killed many more than me. Also, he must have participated in the Third Great Ninja War, maybe even the second one too. So it is understandable why he thinks killing these bandits is the best choice. Even I think the same, but that will be such a waste and will not change a fucking thing. But if my plan gets executed perfectly, then the families of those who suffered from the wrongdoings of these bandits will have a little easier life, and since it will not cost me anything, let's go with this plan." Gda was thinking these things when Minoru spoke once again. "Let's go, boy. You don't have much time." "Okay, Grandpa," Gda said, then locked those former bandits inside a house for their safety and closed the door while also applying many seals so that they could not run away. After which they went to all the other 3 bandit bases, where similar events happened. First, Gda used bandits for his chakra scalpel fight training, then Ganjutsu training, and at last, medical jutsu training. After that, he read each bandit's memory and decided whether they should be given a second chance or not. At the end of the day, Gda had selected a total of 40 bandits who were going to live a second life, helping the families of those people they had harmed during their life as bandits. Rest of them, including leader of each base, died after suffering under Ganjutsu for hours. Though some arrangements were made for this, like switching the bandits' victim details with each other in their minds, so that those victims didn't have to see the faces of bandits that turned their lives miserable. Like if a bandit killed the only son of a family, other bandits would take his place and take care of that family for the rest of his life. Though in the grand scheme of things, this small act would not change anything, thinking about the lives of those 40 families which would become a little easier now, Gda felt a sense of accomplishment. Chapter 163, Calming Exercise. After completing all of his missions, Gda and Minoru grouped all of the remaining 40 bandits at the first bandit space. "You guys will stay here until we make some arrangements for you," Minoru said to them, while Gda made a 2-meter-long wall all around the base for their protection, not because he wanted to make sure that they would not run away while they were gone. Well, it was just some extra precaution because according to Minoru, even if by 1 in a million chance these bandits could regain their memories back, that would happen after 1 to 2 years at the very least. Heck, even with the help of medical professionals, regaining their memories would be hard. After making all the necessary preparations, Gda and Minoru went back to the base. They both were waiting in the same first room in which they were before going out. When they returned, they found that this room now had a big bed, a cabinet full of books, and a study chair and table. Gda looked toward Minoru, wanting to know the explanation. "What, did you think that I would let my grandchild sit on a sofa all day, waiting for his brother? Even though I can't allow you inside the base without the clan head's permission, I am still in charge of this base. Making your stay a bit more comfortable is not that hard for me," Minoru said. "Thank you, Grandpa," Gda said with an ear-to-ear smile on his face. "It's all right, now go and take some rest. I have to check on some things," Minoru said and went inside the hidden base. "I wonder what they are hiding inside that they can't even allow allies to enter the base," Gda thought, finding it ridiculous how he couldn't even enter the base when he had done so much for the clan. But then he remembered something. This is the real world, not some anime a kid can watch. There are many dark things happening in this world which I didn't know from the anime. So, the Uchiha, being a clan older than Hidden Leaf Village itself, may not be very clean, too. They must be doing something like that here which could not be shared even with the clan members, as they may not handle the knowledge well," Gda thought. Then, to pass his time, he started looking for books in the cabinet because he could not take a rest even if he wanted to. He had already eaten a soldier pill and had to stay awake for a total of 3 days, with 2 more days remaining. Da was full of energy at the moment, which was very awkward for his body because even though he was physically full of energy, mentally, he was super exhausted. With the events he had faced in just a single day, like facing 7 root ninjas who were after his life, knowing about the Uchiha hidden base and his grandpa, completing 4 missions while reading some of the worst memories of his life, this had taken a toll on his mind. But since he could not sleep due to the effect of the soldier pill, Da decided to do the second best thing which would help him calm his mind, reading books. Even in his previous life, due to his medical condition, he couldn't do many things like normal children, so to pass his time, he started reading books from an early age of 6 years. Due to which by the age of 13, he came to like reading books so much that he started reading for more than 12 hours a day, even when he was admitted to the hospital. That's why even in this world, Da reads so much. When he picked up a book about Genjutsu, since he had already read all the books about Genjutsu from the village library as well as from the Uchiha library too, at least those he was allowed to read. But when he opened the book, he was once again surprised. This was not a normal book but a type of diary written by a jonin about his daily findings about Genjutsu, how he trained, which type of mistakes he made, what he could have done better in his early days to improve his Genjutsu. Even though the name of this ninja was not famous, getting this type of knowledge was luckier than finding a box filled with gold. The complete life experience of someone, their achievements, mistakes, and possible ideas may literally save days or even months of Da's hard work. So without wasting any more time, Da began reading that book. After completing it once, he reread that book twice, thrice. When he was rereading the book the second time, Minoru came out of the base to check on him, but seeing how concentrated Da was, he didn't disturb him. After reading the book 4 times, Da closed the book and decided to check the other books as well. The other books, though interesting, were not as good as the first one, mainly because they didn't contain something completely new which Da already didn't know. Some of them were about various tactics one could use in a war, others were about how a single jutsu could be used in multiple ways, while others covered other basic topics. So after skimming through all the other books, Da once again went back to the first book, trying to completely understand each and every word of that book. I think this much should be enough, my boy. It has already been 10 hours since you started reading books. I asked you to take a little rest, not to overexert yourself more. Minoru said, entering the room. I am kind of taking a rest, Grandpa. Reading is a very calming exercise for me. Oh. Grandpa, do you know the person who wrote this book? Da asked. Not personally. This book was written by a ninja who died in the first Great Ninja War. From what I know, he was very proficient in Genjutsu and Kenjutsu, one of the most deadly combinations to exist. There is a story about how a team of 15 ninjas was assembled just to ambush him on his way back after completing an A-rank mission, and before dying, he killed 40 ninjas of that team. Minoru said. That is so awesome. Da said, picturing that scene in his mind, how cool such a death would be. But it was not like he wanted to have such a death, but it could be at second place on his list about how he wanted to die. The first one being death from old age, after a happy and fulfilling life. But after thinking for some time, Da asked, but Grandpa, if he was that great, why is he not famous in our village? Because he was an Uchiha, and at that time, Tobirama was our Hokage. Since he didn't actually have a positive image of the Uchiha clan, the achievements of the Uchiha clan were not publicized at that time, so that our clan would not gain fame from their achievements in the war. Minoru said. Chapter 164, The Plan. Da was not even shocked after hearing that. Life was not fair, and this statement can't be more true in the ninja world. Even though the Uchiha did all they could for the village, they couldn't truly become a part of the village even after sacrificing so many ninjas for the clan. Uncle, do you have any other books such as this? Da asked the main question on his mind because even though the Uchiha clan had faced many injustices in its past, there was nothing they could do to make things right. It would be better to focus on increasing his strength now so that such things could be stopped from happening in the future. For example, if Madara Uchiha was alive at the time when Tobirama became the Hokage, the village wouldn't have hidden the actual credits of the Uchihas, no matter how much they wanted to do so. Because from what I remember about Madara Uchiha, he wouldn't have allowed his clan members to face any injustice, even at the cost of going to war against Hidden Leaf Village. Which eventually happened, but only because the village started thinking the Uchiha would not fight back like a dog that would only bark and not bite. In case the coup had been successfully implemented, half of Hidden Leaf Village would have been burned, no matter whether the Uchiha won or lost. They currently have enough power to go against any great ninja village except Hidden Leaf Village because the number of S-rank ninjas the Uchiha have is similar to the amount any other village has. With Shizui and Fugaku leading, and many Jonin with 3 Tomoe Sharingan following them, they could easily go against other ninja villages. If we compare them with the rest of Hidden Leaf Village, the situation will change. With 2 Sannin, Hiruzen, Danzō, Kakashi, Might Guy, and other clan leaders, they could easily outmatch the Uchihas. But even in that case, the losses Hidden Leaf Village will suffer will be many times greater than what they will suffer in a full-blown ninja war. Minoru looked toward Kida and said, "No, but Fugaku does have similar books. If you want, you can directly ask him for them. Just tell him that I gave you permission." "Do you also have any personal relation with the clan head?" Kida asked because of how casually Minoru took Fugaku's name. "No, but I am the clan elder of the Uchiha clan, and my order should have some weightage in the clan, right?" Minoru asked. Kida nodded his head, then asked, Grandpa, did you have any particular reason for coming here?" "Yes, I just got a message that all the preparations are completed, and Shisui is coming to pick you up." Minoru replied. "I just hope brother had used his chance to its full potential," Kida thought after remembering his conversation with Shisui after he told Kida about Danzo. Right after Shisui told Kida about Danzo, "Brother, can't we somehow access and change someone's thoughts like in Genjutsu, but the effect should be permanent instead of temporary, and no one could detect it?" Kida asked. Shisui was shocked after hearing this question as it was the perfect description of what his Mangekyō Sharingan ability, Kodo Mitsukami, does. Since he had not told Kida about this and only the other person who knew about this was Fugaku himself, there was no way Kida would know about his Kodo Mitsukami. Since he didn't want to tell Kida about his Kodo Mitsukami, Shisui just said, "Yes, we Uchiha do have a trump card that could achieve something similar." "Why are you asking that?" Even though he trusted his little brother, he didn't trust other people. What if someone got this information from Kida? It would be very lethal. The ability is very dangerous, so Shisui wanted to keep the people who knew about his Mangekyō ability to a minimum. "Brother, the only reason Danzo had an upper hand against us is that he had the full support of Lord Third, right?" Kida asked. "Yes. Then if we use that trump card on Lord Third and just make him a little less partial and let him see what Danzo is doing can lead to the partition of the village, then Danzo will lose his most powerful support, and we will get a very strong ally," Kida said. Listening to this, Shisui went into some deep thinking. Since he could only use the ability once a decade, he had some reservations about using it. But thinking about what this single move could achieve actually removed all reservations from Shisui's mind. "You are right, we could totally use this method," Shisui said. "Yes, but we have to make it look as natural as possible. Even if others could not detect the changes, they would get suspicious of us if a huge change appeared in the Hokage's behavior just before we decided to make our move against Danzo. Don't worry, we will plan this perfectly. If this idea is executed perfectly, then the Uchihas can actually become a part of Hidden Leaf Village and not remain a part of Hidden Leaf Village in name only," Shisui said. "Brother, while you are at it, can you also fulfill a selfish request of mine?" Kida asked, acting all cute. "Stop it, it's gross when someone tries to act cute," Shisui said, making a face like he wanted to vomit. "I know," Kida said with a red face. Ha ha ha, Shisui laughed at Kida's red face. "So what do you want?" Shisui asked after laughing for some time. "While you are changing the Hokage's thoughts using that trump card, can you also add an idea of nurturing me to the best he can by giving me jutsu like the Flying Thunder God and Spirit Transformation technique?" Kida said, after which he began thinking. "There is not much I need to ask Hiruzen about, only these 2 jutsu are the limit of the best things I can get from him. There is no way in hell that he will teach me the Reaper Death Seal or Edo Tensei, and the rest of the jutsu are much easier to learn for other ninjas. Like, the 8 gates can easily be learned from Guy, so why would I waste my time pursuing Hiruzen about teaching me these jutsu? Okay, I will try, but make sure to teach me those jutsu as well," Shisui said. "Why would you need the Flying Thunder God jutsu? You are already known as Shisui the Teleporter," Kida asked with a face one would make seeing a pampered child crying that he is not loved enough. "That is different from actual teleportation. Also, one can't be too powerful in our world," Shisui said with a genuine smile. Chapter 165, Evolve. "That is different from actual teleportation. Also, one can't be too powerful in our world," Shisui said with a genuine smile. "Right, fine. I will share those jutsu with you since I will get them with your help only," Kida said. "Okay, I will go and share this plan with the clan head," Shisui said. "Yes, brother. I have written a basic plan in this letter, you can share this as well," Kida said. And he gave a letter to Shisui. After taking the letter, Shisui read it and was satisfied with the plan. "Good job, I will give this letter to the clan head as well," Shisui said and then left for Hidden Leaf Village. After half an hour from when Minoru told Kida that Shisui was coming to pick him up, Shisui arrived at the base. Why the hell did you use the messenger bird if you could easily come here before that? Such a waste of resources. Minoru said to Shizui. Sorry, uncle. It was the clan head's idea to inform you beforehand. Shizui said. So are all the preparations done? Minoru asked. Most of them are completed now. The only thing left is to bring all the clan together in removing Danzō from his post. Fugaku-sama is handling that part. Shizui said. Are you sure this will work? Even if all of the clan heads protest against Danzō, there is a very low chance that Hiruzen will give Danzō any big punishment. Minoru said. This time, it will be different. Shizui said with a smile. And I assume that you are not going to tell me how, right? Minoru asked. I am sorry. Shizui said while bowing a little. No problem, boy. Just getting the news that Danzō has faced some retribution will be more than enough for me. You just make sure that you don't get overconfident and ruin this all up because Danzō will make full use of that opportunity against us. Minoru said. Don't worry, Minoru-sama. We are taking this very seriously, there will not be any mistakes in this. Shizui said. De was just listening to their conversation from the side, but from what Shizui said, one thing was certain, he had already used Koto Umatsukami on Hiruzen. This ability is too overpowered, maybe that was the only reason why he was killed by the writer in the manga. Like, just imagine, if Shizui was present at the time of the Fourth Great Ninja War and used his Koto Umatsukami on Madara or Obito, the whole war would have become one-sided at that time. Also, if he had used Koto Umatsukami on Kaguya herself, the whole Sage of Six Paths thing would have become meaningless at that time. Even though the chances of that were low since Kaguya was an Otsutsuki, so Koto Umatsukami may not work on her. But since it is known as the strongest Genjutsu ability in the whole Ninja world, the chances of Koto Umatsukami affecting Kaguya were 50-50. Now that this had become a real world, Brother had become a very valuable resource for the whole world. The only reason I wanted him to use his Koto Umatsukami on Hiruzen was that the event of the Fourth Great Ninja War will take place after a decade. By then, his ability should have been recharged, Kda thought. Since the preparations are still incomplete, why do you want to take him back? Minoru asked, pointing toward Kda. Most of the important parts of the preparation are done, and Mom is really worried about him. If I don't bring him back, then I will not get to do anything. Shizui said, laughing awkwardly. Haha, I understand. Okay, boys, have a safe journey. I assume that you don't have to bring those Chunins with you, right? Minoru asked. Yes, Minoru-sama. Fugaku-sama will send a message when everything is completed, and we will need you to bring them back to Hidden Leaf Village. Shizui said. Minoru just nodded his head. Kda then turned to Minoru. It was really nice meeting you, Grandpa. I hope to meet again soon. Kda said, bowing a little. Same here, boy. I am sure we will meet very soon. Minoru said. After saying their goodbyes, Kda and Shizui went back toward Hidden Leaf Village. On their way, Shizui said, Oh! I forgot to tell you, we have moved out of our house until this whole thing settles down. Until then, we are going to live in the clan head's house. In one of his houses or in his actual house where he lives? Kda asked. His actual one. We are going to live with him. Mom and Yami are already there, waiting for you. Also, there is another surprise waiting for you at that house. Shizui said. What surprise? Kda asked. If I tell you now, how will it be a surprise? Be patient, brother. I am sure you will like your surprise. Shizui said with a mischievous smile on his face. As if living with Itachi and Sasuke was not a surprise, now he even had a bigger surprise, Kda thought. Kda, why is your Sharingan active? Shizui asked. Huh? Kda said before confirming that his Sharingan was active. He quickly deactivated it. I don't know how it got activated on its own. Do you have any idea about this, brother? Kda asked. Yeah, this happens from time to time. Don't worry about it. Shizui said, and then increased his speed. Kda also left the matter behind and started following Shizui using his full speed. This brat has already reached the limit of the two Tomoe, and his Sharingan is on the verge of evolving once again. But I can't tell him that, otherwise, he will become alert, and the smooth way of upgrading his Sharingan couldn't be used, Shizui thought. For upgrading the Sharingan from one Tomoe to two Tomoe, one just has to train their eyes enough, and they will evolve after some time. But the case is different when one has to upgrade their eyes from two Tomoe Sharingan to three Tomoe Sharingan. Just training is not enough for that, one has to suffer a strong feeling, which is mostly achieved after losing someone important. But this is not a rule. If someone has another emotion as strong as the feeling of losing someone, then the Sharingan could also evolve. But most Uchiha usually encounter the emotion of losing someone important much more easily in the ninja world, so they couldn't evolve their Sharingan in other ways before that. Since the higher-ups of the Uchiha clan can't just leave the upgrade of the Sharingan to fate, they have developed a method to help Uchiha evolve their Sharingan once they are ready. And Da is going to face that same method. Chapter 166, Attack? They both went back to Hidden Leaf Village at full speed. On their way, Shizue turned and said, "The Uchiha clan head's house has an array set up that prevents anyone from entering. Once we reach there, I will go inside and ask Aunt Mikoto to register you in the array too." At that moment, Da felt that something had happened, but he was unable to pinpoint exactly what it was. Since he was with Shizue and his senses were also calm, he didn't think much of it and just nodded his head. After that, they went at full speed towards Hidden Leaf Village. After reaching Hidden Leaf Village, they directly went through the main gate. Both of them could feel many eyes scanning them. "It looks like Danzo is going to know we are back in Hidden Leaf Village," Da said in a hushed voice. "Yes, but there is nothing he could do. It's not like he could come to us and ask about his subordinates who went after your life, right?" Shizue said with a wink. Da also smiled, thinking about the angry expression on Danzo's face. As they went back to the Uchiha clan's compound, two people who had shops near the village gate sent a message to the root headquarters. Danzo was sitting in his office, reading various reports that were lying on his table. "How is everything this peaceful? Every report from the Uchiha clan is saying that everything is still, and there is no movement among the clan. Then why the hell am I getting this bad feeling? Am I targeting the wrong group? Maybe someone other than the Uchiha is plotting something against me, but there is no other clan in Hidden Leaf Village I have targeted in the last few months, and other ninja villages are already under my radar. Then why the hell am I getting this uneasy feeling? Also, how much longer are those fools going to take to capture that brat?" Danzo said, voicing the thoughts that had been on his mind for quite some time. Just as he was thinking all this, a report came in, marked urgent. He quickly read it, and his eyes went wide after reading the contents. That boy came back, and he was with Shizue. Was Shizue the one who killed my ninjas? No, he was in the village when those 4 died, 1 Jonin and 3 Chunin, and the rest of them, 3 Chunin, are still alive. Maybe Shizue went to find Da, and those 3 ran away after seeing Shizue. Since the others died quite a long time ago, I'm sure their bodies wouldn't have been with Shizue, so they can't put the blame on me. And if they try to put any blame on me, I will just say that my ninjas were going on a secret mission for the village and were attacked by Shizue and Da without any reason." Danzo was already making plans for the counter-attack against any of the Uchiha's allegations against him. However, those counters were based on the condition that only the Uchiha would be against him and Hiruzen would support him as always. Unfortunately, Da had changed many of those conditions with some simple words, and now the whole of Hidden Leaf Village would be against him in a couple of days. Unknown to the undercurrent, the shadow of Hidden Leaf Village calmed his mind and started waiting for the Uchiha to make their move. Both Da and Shizue went to the Uchiha compound and directly made their way towards Fugaku's house. As discussed before, Da waited in front of the gate, and Shizue went inside. But as soon as he went inside, the sound of clashing swords started coming from within, as if 2 swords were clashing with each other. Within seconds, the number of clashing sounds Da heard started increasing, indicating that one person was fighting against multiple opponents. "Someone is trying to fight my brother in the Uchiha clan head's house. How is that possible?" Da was thinking when a fireball exploded inside the house, and from inside came a shout from Shizue. "Da, run and call Fugaku-sama here. We are under attack." Before Da could think about what was happening inside, the array inside the house turned off. Although practically, Da should have gone to call for reinforcements, he did the most foolish thing possible. He ran directly inside the house. Normally, one would think that was a bad decision, but any analyst would praise that decision. The array inside the clan head's house went off, of course, he would get this signal. Also, the fireball explosion was heard by many ninjas who could inform Fugaku instead of Da. But his whole family was inside that house, and his brother was fighting against multiple opponents. Things might get worse if reinforcements arrived a little late. So Da decided to directly go inside and help his brother defend against the attack until reinforcements arrived. But when he went inside, his eyes went wide in horror. There was a lot of blood on the ground, and at the corner of the corridor, Da could see a hand of a teenage girl. Since his Sharingan was activated, he could easily identify that it was Yami's hand. He quickly ran toward her, only to find her lying lifeless in front of his body. Due to the activated Sharingan, Da painfully noticed all the small pieces of evidence lying there. Yami died trying to protect he with her life. Then he heard another explosion at the back of the house, but Da was not able to process that sound since blood was leaking from his eyes. Slowly, two tomoe in his eyes started rotating, their speed increasing each second. Gradually, They came close to each other and merged, only to be separated once again, but this time, there were 3 tomoe in his eyes. With the turmoil of emotions Kida was feeling, ranging from anger at himself for continuing that mission and not coming back to his family at the right time, to hatred for the person responsible for this, to helplessness at being unable to help his family now, he lost control over his chakra, and it released like a flood in all his surroundings. Due to his chakra nature being fire, the chakra he subconsciously released was fire chakra, burning everything around Kida, except for the place where he and Yami's bodies were present. With a voice full of hatred and anger, Kida shouted, "Danzo, you are dead." Once again, the sound of an explosion came. This time Kida heard it loud and clear, remembering that his brother was still fighting his enemies. Kida was so enraged that he vowed to either kill those enemies or die fighting against them since they were the people who had killed his family. He blasted the wall in front of him using the biggest fireball he could make and then rushed toward the sound of fighting. But suddenly, everything in front of him changed, and he was now standing in a training area, with Shizue standing in front of him. Chapter 167, Evolution through Illusion. But suddenly, everything in front of him changed, and he was now standing in a training area, with Shizue standing in front of him. The emotions in Kida's mind were still in turmoil, even though his mind was telling him that everything was a lie. But just to be sure, he dispersed his chakra many times, only to confirm that the enemy had not placed him in the Ganjutsu to keep him out of their fight with his brother. "Everything is fine, you can take a rest now," Shizue said, appearing in front of Kida all of a sudden. Due to his highly alert state, Kida threw a punch straight at Shizue's face as soon as he appeared in front of him. But since his mind was not stable and Shizue had kept his Sharingan activated until now, the punch didn't connect with Shizue's face. Dodging the punch easily, Shizue hugged Kida. Feeling the warmth of the hug, Kida's mind finally returned to a calmer state, at least calm enough to process the information his eyes were seeing. A large area around him was burned black, maybe done by him, and with his brother in front of him, Kida knew that he was the one who had put him under Ganjutsu. But when, and why? These were Kida's last thoughts before he succumbed to the fatigue his mind and body had experienced. Shizue easily lifted him up and brought him in front of Fugaku's house, this time really. "Aunt Mikoto, I need your help, can you please add him too?" Shizue shouted while standing in front of the house. Listening to the shout, Mikoto came out of the house along with he. Seeing Kida's condition, he ran to Shizue and asked while checking on Kida's body for any sign of injury, "Don't worry, Mom, he is not injured, just tired from achieving something great," Shizue said with a wide smile. "What does that mean?" he asked, now both confused and worried. "Why don't you wait until he wakes up and ask him directly?" Shizue said. As they were having this conversation outside the house, the arrays inside the house scanned Kida and registered him as an ally, due to which now he could also come inside the house. Mikoto quickly came outside and said, "Why are you still standing there? Bring him inside quickly." Shizue nodded and brought Kida inside the house. By now, everyone in the house came to know that something had happened from the commotion. Both Itachi and Yami came out of their rooms in fighting stances, while young Sasuke just came out, simply curious about what was happening. Seeing Kida in that state, Yami had a similar reaction as he, if not a little more intense, only calming down after repeatedly hearing that Kida was fine from Shizue. After that, Kida was put on a bed, and everyone left, giving him some peace to rest properly, with Yami and he checking his condition from time to time. After sleeping for more than 23 hours, Kida woke up. It has to be noted that both his mind and body had been trained so much that even the effect of eating a soldier pill only took him 16 to 18 hours. But now he had to sleep for more than 23 hours. Both Yami and he were worried about him, and Shizue's silence about this situation didn't help in reducing their worry at all. After 23 hours, Kida woke up. As soon as he woke up, he once again became completely alert. At that time, he was in the room, waiting for Kida to wake up. She and Yami had been taking turns to take care of him. "You finally woke up, are you alright? Are you feeling any pain inside your body? Wait, you should be hungry, right? Do you want to eat something?" Kida laughed, interrupting his streak of questions. Seeing the worried expression on his face, Kida finally calmed down and said, "I am fine, but can I meet brother for a second? I also want to know the reason for this, like you, but only brother knows why I was like that." "Okay, wait a second," he said and went out. After a few minutes, she came back with both Shizue and Yami. Seeing Kida was awake, Yami also sighed in relief, just like he. "Why did you call me for such a simple thing? Can't you figure out the reason yourself?" Shizue said before Kida could ask anything. "What reason?" Kida asked, confused. Shizue just shook his head and said, "Just try to sense your chakra reserves." Kida nodded and tried to sense his chakra reserves. Also, hearing that, Yami became curious about the reason too, and she also activated her chakra field and tried to sense Kda's chakra reserves. What the? Both of them shouted at the same time. Kda already had huge chakra reserves before this incident, comparable to most of the Jonins in Hidden Leaf Village, but at this moment, his chakra reserves were around 2.5 times what he possessed before. His chakra reserves size easily outclassed many elite Jonin. Even Shishui, who already had activated the Mangekyō Sharingan, had the same amount of chakra as Kda, if not a little less. The reason for this was pretty simple. Kda possessed the bloodline of both the Senju and Uchiha clans, making him closer to the Otsutsuki, due to which his potential was quite high, easily reflecting on his chakra reserves. Kda, still confused, looked toward Shishui for the explanation. Shishui just smiled and activated his Sharingan, and 3 Tomoe were rotating in them. Seeing that, Kda became super excited and jumped out of the bed, standing in front of the mirror. After taking a deep breath, he activated his Sharingan, only for his smile to widen upon seeing 3 Tomoe rotating in them. Yes, you have finally activated the 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Now, with this, you could easily call yourself strong enough to be called a Jonin, though officially you are still a Geinin. Shishui said with a smile. Listening to this, Kda remembered a certain eternal Geinin who eventually possessed enough strength to go against the gods of this world and still win. But coming back to the current moment, he asked, was this the reason I had to go through all of that? Yup, that was the best method for achieving 3 Tomoe, much better than actually going through such a thing in real life before activating that. Shishui replied. Chapter 168, Forging Alliances. But did you have to be so extreme? I nearly went mad after seeing that Ganjutsu. Kda said in a frustrated voice. You already have very strong resistance to Ganjutsu. I had to use my full power to put you under a Ganjutsu, even had to use the Mangekyō for that, so that it would appear real. Otherwise, you wouldn't have fallen for that Ganjutsu. Due to that, I was unable to control the things you would see during the Ganjutsu, and simply made it so that you would see your worst fear, due to which you saw those things. Shishui said. Do you know what I actually saw? Kda asked. Some of it. Your mind has advanced too much to see your memories without destroying your mind. Shishui said with a shrug of his shoulders. You are the worst and best brother I could hope for at the same time. Kda said while shaking his head. Don't praise me so much, I may become arrogant. Shishui said while raising his head high. Too late, you are already very arrogant. He said while giving Shishui a slap on the back of his head. Can I come in? Came a calm and gentle voice from the door. Yes, and, please come in. Yami said while opening the door. This was the first time Kda saw Mikoto Uchiha, the most talented kunoichi of the Uchiha clan, and wife of Fugaku Uchiha. Damn, she is way too beautiful than shown in the anime and manga, Kda thought. As in front of him stood a lady with dark black hair like the night sky and eyes of the same color, her complexion was super white, making those black eyes and hair extra beautiful. And even though she was the mother of 2 children, no one would say she was a day older than 25 years. Heck, she was even more beautiful than he. After seeing her, another thought came into Kda's mind. If even she, who was now shown as a beautiful character in the anime, is this beautiful, then how gorgeous will the likes of Tsunade and others be? Then he shook his head to forget those thoughts. So, how are you feeling now? Mikoto asked, placing the tray of food at the table near Kda's bed. Since he was standing in front of the mirror with his Sharingan active, Mikoto could see 3 Tomoe inside them. Oh. Congratulations, Kda. She said with a motherly smile. Thanks, Lady Mikoto. Kda said, bowing a little as Mikoto was the wife of the clan head and held the second greatest position in the clan, at least in name. Come on, you are like my own son, you can call me Aunt like them. Mikoto said, pointing her hand toward Shishui and Yami. Okay, Aunt. Kda replied cheerfully. Also, even though you are fine, still take some rest. Your mind and body need some time to form a balance after such changes. Mikoto said, and then turned to he and Yami and said, also, both of you are coming with me, it's time you guys also take some rest. While dragging both Yami and he back, he turned and said, Kda, if you need anything, just call me, think of this as your home only. And then took them both out of the room. Kda felt the reason why Mikoto said that he needed to rest so that his body and mind could find a balance, since now he was even having some difficulty in walking, like his body was reacting a tad bit slower than his mind would expect it to. Even though the lag was of only a few milliseconds, it was registered by his mind due to the Sharingan. Seeing Kda's confusion, Shishui said, don't worry, your mind has become more powerful due to the 3 Tomoe Sharingan, and even though your body also improved, it was not at the same level as your mind. Just give it some time, after some time, you will be back to normal. Brother, Can I use the Harmony Restoration Elixir for that? Ba asked. No, your Sharingan growth will be inhibited by that, so that your mind and body would maintain a similar level of power. Normally, it is important, but if you do it now, you will only get an underdeveloped 3 Tomoe Sharingan and a little bit more powerful body. So you have to rest for your recovery. Shishui said. Okay, brother. Da said, then he remembered something and turned to Shishui. Is this what the surprise you were talking about during our travel was? Nope, it was an unexpected surprise even for me. The surprise I was talking about. I will tell you tomorrow. By then, you should have recovered enough. Shishui said. Seriously, you're not going to tell me even now? Ba asked. Just wait for one more day. Shishui said and went off from the house. With nothing left to do, Da went to bed and started meditating, to make himself familiar with all the changes in his body while circulating a little amount of yang chakra in all of his body to make it develop a little faster and keep up with his mind. It was just like a cultivation manga protagonist who had to maintain a balance of various overpowered energies in his body so that his body would not be destroyed. Just the difference was, Da didn't have any such danger. While Da was taking his sweet time resting, Fugaku was working the most he had done in his life. With many of his shadow clones all around him, he was making a report for all of the various clans all around Hidden Leaf Village. This report contained details of all the accidents that happened in their businesses or during some of their most talented ninjas died during a mission without even finding their bodies. Even though they all suspected the Uchiha clan had done their best in finding the cause of all such incidents, with the help of the Sharingan, they were able to find many clues. They had not only inspected the cases involving their clan but also those that involved other clans as well, all in the shadows. Now Fugaku was compiling all that data. It contained various clues indicating Danzō's role behind all those incidents. Due to this, he had not slept for the past 2 days, but finally, the compilation was complete. He then quickly sent a sample of those reports to those clans with a request to come to the Uchiha clan to discuss further. Within 3 to 4 hours, their replies came back that all the clan heads of those clans would come in 2 hours, as Fugaku had specially written that he had a plan but not time, so he wanted their reply as soon as they could. After 2 hours, more than 15 clan heads came to the Uchiha headquarters. Fugaku had only called the leaders of major clans who could support him during his allegation, as smaller clans don't have much say in such matters. He had also not called the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimaki clans clan heads since they support Hiruzen fully, so they would not go against his decision most of the time. But just to be on the safe side, he had sent a report to each of those clans too, so that they would not oppose him during his political attack against Danzō. Chapter 169, Forging Alliances Part 2. Fugaku, you know that what you are going to do will directly put you against Danzō, and if you fail to eliminate him this time, the Uchiha clan will directly be against him. He will stop targeting you in the dark and will openly go against you. Hayashi, the clan head of the Hyuga clan, said. After the Uchiha clan, this was the clan that had contributed the most in building this village along with the Senju clan, which is why they were called the noble clan of Hidden Leaf Village. I know, but he has already done so much harm in the dark that I would rather make a move against him than keep on suffering. The number of ninja we have lost is almost 1.5 times as many as yours. Fugaku said. Kiba in Yuzuka, the clan head of the Yuzuka clan, asked, Fugaku, are you sure that what you have reported in your report is true? That was just 2 incidents. Don't tell me you actually believe that the 10-year-old Chunin from your clan died fighting against some bandits when a rogue ninja ambushed him. How absurd would it be for a rogue ninja to successfully ambush an Yuzuka clan member if they are not a Jonin? And do you think a rogue Jonin would come that deep into our territory and also be able to take the bodies of him and his dog while the bandits were killed to hide the traces? Try telling this to the children of your clan and see if even they believe this bullshit. Fugaku said with an annoyed voice. You know what I'm talking about. Kiba continued. Yes, and you also know that Root is the only organization capable of pulling that stunt off. Fugaku said while passing all of the complete files to the clan heads. They took the files and began reading them, with their chakra flaring time to time. Many of their young talents who were accidentally killed or kidnapped during their missions were under Root. There was ample proof present in the files to validate those claims. Shibuya Barame, the leader of the Barame clan, became increasingly angry about this because it was his clan that had suffered the most after the Uchiha clan. It was easier to kidnap the ninjas of other clans, but not his, therefore, most of them were killed and used as research material by Root. Then he remembered how Danzo came to his office a month before, taking a batch of young ninja from his clan to become a part of Root. No matter how much he wanted to deny him, knowing the high casualty rate of Root training, he didn't have the authority to do so and had to give Danzo many young children from his clan, but only on the condition that these ninja would not have the same training as other Root ninja and die during training. But according to the report in his hand, only 2 out of 10 ninja were able to survive the training. Knowing that Danzo now had his eyes on his own son, Shibi became a complete supporter of the Uchiha clan in removing Danzo. "I will support you completely." This was his only statement, but it was enough because all the clan heads understood from his statement that even if the Uchiha failed in this attack, the Aburame clan would still support them. Slowly, every clan head gave their support to Fugaku, even though not to the extent of the Aburame clan, but they were going to support him completely this time. Having so many clan heads as his supporters, Fugaku could easily make Danzo take a break from his position for more than a couple of years, even if Hiruzen supported him as usual. But the whole situation had changed, and with his lips slightly curling up, Fugaku became apparently happy thinking about the face Danzo would make after he understood how messed up his situation had become. "Then I will raise a complaint against Danzo tomorrow with an official request for a council meeting. I would be expecting your approval for that," Fugaku said. Everyone present nodded their heads, hearing that, and went back to their clan compounds after that, but they didn't go back alone. Each one of them had a shadow tailing them back to their clan. They were all jonin under Fugaku, tasked to keep an eye on those clan heads because any one of them may leak his plans to Danzo for some extra benefits. Fugaku didn't want to take any risks at this point in time. Then he called a ninja and told him to bring Shisui to his office, going back to his office to complete some other preparations required for this task. "Good evening, Fugaku-sama," Shisui said, entering Fugaku's office. "What happened to you? Why are there 2 black balloons under your eyes? Did someone try to poison you?" Shisui asked, trying to act concerned. "For fuck's sake, can you be serious for once in your life? Here I am working non-stop to make this plan successful, and you are resting your ass off for the last 2 days." Fugaku said angrily. "I'm sorry, sir, but I respectfully remind you that I am the one you sacrificed the most and completed the task given to me." Shisui became serious once again. "Yes, I want a full report about that. Tell me everything in detail," Fugaku said. Shisui directly went to the Hokage's office after dropping his mom and Yami at Fugaku's house. "I want to discuss something very important with Lord Third," Shisui said to the receptionist. The receptionist just nodded her head and went to the Hokage's office to relay the information. "Danzo, what have you done this time?" Hiruzen thought and told her secretary to call Shisui. Chapter 170, Koto Matsukami Gambit. The receptionist just nodded her head and went to the Hokage's office to relay the information. "Danzo, what have you done this time?" Hiruzen thought and told his secretary to call Shisui. "Good evening, Lord Third," Shisui said, bowing a little. "Good morning, Shisui. Why did you want to meet me?" Hiruzen directly went to the main point, not wasting time with pleasantries. Shisui once again put a scroll on the table. Hiruzen sighed and sent all of his Anbu guards outside since Shisui didn't speak after putting the scroll on the table. After all the guards left, Shisui activated his Sharingan and looked around. Seeing him activate his Sharingan, Hiruzen was intrigued rather than becoming angry, thinking, he is making such a thorough check. It looks like this time, Danzo went way overboard. Fine, I will use this chance to reduce his power to such a level that he will only be useful during wartime and will remain inactive the rest of the time. This was the reason Hiruzen was unable to actually punish Danzo, no matter what he did. Danzo was the reason Hidden Leaf Village was able to hold its own against all other ninja villages during war times. Since Hidden Leaf Village had the most amount of fertile land, during every great ninja war, all other ninja villages targeted Hidden Leaf Village unilaterally. It was Danzo's schemes that made them fight internally, so that Hidden Leaf Village didn't have to face all other villages alone. Because no matter how powerful Hidden Leaf Village was during that time, it could not hold its own against all other ninja villages alone. And since a new war might happen again, Hiruzen didn't want to lose his most powerful weapon, at least not until he could get someone at the same level of scheming as Danzo. Because Danzo had become way too greedy in the last decade and had done many questionable things. After Shisui confirmed scanning the room, he looked toward Hiruzen and said, "Lord Third, this scroll contains the bodies of a Jonin and 3 Chunin belonging to Hidden Leaf Village." Hiruzen's eyes went wide. "Jonin, really? Are you planning on going to war against the Uchiha clan, Danzo? Maybe age is really affecting your mind now." Hiruzen thought, but he didn't say anything, allowing Shisui to continue speaking. "Lord Third, I hope you remember my brother, Uchiha, right?" Shisui asked. Hiruzen just nodded his head. "He is once-in-a-generation talent of our clan, on par with Itachi. He is just 9 years old and has already evolved his Sharingan to the level of 2 Tomoe, and his Kenjutsu is almost at my level." This was the second time there was a movement on Hiruzen's face, small enough that Shisui wouldn't have noticed it if his Sharingan wasn't activated. "I was right, that boy does have the potential of becoming an S-rank ninja." Too bad he is a Uchiha, otherwise I would have groomed him for the Hokage's position, but still, he could become a valuable part of Hidden Leaf Village in the future. Hiruzen thought. Shizue continued after giving Hiruzen time to completely understand the situation. Don't tell me. Hiruzen said. Yes, Lord Third. Maybe because Gda had pointed us in the direction of his scheme, he wanted to eliminate him. Danzo wanted to eliminate my brother. Shizue said angrily, with his Mangekyō activating naturally. Hiruzen was about to curse Danzo in his mind when his mind went blank for a second. Shizue had already activated his Mangekyō Sharingan, using anger as his excuse. When Hiruzen looked into his eyes during the conversation, Shizue activated his Kodo Umatsukami with his full strength because his target was none other than Hiruzen, the most powerful man present in Hidden Leaf Village at the moment. Within 1 second, Shizue was able to amplify Hiruzen's thoughts. Both his anger towards Danzo and his favor towards Gda were improved by 5 times. As Fugaku had continuously said not to make the effect visible, he stopped at 5 times. Otherwise, Shizue was more than capable of making Hiruzen Danzo's sworn enemy. But that would have been the most idiotic thing to do. Also, the reason Shizue brought both dead bodies and Gda's latest achievement in front of Hiruzen before using Kodo Umatsukami was so that the thoughts would be active in Hiruzen's mind when Shizue used his ability, making it easier for him to use. But no matter how much Shizue had prepared, his target was Hiruzen, so even his Mangekyō ability was strained while working on Hiruzen's mind. Even though he had only required 1 second to complete his work, that 1 second felt like eternity to Shizue since even a single mistake, and he would have to become a rogue ninja at that moment. Attacking the Hokage was not a simple matter, which is why when he successfully completed his task, Shizue sighed in relief in his mind, but not showing any emotion on his face. Since Hiruzen was already thinking of removing Danzo's power for some time, when Shizue activated his Kodo Umatsukami and strengthened his feelings 5 times, those thoughts became similar too. Danzo has done more harm to the village than good in the past decade. Now, even if he works his ass off, Hidden Leaf Village will still suffer during the next ninja war since he has taken so many talented ninja into root and killed them in the name of training, a sacrifice for peace. The strength of the village is now nowhere near the level it should be if all of those talents were allowed to show their potential. Maybe we would have become strong enough to stand against all those villages without using any schemes at all. Though this was just his excessive thinking, which would become meaningless if Hiruzen decided to focus on this logically since not many of those talents would have become elite Jonin, let alone Kage-level ninja. But still, they would have been better than dead bodies, so it was true that the strength of Hidden Leaf Village may have been 1.5 times what it was now, but it was nowhere near enough to go against all 4 great ninja villages alone. After using his ability, Shizue said, "Sir, now this has become too big of an issue for our clan, and we will officially raise our complaint after some time." Shizue said and left the Hokage's office. Normally, Hiruzen would have called Danzo at this moment to talk to him about this and give him a little scolding not to do this in the future and handle this situation before it became big. But now, he just sat on his chair, with a smoke pipe in his mouth and his eyes looking towards the Hokage's rock. "Sensei, the load of this position is becoming increasingly heavy." Shizue told everything from start to finish without missing a single detail to Fugaku. "How sure are you that Hiruzen would not feel anything about your Genjutsu?" Fugaku asked because no matter how much he trusted Shizue and his ability, this task was way too dangerous. If any mistake was made, he either had to disown Shizue or directly go against the whole of Hidden Leaf Village with his clan, both of which were unacceptable for him. "I am 100% sure, otherwise I wouldn't have been standing in front of you at this moment and would have run to the land of waterfalls or something," Shizue said with a smile. Chapter 171, Start of Plan. Then it's all good. Fugaku sighed in relief. "Uncle, I was serious about your appearance. You're looking way too exhausted. Since you're going to represent our clan tomorrow, you should focus on recovery too. You wouldn't want to look like that at the meeting," Shizue said. Fugaku nodded his head in understanding. It wasn't like he hadn't looked at his face once in the last 3 days, but the sheer amount of work he had was overwhelming, which resulted in his state being like that. "I'm going to take rest tonight," Fugaku said after looking at the mirror once again. "Respectfully, Uncle, a single night's sleep may not do much. I would recommend you take a bath at our new bathhouse, which is equipped with all the things necessary for your speedy recovery," Shizue said with a businessman-like smile. "Haha, when did you become this good with business?" "Fine, I'll use it, but from what I know, it's still not opened, right?" Fugaku said, laughing at Shizue's attempt to help his family's business. He was truly not cut out for this job, but just the effort he put in showed how much he valued his family. In the anime, Shizue was the most pitiful character. His father died during the Nine Tails attack, and he had to kill his mother after 5 to 6 years due to the mission he was given. Since his mother was suspected of running away with an enemy shinobi from another ninja village, Shizue was tasked with killing his mother to show his loyalty to the village. Which, in the end, broke Shizue's mind and cheerful personality. If not for his friendship with Itachi, he would have remained in his depression all along. But that didn't happen this time. Even though he was not the kind of woman to do anything like that, the mental strain of losing her husband and seeing her son falling into despair may have resulted in breaking her mentality, which a spy could have used to rope her in, or they may have used something like that. But this time, she had a family, and Shizue was also not that depressed, so there was no chance of the same thing happening now. Shizue's family was safe, and he was trying to help them the best he could, just like his role model, his father. Even though the bathhouse is not open at the moment, we could easily give you a small sample of its effects. Shizue said with a smile. Have you asked your mom about this? Fugaku asked the main question since he knew she was the one responsible for running Shizue's family's business, just like how his wife was responsible for all the businesses he ran. Being a clan head doesn't mean you can use all the resources and money of the clan for yourself. You get something like a salary too, just the difference is that you get paid a percentage of what the clan makes. That was done so that they will work for the clan not just because they are loyal to the clan but also because it will get them a better pay too. This was a very good strategy for maintaining someone's loyal nature, like a person may be a patriot for a country that helped them grow as an adult without facing much difficulty, and they will continue to do so. But just imagine if, in the future, the country decides to use its population to increase its military power, resulting in many deaths. Now, that person will lose their loyalty because they are not getting anything out of it. Maybe some people will still remain patriots so that their future generations will have a better life in a bigger country, but the number of such people is very low. That's why the best way to maintain someone's loyalty was to tie their benefits with the benefits of the organization. But this arrangement doesn't mean that the clan heads will be satisfied with the money they are getting from the clan, so they normally maintain side businesses, like owning many shops or hotels, etc. In their name too. Listening to Fugaku's question, Shizue smiled and said, she would be more than happy to give you a sample, uncle, but since the main bathhouse still needs some slight modifications, you'll have to bear with the smaller one. Fine, I'll notify you when I have any free time from all this. Fugaku said. Okay, uncle. I would be waiting for your message. Shizue said and went back to Fugaku's house since there wasn't much for him to do there. When Shizue went back, Yami came to him and said, Brother, Da had something important he wants to ask you. Oh, is he having any problem during his recovery? Shizue asked, a little worried. No, brother. He's saying that he has already recovered enough. Only after Aunt scolded him did he agree to stay in his room resting. Yami said with an awkward smile. Okay, I'll go to him. Shizue patted Yami's head and went toward Kda's room. So, what do you want to ask? Shizue asked as soon as he entered the room, since seeing Kda's restless nature, he knew there was something gnawing at his mind. Brother, does the thing we talked about is in progress? Kda asked. You can talk freely, Kda. This is the clan head's house, there is no way that Danzō can spy on this place. Shizue said with a smile. Is our plan against Danzō in motion? Kda asked once again. Yes, there is a meeting tomorrow where we would attack him with our full power. Shizue said. Tomorrow? Kda shouted. How the hell were they able to make all those preparations in just 3 days? Shit, my plan for using this will blow up if I don't move soon, Kda thought in his mind. Why are you so shocked? Wait. Shizue eyed Kda suspiciously. You're planning something? Yes, brother. I want to use this opportunity to get a genius for our clan. Kda said. I'm all ears. Shizue said. Brother, do you know about Kakashi Hatake? Chapter 172, Opportunity. Kda had many plans, like recruiting various talented ninjas like Karen and Hiku, but the problem was he couldn't go to those areas yet. Maybe he could go near Karen, but Hiku's area was still off limits. He didn't want to put his life in danger. In the starting years, Kda didn't want to change the plot much, that's why he didn't make many plans for changing many characters' personalities from the original story. But now that he had planned to save the Uchiha massacre, the complete story would mess up in the future. Like during the Chunin exams, Hidden Sand Village only attacked Hidden Leaf Village because it had become increasingly weak after the death of all the Uchihas in the village. Now that the Uchihas would remain in this village, including 2 more S-rank ninjas, Itachi and Shizue, the chances of Hidden Sand Village attacking Hidden Leaf Village on their own would be very slim. Either they would form an alliance with any other village for the attack, or Orochimaru would completely change his plans, both of which would increase the danger level of that attack many times over. That's why Kda wanted to increase the chances of Hidden Leaf Village's survival in the future while reducing the chances of suffering losses to a minimum, and this could only be done by increasing the current strength of Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi. Well, increasing the number of jonin would not do much, at least not in short time. The best way would be to increase the strength of the cream of the crop, ninjas like Kakashi, Might Guy, Shizui, and Itachi, to reach the level of the Sannin, that is, Kage level. This was Kda's plan for the future, and if his plan became successful, then he would be safe in all cases, even if he had civilian level strength. With ninjas like Shizui protecting him, and Itachi, Kakashi, and Might Guy attacking the enemy, even Jinchuriki may face problems harming Hidden Leaf Village and, in turn, Kda and his family. Not that he was going to stop his training. With his plan in motion, getting the Flying Thunder God Jutsu from Hiruzen would not be very difficult, and after getting that, combining its speed with the Sharingan's reaction speed, Kda would easily become one of the most difficult to kill S-rank ninjas. Even the likes of Pain and Conan would have problems targeting Kda, but a single person couldn't do much. That's why Kda was planning to increase the strength of others as well. Shizui could be removed from the plan. He was not considered a once-in-a-century genius without reason. Just by saving his life was enough, the rest could be left on Shizui's shoulders. With enough time, he may even surpass Jiraiya and Orochimaru. The same goes for Itachi. Just by getting a safe environment for training and not having the task of spying on the most dangerous organization in the world, Itachi would become a force more powerful than his anime counterpart. Goosebumps, that will be exciting. Now the two other remaining ninjas, Kakashi and Guy, both of them required some help. Guy, on his own, was just an elite jonin. It was not a weak strength from any angle, but if he opened his inner gates, then he would easily become an S-rank ninja. Not to mention the 8th inner gate, that would make him the strongest person on Earth for some minutes, but that is where his weakness lies. Guy couldn't go around opening his inner gates all the time when the village faced any problem, because for getting so much power, he had to pay a steep price too. His body gets damaged every time Guy opened the 5th inner gate, with the damage increasing with each additional gate. Though there was not much Kda could do to help Might Guy at the moment, just imagine a jonin going to an elite jonin and saying that he could increase his strength to Kage level. Might Guy may be a bit simple in nature, but he was by no means a fool. No fool can ever become an elite jonin in the ninja world. But there is another person on the list who very much needed help at the moment. The most dark moment of his life was at this moment. Yes, I am talking about the burn genius of Hidden Leaf Village, the son of the White Fang and student of the Yellow Flash, the person who was considered a once-in-a-century genius of Hidden Leaf Village. Also, the person who was able to make an S-rank jutsu without even being an elite jonin at that moment, the person who used the Sharingan better than many Uchihas and became famous all over the ninja world for that. The person who was considered a Hokage candidate, and the list goes on. Kakashi Hatake Kakashi could have single-handedly become powerful enough to overcome the humongous achievements of his father and teacher. But after the death of his father, he took a blow to his motivation to train, and after the death of his friend and partner, Obito,